She's fine.
You fear what Krokotorek might make of you, champion. You fear for her survival and the world's.
Attack my
Help
target!
one another. Find courage together.
Aurene, don't be afraid. I'm right here with you.
Yeah, now she's afraid. She was just over there killing things left and right without me.
That's not you, Aurene, and it never will be. Time to do some real damage.
Thank you for the alert, Lupin. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good one. Heartbreaks and Guild Wars? Nah. Oh yeah, the timey thing wasn't just soul crushing earlier. No, yeah. Totally fine. Bringing Bram's mom back another time. They're just going for the heart. Every time. Without fail. Oh.
Stand and try again, champion. You must not fail. Remember, the Scion cannot succeed without you. You've done well. Defeated your worst fears made manifest. Remember,
Because you're only playing before.
fight together and triumph together. Now, I have a gift.
That's enough heartbreaks for one game, right? Yeah, they definitely won't do any more to me, right?
Child, there are things about ascension
Well,
that can only
she just left without me.
between dragons. Champion, come forward
Oh.
and learn how this long journey began.
In the portal? Receive a gift. I'm pretty sure in the portal now. Okay. Do you only play in-game content or only stories so far? I'm only doing stories so far. I don't want to rush the game too much. I did that when it first launched and that ruined it for me. So I just want to relax and just enjoy the story. And then I'll start doing other things.
With you, champion, I share my true legacy and Krokotorek's greatest secret.
I got chips.
He foresaw
What's the odds of that happening again?
at peace. A world without strife between dragons and mortals. A world without him. It terrified him. He demanded I help prevent it from coming to pass. But where he saw doom, I saw a gift to the world. I believe in this future, this fragile, powerful hope. But what my daughter must do will seem impossible to her. this place. I will open the way to Thunderhead Keep. Use the Dragon's Blood Forge, arm your allies for the battle of their lives, and face the Crystal Dragon.
Oh yeah, I'm Blish, yeah.
Finally. I knew you'd have your hands full, but I didn't think it would take 2 days.
2 days? It felt like a fraction of that.
Aureen, you feel different.
I think we both are. We passed the trials. Ready as we'll ever be.
Then let's go. They're waiting for us at Thunderhead Keep.
Oh yeah, Tybalt, yeah. They like to bring Tybalt back every now and then too, just to make me suffer.
There's our way out.
Meep, guess what? What's up, Lunchbox? Cheers, I told you I'd give you free ones today. You didn't have to redeem that.
All shiny.
Cheers. The heck? My bong made the weirdest sound just now. It's annoying. Oh no, Lunch.
Commander, I take it the trials went well.
Look at this place! Glint's secret forge under an ancient dwarven keep.
I've seen better.
Logan's here with the Pact. Same with Rox and the Omicon. Saida too. She gave us a ride after I filled her in. The whole crew's gearing up for Kralkatorrik.
Do I hear singing coming from the forge?
The Zephyrite Choir, an integral part of the forging process. My people built this place, but the Zephyrites and Exalted have cared for it since the days of Glint.
Hope everything still works. We've got an army to equip with Dragon's Blood weapons.
Speak to the Forge Master, Helena. She'll get you started.
Running a barracks can't be that different from symbolic problems and abstract dynamics. I mean, I know it's different.
Scion and champion. We've waited a long time for this.
Forge Master, heard you can arm us to fight an Elder Dragon.
Indeed. The Dragon's Blood Forge is ready, but we will need a special oil to quench the weapons, or they'll shatter. The dredge extracted on the ice floe to the southwest. I sent your friends to retrieve some, but they haven't returned.
I'll see if I can hurry them along.
Booze?
So this
Water?
is how the world ends.
Meow. Hi, Stephanie. Welcome in. I don't know what I've been told. Dialogue here is fun. Took a wrong turn. That is not the way. I see that now.
Scouting reports ready, Commander, whenever you want it.
I made waffles. I want waffles. Pancakes or waffles? It's tough. I'm more of a pancake on the daily, but waffles are like a treat, you know?
The Priory put me here to scout the area. Got findings if you want them.
I make tiny pancakes. Ooh. Do you feel like they cook better when they're tiny, or is it more just like a easier way of eating them for you? That makes sense. Valid. Less mess, yeah. I feel like pancakes now. Look what you've done. I don't even know if I have the stuff to make pancakes. Teddy wants pancakes too. Or I was just gonna go get pancakes. Let's go. Let's go to IHOP, everyone. Come on, let's go. Oop. 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 Oh. I hit a ledge. It messed me all up. Shin, I need you. Never been to Waffle House? Nice. Yeah, breakfast food, so good. Oh. IHOP is a W. Waffle houses are not that popular on the West Coast. So I don't get to, like, go to many Waffle houses, but IHOP is always everywhere. You can always trust IHOP to be at a city.
Varya here seems disinclined to share.
We lost half our people to the brand. Our rigs, too. And now you want what little oil we have left?
We want the same thing, Varya. One less Kralkator.
Oh my god, biscuits and gravy with, like, runny eggs on top.
Off your vats and equipment. Would that make you feel a
It's
bit...
my bread and butter.
It might. The pump's blocked too.
Oh my god, I just want so much breakfast food now. I want pancakes, biscuits, and gravy. Ow. Ow. Shouldn't. Ow.
It's Ori.
Don't laugh at me.
Thanks, Oreen, but we don't want Kralkatoric's attention just yet. Maybe head back underground. Check on Timey for me.
Oh yes, by all means, check on Tiny.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
where do we stand?
You kept your word. I'll give you what we can spare. If your friends can get our rigs running again.
Are you hungry or do you have the munchies?
The oil gets to
Probably both.
Commander, once you've got
That's the last time I ate.
weapon mold,
I was eating chips, but that doesn't count, right?
uncracked. She suggests we talk to the dwarves. Roban's around, but he's just ahead, so here's Ogden.
What do I... Hello?
Breakfast food, good sassy time? Like, oh, you mean smoking.
Any ideas?
I meant like sexy time and then back to sleep.
Never met him, but the
All the above, actually.
his pride and joy. He'd know.
Sounds like just...
Smoky sesh?
Where can I find him?
Well,
Smoky sesh,
but I never stopped
breakfast,
before.
sexy sesh,
Influence, too.
sleep.
Have a look and take notes for me.
Sounds perfect. I'll take one order. Well, that's like a whole 4 course right there. 5. Where are we going? Just do it again when you wake back up? True. That'd be one of those Groundhog Days, like, I wouldn't probably ever get tired of. If I just kept waking up in a loop of that, I'd be okay with it. Yeah, a whole weekend of that, it would be bliss. That's a real vacation right there. I figured that's what you were doing this weekend, Dunny, when you said you were just relaxing this weekend. Honestly, that was the vibes I was expecting you to be doing.
I don't have enough energy. Feel the fury.
Oh yeah, Dunny. Well, most of the time, mine was due to like expenses wise on like leaving the island. But most of the time, whenever I had vacation time I needed to use up or I'd lose it, it was mostly just a staycation, just lazy staycation. Yes, sexcations, yes. I thought I was gonna make it. I really did. I'm liking the snowy vibes. Are we back by that one area? Oh no. Oh yeah, kind of. Dragon crystal node, huh? Yeah, cons. I'm so excited to finally be able to go to conventions, but I'm getting scared because it seems like a lot of conventions aren't happening anymore that have always been like a staple. Like BlizzCon now not doing BlizzCon? Like, I haven't got to go to one. Now I'm not gonna probably... I don't know if they're gonna bring it back. I know that Seattle does a lot of conventions. Just like not the ones that I was planning on like going to. I wanted to go to one BlizzCon with Josh at least one year. I feel bad that me and him won't be able to go to one. Unless they bring it back, but I really don't know if they will.
I can hear you crashing around in there. Leave my stuff alone!
Excuse me. Do you know where I can find the tomb of Frodak Steelstar?
You found it. What do you want?
I'm looking for a mold. Need to cast some weapons to kill Kralkatorrik.
Are you? What happened to the first spear we made? Oh, right. You broke it. Yeah, that's right. I know who you are. Word gets around. Ghosts gossip. Not a lot else to do in the mists. You know. You know.
I do. So can you help me?
I could if I could go in my own damn tomb. Accidental wavelengths in their trash place. I can hear you!
So you're saying there's another mold in there I can take?
You bet your dragon-killing boots. Here, take this plate. You'll need it to get inside. You're in for it now, pal! Plenty more handy stuff in these ruins, by the way. But plenty of locked gates, too. And some of the ghosts around here are real jerks. Always moving the damn plates around.
Good to know.
I always go to a few nearby
I could outfeel the fury.
and go to at least one big one every year. Yeah. That'll be something I'll be able to now start looking into. I'd like to also go to some concerts and raves and stuff. Anime conventions would be pretty cool. I could actually cosplay. Never actually like got anything to really cosplay because no conventions around.
outrun a centaur.
It's gonna be fun. Where's Shin Shin? Shin Shin. It's gonna be like, you're fine.
You'll be feeling that one for days. They'll have to hit much harder.
Can't get in there. I figured as much because I had to use the thing to get in. Hi, Shin. I see you. Hello. Are we going up? Or is it through here?
You're welcome. Try not to break that one.
Okay, not this way.
I could outrun a centaur.
Ah! I fell through. There's a hole. Watch out for the hole. Somewhere in here. Shin's checking for holes for me now. Where should I get my rabbit? Don't mind the sound effects, I'm just scared. Don't laugh at me, Shin. God damn it. Oh no, I got clipped. Just hopping around here. Can I just teleport? Is that a thing that we can do? Can I just teleport wherever we're going? Do I have to do this? I don't have to do this. Easy. Alright. Ah. That's how you get out of a place. Style. Whoa.
All right, we have oil and we have a mold.
Then you're ready to cast the first weapon. Bring the mold to the quenching pools. Good. The Zephyrite choir you hear will vibrate the crystal at the proper frequency. When you and the Scion release the crystal's resonance, the raw material will become malleable. Last time, we used a shard from Kralkatorik's body. Now we shall use brand crystals from the dragon's minions.
Vibrating crystal spawn. I wonder.
Ah, someplace new. Aurene, you're up. Same as in the trials.
Got clipped again.
Now for the fire. Ah, you see a hint of what will emerge. Only a shape for now, and rough. But the promise of beauty is there.
Alright. What I gotta do?
Almost done. Get ready to quench the weapon.
Quench it.
Now, quench it in the pool.
Cool. Where? Oh, I see it.
A fine day, worthy of Blint's Forge.
Glad you approve. Now to try it out on the branded.
I'll have more waiting for you when you return.
All right. La da da da, la da da dee, la da da da. Meow 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 meow. Meow see meows 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 meow.
So this is how the world ends.
Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. It's such a goofy word, yeah. Winch. Winch it. Just me meowing it. I got you. Where are we going, Shin? Shin, 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 shin. Shin, shin, shin. It's this way, isn't it? Pure meat randomness. Yeah. We're getting towards like 10 hours is when I start getting silly. Do you need my report? No, I'm good. It's a Neff. Neff, I love you. I love you, Neff. I came by your stream earlier. It was good to see you playing. You were killing it, having a good time. I love you. I love you, Neff. I love you.
Captain, report.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
Then we make our stand at the keep.
I guess we go try this way first. You're playing some WoW? Nice. Are you playing some Season of Discovery?
Commander, want to know what the Priory knows?
Or are you playing some retail? Season of Discovery? Nice. How's it going? Are you enjoying this season? Being a zug-zug? Let's go. You can zug-zug me anytime. I'm lost. I'm stuck. Oh. Thinking about Neff zug-zugging me and I was unable to play anymore. Dig site. Where's the branded? Big sad man, yeah. She's like me, she streams late. I don't get to see a lot of the homies too, because I stream like in the middle of the morning usually, when I'm not doing the Meepathon.
Ah, Commander. If you've got a moment, we could use a hand.
This isn't what we needed? It's not what we needed.
Dig sites this way.
There's no bench. That was a joke.
Honorary script, no longer a script.
Tell your boss, though. The Priory put me here to scout the area. Got findings if you want them.
Oh, oh. Will that do? Will that do?
Have at you.
It's not working. That's not branded? Okay. I haven't seen anything branded. Have you seen anything branded?
Get much harder.
I has blackberry and bacon to. I'm so hungry. You guys have made me so hungry.
Want to help? Grab a scan gun, check the dig sites, and tag the sturdier artifacts for script pickup.
Yep. We can go north? Is there gonna be... Okay. I think that door was shut, but we can try. I went there first and it said no. It said no. All the doors open now. Let's go. Is there an event going on right meow? Let's go.
Anyone seen Zafira?
Not since we got here.
Said she had something important to do.
Okay, let me know when she gets back.
Oh.
This is the place, eh? Are we happy with our battlefield, Captain Thackeray?
Good sightlines.
Bear! Hi, Bear. I was just going through my VODs and I saw the part where we were having our snuggle and I passed out and I was like, oh, it was so cute.
Long time since I've blown something up.
Those ballistae have seen better days, but they look fixable.
Yeah, it was adorable.
Whatever you're going to do,
Good memories.
we've got rifts, brainstorms, all manner of inconvenience.
Hey, someone tell me those aren't Skrit hauling in the crystal.
We're helping.
You what? Great. The pact is a big tent, after all. Now then.
I don't even know what's happening right now.
Get the branded as close to the
What?
crystals as you can. Once they're in range, kill them to direct their energy.
Dunny. I just saw you making fun of my humming. Glad you're enjoying it. It's stuck. It's stuck on my head today. Yeah, get to work, Shin. Get to work. I don't see you putting your back into it.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me!
Oh, yeah. True. Oh, you're gonna make some food too, Bear? Oh, no.
The rifts are open.
Recreated it last year. Did they?
Your entrails in your body, and so on.
Some chicken kebab. Mmm. I'm still stuck on breakfast. I'm really feeling breakfast. I think pancakes really needs to happen. That or eggs.
Replenishing. Time to do some real damage.
I'm about to have a cooking stream.
I don't have enough energy.
Oh, I had branded. There we go.
Tiny, you there?
I can leave this event now.
What is it?
Is everything okay?
Everything's fine.
A few branded. Yeah. Just a few of them.
I've seen ghosts appear for no obvious reason, but they're not hostile, so technically, yes, strange.
Let's keep zooming in on me.
Huh. Well, I tested the new spears.
Ah, I see.
As the original, but they'll do if we make enough for everyone.
I'll check with the Forge Master and run the numbers.
We're on it.
Baking pancakes, making bacon pancakes. Take some bacon and I'll put it in a pancake. Bacon
an
pancakes,
omelet.
that's what it's gonna make. Bacon pancakes.
Rift Stalkers! Somebody get out there and kill them! We need those breaches sealed! I'll send in the Skrit Cavalry. The brainstorm's coming in fast!
I guess I'll still do the event. Bacon pancakes. Bacon pancakes.
You'll have to hit much harder. Feel the fury.
Oh, there's someone to revive. I got you, little one. Oh, they're good. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
I could outrun a centaur. This is getting serious.
Hash browns? Yeah. Hash browns too. Oh, Shin's dead next to me. We're dead together. You stop blocking, but it's so much fun to block with my health bar. It's so much fun though. Hey. Whoa! What the heck? It was a whole cliffside. Where is this? Yeah, I'm just using all my resources. Mistakes were almost made. Almost. Tunny. I feel it stuck in my head too.
Just saw another ghost. Starting to look like Ascalon around here.
If they're all coming here, there's got to be something seriously wrong on the other side.
Commander, dire news from Glint. Our forces are scattered. We can't hold out any longer. Kralkatorg has entered the domain of the lost. He's devouring everything in his path, destroying or scattering the dead.
Explains all the ghosts. How bad is it gonna get?
He's wounded. We've done real damage. But now he's feeding again, regaining power. If this keeps up...
So it's pretty bad. Got it. Thanks for everything you've done. The rest is up to us.
Up to us, Shin.
So you're saying the new weapons are weak?
Weaker compared to the original. Precision is paramount. But we will have more.
Based on Taimi and Gorik's numbers, we'll need a week, maybe 2, to cast enough weapons for everyone.
Gives us time to figure out how and where to stage the fight.
Turns out that's time we don't have. Kralkatorg beat back Glint's army. Now he's gorging on the domain of the lost.
Oh no. That explains the surge we're seeing in our readings.
So, what do we...
It's a rift!
Here? Underground?
He's getting stronger by the minute! All bets are off!
They'll have to hit much harder. I could outrun a centaur.
I could outrun a centaur. Yeah, you heard me. Can I grab a dragon spear? Oh, look at me go. Skipow. Bow. 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 Bow.
Brandstorm spreading.
I'm vulnerable. No?
Definitely not normal.
I feel good.
Shielding the Rift Stalker!
We have to draw it out the storm.
Ooh-wee. Back to the high ground.
Another rift. More branded incoming.
Protect the crystal. We lose it, the forging stops.
They'll have to hit much harder.
All who injure us will pay.
Woo!
Aurene can charge up crystals with magic?
Aurine's full of surprises. Brace yourselves. I'm going to release it.
From release what? Oh, I see it. Oh. Interrupted. Hug.
Oh, that did the trick.
But the brandstorm is still there, and still spreading.
Hog. Hog.
Aurene, branded over it.
Oh no, I was worried about this.
About what?
That as she becomes more powerful, Ori may exhibit behaviors more typical of her species.
You mean our dragon might start acting
Being like a dragon? Yeah. I was so worried about that too.
She was trying to protect us. She does something new and suddenly you don't trust her?
She just branded the ground we're standing on. We're lucky she didn't kill anyone.
And in case it slipped anyone's mind, she's Kralkatorik's granddaughter.
Will you all be quiet? She's trying to tell us something. It's all right. Speak through me.
Nap snack.
I am not him.
Wow.
Oh good. Another dragon that can corrupt Sylvari.
Keith, are you... you?
Oh, I'm me. We were right. She does need both of us. Now I know what my role is. And it's... humbling.
I thought dragon minions couldn't be corrupted by other dragons. Is it 'cause her egg absorbed Mordremoth's...
Oh, egg absorbing?
Timey, it's all right. She asked, and I accepted. This isn't corruption. It's connection. Now, if we could get back to our actual dragon problem.
Yeah, but if he's getting stronger by the minute, so much for forging weapons for a week. We need to hit him now. But how and where?
Why not here? That resonance crystal absolutely annihilated his minions. If we can lure him here and pin him down somehow, we can use the crystals against him too.
We also have the new spears. Haul some ballistae in here and we'd have dragon's blood artillery. But how do we draw him in?
If Aurene gets his attention, he won't be able to resist. She's a threat. He wants her dead.
That's the lure, but we still have to pin him down. And a handful of minions is not the same as an elder dragon.
In theory, the intensity of those crystals could be focused and amplified.
Yes! That's how dredge weapons work! I bet we can use their sonic amplifying tech to do the same thing! Commander, if you can get the dredge to tell you how to boost the power, I know Gorik and I can make it work.
Okay, get your people ready. We've got a trap to set.
Let's go. Be right back. Okay.
New plan. We're luring Kralkatorik here. We're gonna pin him down and hit him with everything we've got.
Here? But that could destroy the forge. Glint herself cast weapons in these halls.
I know, but Tiny thinks dredge tech can amplify your crystals to really hurt him. even give us a shot at killing him. And if we succeed, it'll be because of the work done here. If we don't...
You make a fair point. I shall speak to your friend about her idea.
Oh no. It's gonna be stuck in my head again. Oh no. Who did it? Who did it? It was Bait, of course.
Yvonne and I were going to live by hard work and the joy of fully expressed ideals.
Change of plans, Varya. We're gonna lure Kraukatork into the
Meep's smart. That's why she's just meowing the melody. Yeah.
Commander, I said I'd help you and I meant it.
Now it's just gonna be our thing today.
People to be a part of something like that.
I understand. You've suffered enough. But any idea how we could focus sonic resonance against, say, an elder dragon?
I think the reflector dishes on our tanks work like that, but I've got no one who can tell you how. We lost our engineers to the Branded. Our tanks, too. They're scattered across the ice flow.
Commander, if you give me some samples, I can reverse engineer them. Assuming a little damage, 3 should do it.
Better take some oil with you. It's highly flammable. Could be useful in dismantling the tanks.
Thanks, Varya. Get your people to shelter when the dragon comes. Keep them safe.
Commander, you feeling bold today? I've got some temperamental materials here. Could use a steady hand.
It's time to oil up. Like, where do I lead it to, though? Oh. I wonder. Aha.
Timey, how are things coming along?
You sent it?
Everyone's setting up, and Oreen's helping turn out dragon's blood weapons faster than I would have thought possible.
Fantastic. So, Listen, I need you to be my eye in the sky. So you're gonna set up nice and high above the fight, okay?
It's not bad.
Not you too. Do not try to keep me out of this fight. I'm not helpless.
I know. That's not what I'm saying. I need someone to give me a bird's eye view on Krauk once he gets here. It's vital.
If you say so.
Oh. That didn't work. Unfortunately. Where do I gotta take this bad boy? Oh, I see it. Does that work? I don't know if that works. Oh, I see. Doesn't work on the pipe. Ow! What did I do? It doesn't work on the pipe. Why are you pouring on the side? It doesn't work on it. Oh, now it is. Wasn't earlier. No. Okay, gotta start from here. Nada. Oh, yay.
Commander, I have a suggestion for, how did you put it? Pinning down the dragon.
Pinning down the dragon? Ayo.
Facility backs up on a
Oh, woo.
yes.
We pinning down dragons.
Set charges to bring those mountains down on Krauk.
That's inspired. Put a team together. Saida can take you up.
Perfect. You'll be hearing from me.
But with balcony's kind of pog. Ah, I see it. I see it. Da, 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 da. What? Why? I should do this. Straight line, lol. Just a straight line, like through the fence. There we go. All right. Wait, did it work? Oh. It's cool, you know. It's fine. I love just pouring oil. It's great. So much fun. Have a blast. We love oiling up, yeah.
You there, Commander?
All right.
Go ahead, Saida.
Get the fish out of here.
Friend passed on your request. And you know me. I never miss a chance to blow up a mountain. Canuck is rounding up volunteers, but we have a problem here at the dock. Krakatoa's brandstorm took down the other airship, the one carrying Canuck's detonators.
That's inconvenient. I'll drop off these reflector dishes and be right there.
Want to know what I've seen since I got here?
Commander, you feeling bold today? I've got some temperamental materials here.
We'll get these to the
Could use a
Forge
steady
Master,
hand.
Commander.
My Yvonne and I are going to live by heart.
Commander, over here.
Canuck's detonators are still on board. My Corsairs are skittish about all the branding. Can't say I blame them.
I'll take care of it.
You're just like, I understand what's happening here. Ah. Oh, no, it's up there. Fudge. Fudge, how do I get back up there? Oh, well, I guess that's one way. wee. Woo wee, Rick. I'm on my way back. Don't stop me. I'm on my way up. I'm on my way up. No one stop me, cause I'm on my way up. Sweet dreams are made of weeps. Who am I to disagree? Why? Why'd they do this to us? I'm grabbing this time. Yeah, I'm getting the waypoint this time, yeah.
Time to do some real damage.
Evaded.
I could outrun a centaur. They'll have to hit much harder. I could outrun a centaur.
Huh. How do I go up here?
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up.
Who played it dark? Oh, thank you for the biddies, dark.
They'll have to hit. I could outrun a
Nothing
centaur.
can stop me. I'm on my way up.
Iron Hammer is ready to strike.
Thank you for the biddies. Return to where? Ah, well, we're gonna do that. No one can stop me. I'm on my way.
I could outrun a centaur.
Your friend owes you one. Hope his crazy idea works.
It will. Don't worry about us. Just get his team in place, then stay clear.
And miss broadsiding an elder dragon? We're stuffing our cannons with brand crystals. The fleet's gonna
Aww.
way in. We'll soften
Oh, sweet.
You just be ready for the big
I'm going for my heart. I see you. You out there for my heart.
Your sir and friends examine the dishes you collected from the dredge.
See? I'm fine!
I shall modify the crystals to their specifications. It's a fascinating concept and a daring plan.
Let's see if it works. Just one more confirmation of how great I am.
Oh man, it's time. What time for what? Oh god, that's scary. Don't say stuff like that. Stop it, Shin.
Set and ready to go?
Commander, welcome.
Just the finishing touches now.
Love the positivity, but wrap it up, please.
Just like old times, eh, Redlock?
Let's hope not.
Okay. Between the fleet's cannons and Canuck dropping a mountain on him, Krauk should already be hurting when he shows. Aurene will keep him busy while I trigger the resonance crystals starting here. That should stun him and buy me time to get to the second crystal, where we hit him again. Bram's team holds the third until I can get there and we trigger the final blast. Okay, I think we're actually ready. Everyone listen up. We'd all love to have more time to prepare for this. We don't have that luxury. But the truth is, we don't need it. Kralkatorix seems invincible, but he himself had a vision, a prophecy, of a world without him. We have everything we need. He's hurting, half out of his mind. We're going to lure him
Half out of his mind.
and then we're going to make his vision a reality. Glint believed in us. I believe in you. Together, we're going to save the world and kill the Crystal Dragon. To your posts!
Commander, I have modified the resonance crystals with the dredge technology. They are ready.
None of this would be possible without your work. We won't forget it.
It has been my honor. Faith and Aurene await you in the auditorium.
icicles in places that shouldn't have icicles. Doesn't the cold bother you?
Thinking about home keeps me warm. Honey on toast, hot soup. Mmm. What's your home like?
Golden sand dunes.
All I can think about is dying before dawn.
I can't do this.
How's she doing?
She's afraid, but she's ready to enter the mists and draw Kralkatorrik here. I know, but you trust us, don't you?
A lot's hanging on this. It's a heavy weight to carry. But you and I are carrying it together. Scion and Champion, right?
Yeah, I remember the size. Oh, is this going to be big? Oh boy.
Okay, Aurene, it's time.
This feels familiar.
We've got a massive storm out here. Just blew in out of nowhere.
Saida, do you read?
Commander! Oh my gosh. He's here! He's here now!
All ships, fire! Fire! Commander, brace yourself!
Nope.
Has he always been this
alchemy? He's huge!
Come on! Blow the charges! Now!
With
Just the tip. Am I supposed to be doing anything? Oh, I have to blast the crystal.
He's focused on Aurene, Commander. Time for you to do your thing!
Working on it. I'm working on it.
Just like before. I channel her power. There! On his neck! Focus your assault on that wound!
Attack my target!
It sure did! According to this data, he's weakening.
I could outrun a centaur.
Wow, he's really hurting.
Good. Keep it coming.
Keep it coming. Woo woo.
Aurene says it's working. We're breaking him. She says hit him again. Harder.
Okay, I'm heading for the second crystal.
Second crystal.
Come here. Aurene says she can use the ley lines to help you get across.
Oh, cool. I can fly. Whoa, this looks trippy. Whoa.
Commander.
Oh.
Flying over the dragon.
Look out!
Whoa.
He's trying to push in further.
Whoa! Aurene just grounded Grog to the wall. Better get to that second crystal, quick!
Woo.
Quickly, this way. It's a whipper. Take it down.
I love the Meepy. I love the Risky. How you doing, Risky?
They're draining the crystals.
We've got to kill them closer to the crystals. That'll recharge them.
Look, up there. Something's coming.
We're not late, are we?
Saphira! Right on time.
Session to arms! Prophecies don't fulfill themselves!
How do I, Yeah, footage? Let's go.
I could outrun a centaur.
I'm so confused.
I could outrun a centaur.
What? What? I got yeeted.
Time to do some real damage. Feel the fury. I could outrun a centaur. Not enough energy. I could outrun a centaur.
I woke up to a power outage. Oh no, Risky.
Feel the fury.
Commander, incoming, outside!
You'll have to. I could out. Feel the
We have a
fury.
bigger problem.
There! Crystal's charged again. Time to do some real damage.
Oh. Guess it matters where I'm facing.
Okay, everyone! Hit him hard just like before! Replenishing.
Ooh.
I could outrun a centaur. Feel the fury. I could outrun a centaur.
Who's the spear? I was out.
On my way to the last crystal. Keep the branded off.
I was out.
Take all the time you need.
Seriously?
I'm sleeping. So eepy, just so tired. Got you.
blocked. Gotta find another way around. Replenishing.
I demand that you release me.
You want to try it? Come play with us, Bear. You have a lot of fun.
We're running out of alternative routes.
When Zafira said take your time, she didn't mean take your time!
Battle awaits.
Follow me!
Look at the data. It's really working. Krugatoric is finally going to die.
Keep going, Commander! That last crystal should really clobber in! No good. We're trapped.
Stop our branded comrades from hurting anyone else!
Varia! Thought you were
fresh out of tanks! What can I say? You inspired us to liberate one. If you fail, we all die. And the spirit of revolution dies with us. Go!
Hello? Hello? I died. Oh. Huh? They go a wrong way? Boy. No? What? Do I have to fly over again? I don't think so. Fly over again? Will it let me? Hi, Bit Bunny, how you doing? I don't see a thing to stand on the fly. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Probably broken. No! Jump. Is there an unstuck button? Gotten so used to one human. Just click unstuck, you'll be fine. Adorable meeps? Nah, you're adorables. You respawned where you died. How come it hate me? Why does the game hate me? That was a lot of damage. You're gonna have to die too, Shin. But I think it did spawn me on the side I need to be on. Right? Huh? Cheers. Hey, let's go. This looks more promising. I will cheers after the fight. Oh, it's over here. Doesn't look like something that you should head towards. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay.
About time, Commander. Let's ring this dragon's bell one last time.
You're on!
Alright. Let's do this. Hi, Winter. How you doing?
Feel the fury!
Ooh, good.
They'll have to hit much harder.
Ugh.
I could outrun a centaur.
I need more spears. More spears.
Feel the fury!
I see them.
Replenishing.
You just woke up 30 minutes ago? It is morning now, huh? Crazy.
They'll have to hit much harder.
We just saw a surge of Zaitan's energy from Kralkatorek.
Alright.
Here we go again!
Remember when enemies stayed dead after you killed them? Good times.
Good times. I need more spears.
Time to do some real damage.
Hit the crystal now!
Whoop! Hitting the crystal, hitting the crystal. Woo-wee! Hitting the crystal. On my way to hit that crystal. On my way. No. He wasn't having that one. Oh, he's looking at us. Okay. Flashbanged. Fire!
I'll help Bram. It's up to you, Commander. Go finish this.
Okay. But where are we going?
I'll break him apart piece by piece if I have to.
Yeah. Oh, he doing something?
They'll have to hit much harder.
Oh, he's still doing stuff. Okay.
I could outrun a centaur.
Any more spears? No. Kinda low on them.
Endurance running low. You are not getting away from me!
Careful, Commander! His energy's spiking!
Oh. Oh.
Feel the fury. Replenishing.
Battle cry.
You're doing it! He's gonna drop!
Oh. Oh! Not good. Wait, why am I filling this out?
Crocatoricus! He's just leaving!
What's happened?
Is everyone in one piece over there?
Hello?
I can't answer most of it? Why can't you answer most of it? Told me to send to you.
I don't understand. There was a vision. A promise that we'd win.
Commander. Oh, spirits. We thought...
Where is she? Keith, your flowers.
She's gone.
What do we do now?
I don't know.
Commander.
Keith.
You can keep playing around. How did you know I was about to close the game? How did you know I didn't want to play this game anymore? That's crazy.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I feel like I have to tell them what happened. Divinity's Reach, Lion's Arch, Black Citadel.
Tell them what? It's over. Please. I need you.
All right. Be there soon. Hey.
Hey. Do we have,
No. I've got nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is everyone?
See for yourself.
Standing in front of Krauk like that, she went out like a true Corsair.
No. Like a true soldier.
Oh, Commander, I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say.
It's all right.
I feel like I should be saluting you.
Thank you, Logan.
Commander, we're here to pay our final respects. We've been singing to her since before she was born. It seems only fitting we sing for her one last time as we prepare for the end of all things.
You made it! Oh, thank you. It's so hard to...
We'll get through this together.
I don't see how. Kraukatorek is in the mist, devouring everything he can. He won.
Gorik!
He's right.
We failed. Again. Again.
The commander will figure something out. Always does.
No, Bram. Not this time. It's over. Kaith and I will tend to Aurene. The rest of you... You should be with the ones you love.
We are.
Yeah, we are.
What they said.
Whatever time we have left, it's a gift. Aurene gave it to us.
Does that even matter?
It matters. Please. I can't look at her like this anymore.
Let's get these crystals off her.
We can weaken the brand. It would be an honor.
What is that?
I don't know. But I feel... something.
We feel it too.
Yes. Yes. It's like...
an echo.
Impossible.
Your flowers.
Everyone stand back.
What is this? What are you doing?
Commander, what's happening?
She's glowing?
My champion.
Flashbang, yeah.
Scion speaks. Aurene. How?
Eating a lich has its advantages.
Oh. Alchemy. Dragons eat magic.
Praise Choco! Just waiting long enough.
Brand in heart. Hard to mend. Aurene, please. You must relax. No time to grab Torek. Stop him.
But how would this be any different? Won't we just fail again?
We did not fail.
We learned.
She had to die. For this was the fire of courage.
And so did they. Follow their god into battle.
Without fear or hesitation.
Now we must ride. Scion and Champion. Flesh Krakatoric. From the mists.
Right. If he dies in the mists, that's it. His magic is gone, and so is Tyria.
Yes. My vision came true. And so must his.
Gorik, send the commander
Prop telemetry coming your way. Do not let him get away this time.
We won't. Logan, can you meet us on the other side?
If we know where you're steering him, the Pact will be there to finish the fight.
We'll all coordinate with Gorik and Timey. Today the whole world joins Dragon's Watch.
Go, Scion. Finish the song we started.
I will. I promise. It's time, Champion. Are you ready?
Easter.
It's so empty.
Eaten by him. There.
He's still bleeding badly.
You don't play this section? Oh.
Almost. Let's drive him back to Tyria and finish the job.
Remember, the Scion cannot succeed without you.
Glint!
Grandfather! Look at me!
Whoa! He's not happy to see you.
Definitely not happy to see me.
With you, Champion, I share my true legacy and Krakatoric's greatest secret.
Shattered crystal! Watch out for those!
Oh, okay. What? Barely moved, but okay. Can heal you and damage your enemies. Let's go.
He's opening a portal. Keep on him. Are we still in the mists?
The God Realms. Melandru.
Where's he going?
He's hungry.
For what? More magic?
For everything. Watch out!
Don't let those hit you!
I know! It's healing him!
Can't have that! Bring us in!
He foresaw the possibility of a world at peace. A world without strife between dragons and mortals. A world without him.
That did it!
Another portal!
We can't lose him! Hurry!
The underworld.
Yo, DJ, welcome in. This is awesome. Yeah, it's such a cool fight.
Aurene, his tail!
I'll protect us. Get
He's hungry, all right.
He's had enough.
Constructed.
Oh, no, you don't! Reminds me of
Balthazar, the Fisher of Woe.
He's going to familiar places. How exactly are we getting him back to Tyria?
I'll open a portal!
Better make it a big one. Damn it! Try again!
Too quick!
Let's clip his wings!
A better world is waiting to be born.
There! Give it everything you got!
Just a lizard now. Oh, hi, Shin. Nice of you to join us.
Commander, we follow the tracker. And here...
Season 4 easily could be a movie, yeah.
Under islands ripped out of the mist. This is incredible!
I thought we'd lost.
We all
It's almost over.
And maybe the world will end. But right now, right here, we've got a second chance.
All because of you, Aureen.
Now the real fight begins. It's not over yet. He is badly wounded, but I have to keep him down. Lean on each other. I'll work the sky. You work the ground.
Listen, we're making this up as we go along. What have we got?
Us, obviously. And the Omakan.
Kaith, Zafira, and Zaim rallied their own army. Came in on the Corsair ships.
Glint's forces are massing to our south, but no sign of Glint herself. Oh, and Logan, your ancestor says she'd like to see you.
Okay.
You'll need a base of operations. I'll fortify this outcrop. Give it teeth.
One of us needs to scout this place. These are fragments of the mist. Anything and everything could be on them.
Plus, we need to map Kralk's position and vulnerabilities. You have to send us out, Commander.
Actually, Timey, I could use you on my ship.
Plank counting and thumb twiddling. Huh. Fun.
More like survey and patrol. You can keep an eye on Aureen, map the coastline, help with cannons.
Oh, okay.
Gorik, stay with Almora and Canuck. I'll talk to our other armies, then get you whatever information you need.
Hey, good news, chat. Good news. I checked my cabinets and I do have pancake mix. Let's go.
You okay? Is there something you wanted to tell me?
Yeah, but not now. Not here.
Best storytelling in the genre. Yeah.
Olmecon West. Build a beachhead. Unless you've got other plans.
Works for me.
I'll see if Timey needs anything. Make sure she's okay.
They're calling themselves the Order of the Crystal Bloom. I tried to talk them out of it, but...
Aureen saved them, so they've come to fight for her. I couldn't say no.
Where's Zafira?
She left as soon as we landed. Said something about slow arrows not striking their mark. Think she'll be all right.
She's a priestess of the god of war. If anyone can take care of herself, it's her. Commander, you'll need a force on the far side of these islands. The Crystal Bloom could be that force.
Go. And good luck.
All right. No meat cooking? What's wrong with me cooking? A mile long according to the wiki. Holy.
When you have a moment, Commander, I've got a list of all the data I'll need. 2 lists, in fact.
But you can't do any of that until we find Gorik's instruments. The pack's still... unpacking.
In the meantime, I've marked the high point for reconnaissance.
Huh. Turns out I can't see everything from this airship.
Oh, you out there, huh?
It's tough standing around and waiting for them.
Brandon, jump out and get us?
Should take a look at the map. Oh, damn. Yeah. I'll go back up here. I don't think I was supposed to fall. That was only the tail. I guess once I unlock it more, I'll see it. I'll see it more.
Commander, we've got a plan. First, we need to get rid of the smaller brands.
Let me all the way up. Okay, take two. Not just jumping off right away. Good morning, Snowy. How are you, by the way? Stop banner. I'll go back for it. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good. Very pretty here. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, not the one I wanted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Isn't this forest beautiful? Okay, not that way then. Oh, I see an arrow. Wee-hoo! Oh, look at it. Holy heck. Jeez. Small dragon, yeah, just small. Small little guy. Is that his head?
All right, Commander. What's it look like up there?
It's crazy.
Buried. I can't see his head. He's covered with brandstorms and lightning. Getting close will be dangerous. I can see his severed wing from here, too.
Is that like 2 inches?
If we can reach it, then that means... Oh. Oh!
The dragon's blood spears were weak because we didn't have his blood. If we did have it...
I'll call in a chopper. Someone can fly up and collect some blood. There has to be some way to fuse it with our spears.
Ooh, a challenge! I'm on it.
In the meantime, can you meet with my research assistant? We located the crate with Gorik's instruments.
Research assistant? Okay. Just send me the coordinates.
Making our pancake batters. Dun, 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 dun. Where are we going? Over here? Grab some food? Okay.
You're Timey's assistant?
Whatever Timey needs, I'll get her. I'm supposed to give you these.
We're all doing a food break.
I feel so assisted right now. Gorik, tell the commander about what you sent.
The indicator should guide you to a few points of tremendous seismic interest. Plant the instruments, or B57X seismic taps, and they'll send us data about this terrain. Data the tracker can't give us.
Any reports from that chopper you sent up for the blood?
Sorry, you guys can hear my mixing.
Experiencing some static interference. I'll call if something comes up.
Boop, boop. I heard that. I'm sorry. Alright, let's see here. Look at me on stream, yep. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The mess, I see it now. I'm not making eggs. I can actually. Some eggs with my pancakes sound pretty good. I should mix it right in the pan. Time to explore and die a lot. Woo! Can't wait.
You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Feel the fury. I could outrun a set. Time to do some real damage. Not enough energy.
Ooh, buddy.
We must rise and return to the fight. Stone is patient, but I hunger for battle.
I could outrun a centaur.
Okay.
Still standing. Barely.
Ugh. Let me finish my pancakes before we go on this adventure. Give me like 5 minutes, chat. Baking pancakes? No, but we are gonna make some eggs. Let me finish pancakes. Since Shin's getting food too, it's a perfect time to do it. I'll pull up a video while we wait.
Usually when I make a video, I try to find a topic that interests people, and I give a quick little Spark Notes version of what happened, sprinkle in my own little take, and then we call it a day. If it's about a big enough piece of drama, that's an instant 1 million views. We talk about a Colleen Ballinger or some other dogshit apology, money in the bank. But today, I want to talk about something that I think nobody is really talking about, and I'm curious why. No commentary YouTuber I've seen seems to have been addressing this new Twitch scam. And I'm not using the word scam here lightly. I genuinely think what Twitch is doing was initially an accident, but how they've tried to fix this issue is actually just fucking over thousands and thousands of streamers.
I'll be right back, Shing. I'm just making pancakes.
First, introduce you to the culprit of this scam, Exola. If you don't know them, you probably see them on your credit card bill, and if you have too many of them, you might want to cancel it. So we should cut to the sponsor of today's video. I have a problem. I'm signed up for way too many streaming services, and I found out recently that I'm signed up for Paramount Plus twice. The only show I watch there is Survivor. How do I have 2 accounts? Do you know how I found out? Thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Rocket Money. If you don't know, Rocket Money is the personal finance app that lets you cancel subscriptions, lower your bills, and just manage your money better. I use Rocket Money to cancel my subscriptions, but also just to check how much money I'm spending every single month, because it changes drastically. Sometimes I do Amazon stream. Sometimes, well, I don't even stream at all. So it changes, you know? It's important to keep track of those things. So to save more and spend less, join the 5 million people using Rocket Money by going to rocketmoney.com/mogulmail. Make sure to use my code. You can get started for free. And thank you, Rocket Money, for sponsoring this video. If you don't know, Exola is the company that processes payments from Twitch, and they used to be the exclusive payment processor for the first few years of Twitch's life. Now, there's a lot more ways to sub, but they used to be the only people back in the day, and they have a problem. We investigated your reports of unexpectedly canceled subs. We found some long-standing, reoccurring subs did not renew as expected in March and April. This was an isolated incident, not related to any Twitch updates. We're working with our payment partner, Exola, to correct this issue. We apologize for the inconvenience and recognize how frustrating this is. Importantly, we'll be able to restore any sub-streaks that were broken in the coming days. And they say importantly like that was the important part, as if the actual important part wasn't losing out all the revenue on lost subs. Anyway, we'll be sharing next steps, which we'll talk about in a moment. But just to show you, that is basically the payment service provider that is used if you pay with credit or debit card, right? If you use PayPal or Amazon Pay, or you do it on mobile, which you should never do, by the way. I know that's not what we're talking about, but never subscribe to somebody or become a member on YouTube with mobile. You're paying an extra tariff through the App Store when you do that. I think it's $6 if you do it on Twitch, as opposed to $5 if you do it on desktop. So just don't subscribe on mobile. Anyway, back to it. This is, in my mind, a huge scam. The payment service provider, for whatever reason, canceled a lot of subs. How many subs? Well, that's the question. Now, I've seen a bunch of tweets from different creators who have been on the platform for a long time, because this is who it impacts disproportionately. Reason being is because Exola is the service provider that they used to only use. Nowadays, a lot of the subs come from like Prime subs, so that doesn't really come into effect. PayPal or, you know, mobile subs, which again, don't do. And they've all tweeted out about the same email. Hey, you've had some problems of people not resubbing. Sorry to tell you this happened. Anyway, good luck getting them back. And Coney tweeted out, hey, this is a funny prank, but please resub to me. Same with Mango. If you're a longtime Mango sub and care about your streak, they might have canceled your shit. If it unsubbed you and this is your chance to get out, I'll always remember the good times we shared. And even Grand Pooh Bear. Since I've been partnered since the prehistoric times, and around 400 to 500 of my subs were affected by the glitch, which is a lot of subs. Now, before we talk about what Twitch is doing to fix this, which I think is not enough.
Oh, let's go, Dunny.
First, worth noting,
you're
the
free.
people who lost subs don't know how many subs they lost. They just know that they lost subs. Now, Twitch has said they might be able to tell them the exact number after the payment cycle's been completed, which should be, I guess, the start of next month. But as of now, they don't know. They've just lost a certain amount of subs. So it's hard to tell if you lost subs because of this glitch or because, you know, natural sub bleed off because you've streamed less hours or whatever. Anyway, this is what Twitch is saying they are going to do to resolve the issue. Thank you for your patience. Let's talk about how we're going to make this right. We'll be emailing all the impacted folks in the coming weeks with full details. To make it up to streamers, we'll be paying them 1 month's revenue of their missing subs in the upcoming payout cycle. To continue their subs that were canceled, we're afraid viewers will need to resubscribe. That's the kicker. They were able to unsubscribe thousands upon thousands of viewers, but they can't automatically resubscribe them. And I guess on paper, that makes sense, right? You shouldn't be able to like use somebody's credit card on file to make them pay for something that was canceled, even though it was, I guess, canceled without their permission. I get that. but how they're resolving it is by adding 1 month to the streak for anyone to incentivize them to resub, and then also paying them out for just 1 month of missed subscribers. But that's not how it works, right? We're talking about like tier 1 subs, the hardest subscriber to get. It's not primes, which don't auto-renew, which come and go. It's not gifted, which is just based off somebody's generosity. It is somebody deciding to pay $5 a month, specifically somebody who's been doing it for a long time, because again, it disproportionately affects older viewers. So it's sometimes people who have been subbed for 5, 6, 7, 8+ years who might have lost their sub. And in Mango's case, when I asked him, he said the number of people who unsubscribed in his estimation could be anywhere from 500 to 1,000. Now, he said he doesn't know for sure. He doesn't want to be quoted on that number. But that's a fuck ton. I mean, even if we take a look at Mango subscribers, and we have it right here, boom, we can see that in the month of April, he has dropped in tier 1s about 600. Now, if we extrapolate how many he might get in the last week of April, because the month is not over yet, it's about 10% of subs lost. 10%. So that's 250 subs. If he has a preferred sub split, that's $3.50 per sub. That's $875, and Twitch will pay him that out for 1 month. But what about the remaining year? That's $10,000. I mean, that 1 month payout's fine and all, but I feel like it doesn't nearly make up for the damage done by Twitch. I'm thinking that there might be millions of dollars across all streamers in lost revenue over the next couple of years, unless everybody who was unsubscribed finds out they were unsubscribed and then resubscribes, which is a big ask. Not a lot of people check their email. I know I'm guilty of this, but this is the email you might have received. We found you had subscriptions that did not renew correctly due to an error when processing your payment. I feel like they kind of worded this weird, right? Am I crazy? I feel like it should have been like, hey, we fucked up. Or at least, hey, the guy that we use Xolo really fucked up and we fucked up the payment processing. Anyway, please resubscribe, please. And there it is. That is where Twitch is currently leaving it off. So I'm at least making this video as a PSA, because this, again, affects mostly like legacy streamers. The big guys aren't really getting affected. The Kai Sanats, the Jinxies, the Quesos, they haven't even been partner streamers for more than like a couple years. I'm talking about like the lifer streamers. The guys who've been doing it for like 10 years. Those are the ones who are fucked. So if you sub to one of those guys, maybe you just give them $5 a month, watch them every couple of weeks, and it's something that you've had in the background just because you want to support them, we'll double check. Because you might have been unsubscribed, and Twitch is not doing anything about it outside of paying for 1 month. And I think that's not enough. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Subscribe, see you later, and I'll be uploading more frequently. Or not, who knows. Goodbye.
There are tons of futuristic cooking.
Please resubscribe to me if you think it's not.
And then there's this, the pickle pincher.
The pickle pincher.
Video, Ryan and I will be testing the craziest 1-star kitchen gadgets, ranging from this.
I didn't get to watch this. We watched it without me, so we will watch it actually. Closed it, but we reopened it. Is shit upsetting you? Yeah, Chewy. The little dragon hops. Yeah, how dare he? Chewy doesn't like it. Says you look like a cat.
Fish skin to this device that makes a square egg. And we're starting with this terribly rated pickle pincher. Nick, check out this 1-star review. Seriously, just use a fork. There has to be a part of you that feels disappointed in yourself when you're sitting there naked in the middle of the night with these pickle fingers eating pickles. Why would you be naked? Where did your life take that wrong turn? Let's try it. Should we get naked? I don't know if that's appropriate. Okay, go ahead. Oh, this is actually really uncomfortable. So this gadget is kind of nice because I don't like touching them. These pickles might be too big. He has more. The way he just went straight to the fridge. How many pickles do you have in there? A lot of pickles. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, there we go. It certainly pinches the pickle. What do we think? It's honestly working. You don't like pickles, so I'll try it. Please eat it. I think those are squeaky clean. Clean. That's nice, dude. I'm keeping this. Awesome. And you kept your clothes on. Huge win. 3.5 stars. It pinches. Next up, this at-home rotisserie chicken maker. According to Jeff, this thing smokes like a warehouse fire. Dude, that's a big fire. Like, warehouses are generally big. Why don't you do the honors? Oh, okay. Given rotisserie chicken is my favorite food, I am very excited to see how this thing works. It's your favorite? It is my favorite food. Is that...
Sure.
Oh, everyone's
I lost a
nodding.
bet to him, and I owe him 14 rotisserie chicken.
That's so many. I'm ready to pick up some chicken. I feel like a low-budget superhero in these. I take these home to Texas. This is cool. We're gonna put a full chicken in this thing? There's no way it's gonna fit. Oh, that's a chicken. All right, here we go. This is your favorite food. I'll let you do the honors. Don't get hurt.
Where's the instruction manual?
Do not open or play with the blades. Okay.
We're not gonna season it. We don't need to.
There you go, buddy.
Ooh, that was disgusting. There we go. Put this on.
All right. This would be kind of fun. This is just gonna cook in the back? Okay. Should I hit the warehouse fire button? All right. Good luck, buddy.
Wow.
It's spinning. That's fun. That's a cutie right there.
That's a thicken.
But that's normal, right? Okay. You know your rotisserie chicken.
Wait a
Ooh.
second. This doesn't seem safe at all.
The fact that you could open this.
You know, it's actually spinning pretty fast.
I know. I'm a little worried. It's actually getting really hot.
It's extremely hot.
Can't drop the chicken. Can't drop the chicken.
Yes.
It's really cooking. Nick doesn't know this, but I named the chicken Jif. This is a bag resealer.
How do you think Ryan gets his hair to look like this every morning?
We don't really know what Ocean Mama is saying in this review, but she's very upset.
Extremely mad.
We just need something to seal. Joyride. Ever heard of it?
Imagine you get your hands on some of Ryan's new candy, and then when you go to open the bag...
Oh no, I ripped off the resealable seal. Ocean Mama to the rescue.
Let's try.
No way this works.
How long do I wait?
I don't know. It smells like it's burning. Whoa, it's working!
It's working!
That's actually crazy.
This is cool.
I'm impressed.
It's even giving the ridges.
Dude, it has the ridges.
It looks like a brand new bag.
Put this on the shelves. That's actually really nice.
It looks professionally done.
Dude, we could start a sealing business with these. If anyone needs something sealed, call Nick and I. We got you.
Now, I can put a little small hair notch in either side.
No, don't do it, Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
No. That's actually so fun. There it is. Works perfect. Ocean Mama, you made a mistake.
That's a 4.7 star for me.
Next, we have a latte art pen. Rachel said, tough to open, smells like fish. Does that smell like?
There's cinnamon in there.
There's cinnamon in here. Are you kidding me? That is so cool.
Wow.
Like the dolphin screaming. Does it run out? Yes. Here we go. Whoa. Dude, that's fun.
Oh, I love the sound.
It's so satisfying. You know what that is?
The duck?
It's the chicken. Comment down below Ryan's art skills. 10 out of 10. 4.8 stars. That's cool.
We're moving on to a citrus sprayer.
That looks really cool if it works.
If it works. Dakota said that they never got a single drop of spray out of a very juicy lemon. Unacceptable. Ryan and I have 2 juicy lemons.
These look pretty juicy.
All right.
I think what we do is we cut part of the lemon off, right?
Okay.
I have cooked.
Yeah. Smells good.
Screw it in. You know, it screwed in pretty well.
Dude, if this works, I'm actually gonna be blown away.
Oh, it worked. It worked so well.
Oh, that's crazy.
I mean, this is a cool device.
Made eggs and pancakes. Hi, Shin.
No.
Oh, no.
You smell great.
Oh, okay. That's the first 5-star. Dakota, you need some juicier lemons. Okay, next, to clean up this lemony mess, we have the Clean Dreams kitchen sponge holder. The pillows are adorable. Unfortunately, Fred said there were maggots and fruit flies on the bottom of the sponge. Do not buy this product.
Fred's no fun.
Aw, that's cute.
It's just a bed frame.
It's literally just holding the sponge. Okay, I see. You ready to watch this get absolutely absorbed?
Go for it.
He's upset because I cooked, and which means I made a mess. But we need to talk about
Put it back.
his dishwashing.
Now we wait for the maggots.
I picked up a bowl and it still had like food chunks stuck to it.
Hot dog toaster.
Yes. It does everything at once. The bun, the wiener.
It went back to the sink.
Hot dog toaster a 1-star rating and wondered why did she fall for the hype. There's never been hype about this.
We're the first ones to figure this out.
Snacks for later.
Perfectly delicious hot dogs every time. That's a tall promise.
Fits thicker hot dogs than plump. Oh, that plump.
I read Van Plump too.
What does that mean?
Do they get plumpier?
Okay, here we go.
I mean, I applaud you for trying.
Fire this bad boy up.
You get an A+ for trying.
Be almost as cool as our rotisserie chicken maker back there.
I know.
At least someone is, you know?
Pretty brown.
Dude, it actually is. There's some serious sear going on right here.
Smells amazing, actually. And not a single hint of smoke.
You're right. Oh, that was... Okay.
All right, you handle the buns, I'll handle the wieners.
You got a deal. YouTube's awesome.
So it works pretty simply, right? You put the wieners, and it fits great.
Wait, did I do that right? I did it wrong.
Yeah, we're making 2 hot dogs, one for you, one for me.
Okay, sorry, I'm greedy over here. Let me get 2 buns. Okay, so bun opens, you insert. There we go. All right.
3, 2, 1.
What? The buns.
No, don't make them inky.
Yeah. How long?
Gosh.
This smells terrible.
Is it the chicken? There's some unusual smells in this kitchen right now. Oh, that's concerning. Oh, wow. Nick's actually looking for a fire extinguisher as we speak.
It's smoking a lot.
It is smoking a lot.
It's like a lot of smoke.
It's a lot of smoke. You know what they say? Where there's smoke, there's fire. So, what do you like to do for fun? My middle name is Michael. Oh, it's done!
How do we get this stuff out?
I don't know. I don't want to burn my fingers. Where are the pickle pitchers?
See, this is really hot.
Oh no, I got this.
You didn't Guild Wars
Hot dog
in VR chat? No. No, it's just a recording of me.
Fun?
Oh, whoa, how'd you do that? They both came up at the same time.
Oh, really?
Oh, we were supposed to lift.
I blame the device.
I don't think we should eat these, Ryan, because we don't have ketchup.
Got you. Ketchup gun. Let's fill it up.
As you can imagine, this is a 1-star device itself.
How in the world do you... Oh, there it is. Oh, this is cool. Help me, Nick. Okay. There it is. Nice. Voila. I mean, this is just genius design. Boom.
Fire away.
Here we go. Oh, whoa, that's cool. There it is.
Nice.
All right.
These hot dogs are cooked horribly. I don't know if it's safe to eat these. Let's just try.
Cheers. Oh.
My hot dog is extremely cold.
It's cold.
1 star.
The
chicken seems to be falling apart a little bit.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with rotisserie, Nick.
His leg is hitting the edge of everything right now.
That'll be a nice sear, though.
Just let it keep going.
Yeah.
Mini robot vacuum.
No way. Oh, that's so cool.
Steven gave it a 1-star rating, saying, "Do not buy. Huge regret and waste of money."
But it's so cute.
Look at its eyes.
Ooh.
It's working.
It's having a tough time with the big ones. Good job.
4.2 stars.
I actually might buy that one.
You can keep it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm emotional. New gadget alert. Ice cream ball. Sophia said, a sad Christmas.
I wonder what happened.
This looks fun. I feel like it would be a happy Christmas.
I mean, look at the people making ice cream on the back of their box. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Truly. I'm having a hard time. Oh, there we go.
So the first side, it's where we put the salt and the ice.
Was I supposed to do all of that?
Ryan doesn't cook much.
I don't. I know nothing about the kitchen. Nick really cares about this chicken. This is what the other side looks like. It's pretty much just a hole.
Into the hole with a whole thing of cream.
Wow. Sugar, little pieces of blue raspberry sour strips.
We're gonna spice it up with some mega stuffed Oreos.
Ooh. This
I lost it. I'm sorry, chat.
In a ball.
Where's the crumb vacuum when you need him?
Do we get to play now? Oh, it's kind of heavy. Oh my God. Ow. Whoa. Take the L, Nick. Okay, we've been playing with this ball for a while. It's leaking. Oh, it actually has ice cream in there.
Cheers.
Cheers. This is so cool. That's actually really good.
Damn.
Mmm.
The ice cream tastes very pure. However, there's a bunch of mush in the middle, and we played for a while.
And I have a brain freeze.
Because it works about 50%.
2.5 stars.
Corn stripper. This is actually the real name of this item. It's supposed to take your corn off the cob. Unfortunately, Deborah
Corn stripper.
saying it was a terrible product, and she bought 36 ears of corn to try it out.
No, Deborah.
First of all,
No, Deborah.
What else could it possibly be called? It strips corn right off the cob.
Oh.
Now that noise was okay. We remove this from the cylinder, and I place a piece of corn. Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh, that's actually concerning. It actually is like a warehouse fire. Oh! Oh gosh! That was sick. Here lies
That was
the
sick.
rotisserie chicken. That's the part that was burning for sure. Can we spam RIP Jeff in the comments? Look at that.
R.I.P.
That's sharp.
Corn stripper.
Take one.
Nice.
It works. All right, put the lid on. I'm actually really nervous.
Gentle downward pressure. Twist the blade to cut the kernels from the cob core. You want me to try, Ryan?
Yeah. Deborah might have had a point.
Let's just try a fresh cob.
Yeah, this looks more on par with the dimensions that the device has.
I feel better about this. Why are there multiple?
Oh.
Why are there so many tubes? Wait, this sits on the side.
Wait.
I think we're doing it wrong. This is to push out the cob at the end.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Deborah might have been using it wrong.
That is absolutely true. Look at all that. That's a lot of corn.
Ejecto the bottom.
Ejecto. Look at all that corn. Nice. Oh, that was anticlimactic? Okay.
Climactic.
Oh.
You know, I kind of like this thing, Ryan.
Yeah, it's pretty nice, actually. It does the trick. She definitely was doing it wrong. Like,
oh, Deborah was for sure doing it wrong.
yeah.
There's no way you go through 36 years of corn and you don't get it right one time.
Yep. Dude, that's so satisfying.
Oh, wow.
I shin.
4.5 stars. Pretty good corn. 10 out of 10 name.
We have a few more devices for our corn.
Butter cutter.
And the butter mill.
Vernon is furious. He says, totally useless product ever produced. That doesn't even make sense, but it's 1 star.
Well, both of these things are supposed to be able to take a cold stick of butter and do something with that.
No way.
Mine's supposed to turn it into ribbons, and yours is supposed to turn it into nice, perfect little cubes.
Okay. Let's see whose is better.
Start with the buttermilk.
That's satisfying. No way, dude. This product is 5 stars just for being so satisfying.
Wait. How do I? Wait.
Oh. Dude, this is like a toy. This is just entertaining. Oh.
All right, I'm putting my food up.
This little hole right here is where the butter
That was
is supposed
good,
to come
though.
out in a nice ribbon.
That would be crazy.
Nothing yet?
Nothing yet, but I think I see it.
Let me
It's
know.
on the way. There it is. Whoa!
Wow!
It looks like pasta.
This is crazy.
That's awesome. If you're putting that much butter on your corn, we need to talk. Look at that. It's like art.
For me, I would give this a 4.9 star. It's not a 5, only because it hurts my hand
No.
to crank it.
Anyone who's
He went to go lay down. You won't get him.
is gonna be in pain.
You won't
Let's see
get
if the
him.
butter cutter can live up to that. Okay.
They both
Speaking of Chewy, let's give him a treat.
Satisfying. Okay. Butter lid goes on, and here we go. Okay, wait, it doesn't work. Do I have to push it? Trying to do the math here.
This doesn't work.
That's a 1-star product.
But this.
That's amazing. Take a bite. Oh my god. Butter. Assuming that chicken had actually cooked, we have a chicken
Chewy.
shredder. Alan's 1-star review says, I deleted TikTok after buying this. Things did not go well for Alan.
As a backup, I had bought this rotisserie chicken. Apparently, all you do is you place
All right, he got treat.
it into here. I don't think this is gonna work.
I actually really think this is gonna work.
Do I just, here we
I
go.
think you just put it on and you just start turning.
It's like King Arthur's sword. Okay, there we go. Wow. That's actually so good. This is blowing my mind. I'm gonna go this way. Why not? Oh, whoa. What? Oh, no.
Woo-woo.
That's crazy. Not the cutting board.
That's at least 1 star off.
Wait, that's many stars off. That's sad. Do you think that'll come out?
No.
Oh my gosh. Alan said, I saw this on TikTok and was so excited to try it out. Unfortunately, all it did was scuff up my countertops. And it actually did. That's crazy.
Ryan, grab a bowl up here.
Okay. How do you?
Let's see if you can figure it out.
What?
Damn, that's cool.
You have electronic cabinets? This is a tech.
That's so cool.
I'm not good at cooking, Nick. I don't know how to measure things visually.
Oh.
Oh.
It didn't really shred it though.
Yeah, it's pulverized. This is a chicken pulverizer, and our cutting board's messed up. At least it's no longer in the breast form. 2 stars?
Next we have
1.5.
So this thing actually went viral on TikTok, so that right away should probably show you that there's a good chance it won't work at all.
Adriana rated this 1 star and said, spilled milk all over my shirt on the way to work.
The idea of the Crunch Cup is quite simple. Cereal on the go. No spoon, no bowl, no mess.
Ah.
It does technically sort of keep your milk and cereal always crunchy, and I like mine crunchy.
I love that it's just a full adult on the side. Like, this feels like
Hey, Fuzzy.
thing to do. But if you're working in finance and you're bringing this to work, you're getting fired. Oh.
That's cool.
Well, I want some.
Quick question. Do Fruit Loops taste different?
With a beetle? Yeah, probably.
No.
No? Blind taste test. Yeah, I guess they all do kind of taste
Wait
the
a
same.
second. I just found a brown one.
Whoa, that's fun. All right. Oh, did I put too much milk? Maybe a little.
Really? Really, Wasp? Like, did I bother you? Did I mess up your day?
There's only one way to find out. Bottoms up.
Was it really necessary?
It was a perfect ratio of milk and cereal. I just got a bunch in my mouth.
This was done probably in a lab of some sort.
Absolutely.
With a bunch of cereal scientists.
Definitely some Ivy League graduates. Can I keep that too?
Definitely. This right here is called the Skins It. This is supposed to skin fish.
Oh.
Mary said, the Skins It did not meet my expectations. It was too small for the job I had in mind.
Mary, how big are your fish?
Let's put it to the test. Here we have, you brought this fish, so what is it again, Ryan?
Well, this right here is Norwegian. Oh, yep. Look at that. That's fish.
Great, so as you can see here, Ryan and I want to cook some salmon, but we don't want the skin.
That's right.
What do we do?
Skins it. How do you do this?
Oh, it has a child safety. You can go in forward and reverse as well, so.
Whoa. You guys seeing this? Whoa.
Wow. No. No way.
Crazy.
I cannot believe that just worked.
Dude, it's perfect. Literally skins it. That's a little gross, though.
A little gross.
Okay, I feel better.
Happened.
Dude, so easy.
Oh, but this happened.
Be careful.
Ah,
yep.
This is just awesome. Look at that.
Look
at that. I can't believe this works. Here's our before, and here's our after. And here is our skin. Skins it.
Skins it.
I will say, if I'm giving it critiques, look at all the fish that gets stuck in here. It's a little nasty. This is a 5-star item without a question.
Absolutely. Do you like cooking these with skins?
Where are all those people going?
I like the skin.
What's happening?
We don't really need this anyway.
So many flappers going that way.
Great for milk. That's what it says. G-Max said, don't use for milk. Please don't use this for milk. I almost got sick after the milk turned spoiled inside the tube on the dispenser. So we got Hawaiian Punch. This is interesting. I don't like how medical this looks.
Does it take batteries?
I don't know. Is it powered by juice? Oh, it is battery powered. Oh my gosh, fancy. That's menacing. All I did was put in a battery.
The safety was off, right?
The safety. You always gotta have the safety on when you're dealing with Hawaiian Punch. It's like a soda fountain. Wine night. Oh!
Oh, wow!
That That is really cool. Hey, cheers, brother. Mmm.
Oh, the flappers came back. Let's go. Let's go.
That was sick. 4.9 stars.
I am very excited for this one. Grilled cheese toaster.
Let's see if this one works better than the hot dog toaster. You can read this on your own time.
Glenn is not happy. You know, by the way, there was a regular version and a deluxe version.
You got the deluxe version?
I got the deluxe version. Manual.
We don't need a manual. Throw it out.
Deluxe version. Let's go.
Check.
Where's the cheese? Did you bring the cheese?
I don't live here.
How many pieces do you want?
I'll take 2. I'm a 2-slice guy. Yes. How many slices do you want?
I would like 3, please.
Right. Of course.
I'm just here to deploy my thing.
Do you actually eat grilled cheese regularly?
I love grilled cheese.
So good. A little bit of tomato soup. Don't get me started on the tomato soup. I'm scared of veggies, but I'll throw down a bowl of soup. Dude, I used to just eat these slices as a kid.
They're the best. I mean, they're terrible, but they're so bad that they're good.
All right.
One more slice of cheese, please.
One more? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Jeez Louise. This guy likes his cheese.
And before you put on the bun, some bacon.
Oh, look. What is this? Making bacon, cook bacon better, above
Bacon.
fat not in it.
Oh.
Doesn't make any sense. I guess the fat drips off of it.
Hi, Lexi.
I'm Abby.
How you doing?
I invented the best way in the world to cook bacon. Oh. This gadget looks innocent until you read the 1-star review. Kristen said, I think there's metal in there. Blew up my microwave the first time I used it. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend.
Oh.
I'm gonna try it anyway.
Blew up the microwave.
This bacon is so large, I think you have to put it across both. Is that the way? Yeah. Dude, this is really cool. Good job, Abby.
Bring it to the microwave.
Where is that?
Oh, I found all the flappers again.
Oh. We have many microwaves.
We could use this one.
You think so?
We could try. There's no instructions.
Place it in the microwave and cook to your liking. That's vague.
Does it seem safe to microwave plastic like this?
I trust Abby.
Go Abby. Go Abby.
It's
Go
your birthday.
Abby. Go Abby.
Dude,
Go
it's
Abby.
actually pretty interesting because it might be fairly crispy, even though it's microwave.
Oh,
It could be crispy, or it could be horrible.
a little hot here. Whew.
Bacon for my grilled cheese.
Nick's gonna get his.
This world is on fire. This world is on fire.
It really is.
Hi, Travis. How you doing today?
I mean, I feel like it's cooking.
Yeah, I think it's definitely cooked through now.
Okay.
It's just not crispy. Should we let it get crispy?
Yeah, sure. We can do the last 2 minutes.
You play sports?
Yeah. You want to play or? Oh, there. Wow.
Plastic doesn't feel melted.
Ooh, that looks good. I think.
Who wants their bacon shaped like that?
You're okay? That's good. Glad to hear.
Maybe my bacon looks like that.
It's the most unevenly cooked bacon I've ever seen in my life. Now I'll bring it over and put it in the grilled cheese.
Nice.
And the GC.
The GC. I always wanted to do this. Wasn't that cool? Since I'm making you the tastiest grilled cheese of all time, this means you have to make me a 5-course meal.
Deal.
Oh yeah, look at that.
5-course meal. Woo.
Yeah. Why not?
That looks really good, actually.
Yeah, it does.
Space bar.
Open this up. Looks like.
Okay.
Oh, on your typing.
Wow.
I thought you meant my game.
Other one.
Here we go. Boop. That's a thick grilled cheese right there. Oh.
It fits though, right?
Yeah. Definitely not gonna get.
Hey, we found it.
Fire away.
You wanna go in the melt zone?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
That's where I like to hang out. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah. Okay, we're in the melt zone.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. It smells horrible.
Dang, that does smell pretty bad.
That kind of just zaps your brain.
Yeah, just lost some brain cells there. Oh. Okay.
Here comes the smoke.
Melt zone has been entered.
You can't say we weren't warned.
Dude, we willingly went to the melt zone.
The cheese is melting on the side.
Oh.
You know, this could be really good.
This could be really yummy. It does smell like chemicals. Oh! Nick, it's done.
Oh!
This one's stuck.
Whoa, look! Ooh, nice toast.
Yeah, the toast looks good. When your grilled cheese stands up straight, that's when you know.
That's when you know.
Oh man, you can still see the stacks of cheese.
Oh man.
Full cycle.
You got the deluxe.
And I give the deluxe a 0.5 stars.
Wasn't very deluxe.
Tastes good. Look who's back. I love this. I'm taking this with me.
Fine with me.
I'm gonna make a channel just about this thing. Good job, guy.
Good job, guy.
We have a grape cutter. Angie said it doesn't work. All it does is smash them. Let's test it.
We got hard, firm grapes.
Hard. Firm.
It's not gonna smash these. There's no way.
It can't smash that. I will say this one is a little bit intense. Look at this. That's a weapon. All right, grape. It was nice knowing you. I had to push a little bit. It didn't cut all the way through. I don't know how you would possibly even address that. You can't make it go any farther.
No, you can't. Oh! I have an idea. What if they're like this?
Oh, okay, yep.
And then 3, 2, 1. Wait, this is terrible.
It is. Angie had a point. 1 star.
The next 2
She had a point.
overnight.
Oh, preparation.
Number 1 is called the guac.
Oh, I love it.
Heidi said, despite having a college degree, I couldn't figure out how to work this thing. And look at the photo she attached.
That's like devastating.
I think the way this is supposed to work is that it keeps your guac safe and it keeps your guac green.
The 2 things that matter most with guac.
I made some guac yesterday before Ryan got here.
Dude, it's green.
24-hour-old guac.
Looks safe to me.
Why are there so many 1-star ratings then?
Because something happened.
Smells good.
It does smell good.
So the way the guac lock works is you can have as much guacamole as you want as long as it's not bigger than this container. You push this all the way up and it makes a perfect seal just like this.
Guac lock.
I think probably
Guac lock.
she opened up the guac lock and I think she must have pushed the guac too far up to the point that it was just out.
That's absolutely what happened.
What you gonna do? 2 out of 5. Why not just use a regular container, right?
Yeah, I know. But then it won't be guac lock. Next we have an egg cuber. Jason left a 1-star review and said, junk. Just to be a little bit more specific, he added, this is junk.
To put it to the test, I boiled an egg. That smells horrible.
Smells really bad.
It just smells like someone farted.
Definitely was not me. Definitely the egg.
Long story short, you open a hard-boiled egg, and once you've peeled off all the skin of the egg, when it's nice and fresh and just recently hard-boiled, you place it into this machine, and you place in this little square mold top, and you squeeze it down so it presses it into a square.
Oh.
Now, this one's been...
Why?
Dude, that is...
Why? Why?
Why would anyone want a cube egg?
Yeah.
Have games like, would this be like what an egg looks like in Minecraft? Or like...
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Brian, I'm gonna let you do the honors with one of my fancy knives and cut into it.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am serious.
This is...
All right. That was interesting. Let's get back to the game. Oh man. Why? Why cube egg?
In all the pale tree's dreams, I saw nothing like these.
The sky scales. They can get us to Kralkatorik's wing.
Oh. Oh, what?
You're going to ride one up to
Oh, what?
his blood.
Oh. Oh. It's Shin Shin. Shin 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 Shin.
Related to dragons, and dragons eat magic, don't they?
I get to learn how to fly. Oh snap. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man. I get to be a flapper.
That's it. Gently. Up we go.
Oh. I fly. Look at me go. Look at me go. I don't know what to do now. It says teach to trust you. Oh, I have to eat stuff. Okay.
There you go.
All right. What's V do? Ooh. What's C do? Whee!
Now you're happy, aren't you?
Return. Okay.
Timey, Gorik, I found a way up to that wing.
Checking in. Hi, Haptics. How are you?
Interference shouldn't matter.
Perfect. Get up there as fast as you can. We've got spears, we need blood. Krakatorik's healing fast.
I'll head back to the Crystal Blue. Fly high, Commander. You were born for this.
What are we doing? Oh, I'm getting back on this. Fly. Okay. Eh. Ugh. I couldn't reach any of them. Goodbye. Ow, ow. Hope you are too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hi, 420, how you? Good to see you. Whoa, it hurts, it hurts. Okay, that wasn't the way.
I could outrun a centaur.
Does it bother you? All right. No need to worry. Just the fate of the
I have to go all the way back to that one camp just to grab one.
nature guide me. Here we go. The only reason we're even involved is because they came for us. Everything was fine before the
Oh no, I see them on the map. I see them.
They're after the supplies. Don't let them get too close.
Oh, but it's up. What? Come on, I just want to get up here. I don't want to fight you guys.
I could outrun a centaur.
Okay.
This is getting serious.
Together we have no equal.
Time to do some real damage.
Map is so confusing. Alright, I'm out of here. Okay, so what was the deal here? It wants me to go this way, but I can't fly in here? Do I go around? I go around. Okay. Can't go inside the storm. I know, but like if I was following the thing directly, why it flew that direction? But I have to go around. Where do I have to, or what do I have to do so I can have a permanent one now? Like, do I have to buy one from somebody? Finish the episode? Okay. Because I was doing the quest over in that one place with the beetles, but then I didn't get the beetles. So I guess I have to go back there and do something for the beetles.
With respect to the wing, Commander, how exactly are you surmounting the verticality and spectrum jamming issues?
Ugh, these cannon fumes must be going to my head. I swear I just saw Irene leading a glory of dragon.
Do I need to go like this way?
That's how I'm... First, intriguing. Second, a glory of dragons? Are you sure that's the proper collective noun?
Ah, just get that blood.
I'll just keep going this way. Imagine having a dragon as a pet, right? Oh, I need to be up. Cute. I like how you can just chill on a wall. No, let go. Go down. I want to go down. There we go. Nah. How much higher do I gotta go? Above the wing? I didn't even see the wing. I keep talking about this wing. Is this a wing? Looks like a tooth. Hi, Ken. How is one supposed to fly above that? Trees? Trees weren't enough. Twitch changed your icon? What? How did it change? Oh, I see. With the bits. I'm good. How are you doing today? Go towards the... I'm going towards it. I'm going. I'm dropping fast. I can't. I can't even make this. Oh, man. Sushi and noodles? We're having sushi and noodles today? Lucky. Lucky Ken. Man, what a girl has to do to get up on top of a dragon.
Timey, I'm here. Hello? Anyone? All right. Find the source of this interference. Find the blood. Charge the spear. I can do this.
Very bad dragon. Fly to the wing and harvest the blood. I'm going underneath now?
Mine. All mine.
Oh. I didn't have the dragon. Oh my god. Wait there. Why couldn't there be like a teleport here? Out of range? Oh no. But really, why? Why there's no teleport around here? All the way over here? Here we go.
Hey! Be careful with those crates! They hold sensitive scientific instruments!
You packed what?
No proper scientist travels to a new landmass unprepared.
I could out. You'll be feeling that one for day replenishing.
God dang it. I was like, please tell me that Tree won't start fighting me, but no, of course they do. Just wanna go get my dragon. God damn, dude. Oh my god. Hi, Lunchbox, how you doing? You having fun? Yeah, at the moment, totally. Like, a blast right now.
I could outrun a centaur.
Cheers. Just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. The stalker wants me
Fine,
so
I guess
bad.
you are my little pog champ.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
I could outrun a centaur. Feel the fury.
Alright. Tracking back. Cool. Let me smoke real quick. Sure sounds like a good idea. This dragon can wait. Okay. Ugh. Right.
I could outrun a centaur.
Yeah, I do. Oh, it's a blast. I did, but it didn't do nothing.
Yes, I tried that too. But if it's organic, our systems won't be able to.
Goric? Goric! Can you...
Farther act.
I found your...
Don't act, don't act.
Timmy was getting worried.
I knew the commander would be okay.
And the interference is gone. Was it organic? I bet it was organic.
Is a crystal scab organic? Don't answer that. Now, how to reach this blood? It's falling into thin air.
What about your sky scale? Timmy's thesis says dragons and related species can hover, like dragonflies.
You read my thesis?
Well,
Aww.
it's the most authoritative work on the nature and physiology of dragons. Try hovering, Commander.
Yeah, it was so cute. Oh, I see.
That's plenty. You can send up the choppers for more blood, Timmy. I've destroyed the source of the interference. Now, how exactly do we fuse the blood and the spears? We don't have the forge.
Goric, any progress on an alternative?
We'll plate them. Specific resonance at close range should flex the crystalline structure sufficiently to permit fusion. In short, we can use the Zephyrite. I've sent Zephyra and 2 Zephyrite ahead with a spear, marking their position. You'll have to run some tests, of course.
Right. Need to make sure it works before sending others into the fray.
Good hunting, Commander. I see you have the blood. Here is the spear.
Coat it with Krokator's blood. Brief resonance should fuse the two together.
How does the dragon handle Meep? I don't know.
Hope Gorik's right.
Ready to sing, sister?
How does dragons handle Meeps? What in Halo music did I just hear?
A true dragon's blood spear.
Did you hear it? Was it just me? I heard Halo's.
Now, Commander.
Oh, I heard it. Did you like? Oh yeah, I like it. It reminds me of Flying in WoW. They made me get off my dragon. They don't give me another one. This is some. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not upset. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Bouncing mushroom. Oh, hey, will-o'-wisps. Good to see you again. Missed you a lot. Oh, I have a full charge. Maybe I don't. Oh, it's so okay, it's there. I don't have that big of a jump. Help you, get over there. Love it. You know what? I don't need a dragon. It's fine. Fine. Who needs one? Teleport to this though. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of killing, plenty of pain. Zippity moo ma. Zippity-day. What's up there, Shin? What's up? Got this weapon that one taps things. Look at that. Bam.
I could outrun a centaur.
Anima branded. Oh, there's. Hi, Meep. Hello, Connor. Welcome in. Thank you for the alert, Raptor. I appreciate it. Nice to meet you as well.
Working beautifully. Time for the real test.
Kralkatorek. Try nearest claw, champion. There's cover from the brandstorm.
All right. Off we go. Oh. $26. Oh no, Ken. We're almost back down to a day. 24 hours. Incoming. What is this? Cool. You know what? I'm gonna teleport over here.
Good. Hold there until we see how well this spear works on Kralkatorek.
Very strange.
Unnatural.
The choppers brought in plenty of blood from the wing. Enough to arm our best fighters.
And the Zephyrites have been singing as fast as they can.
It'll be a while before we have enough, but we're already distributing the ones we've finished.
Elder Dragon, I believe this belongs to you. For Ilona, for Tyria, for...
Yeah.
I hope it hurts as much as... I hope it hurts!
What?
Oh, it hurt.
I hope it hurt as... I hope it hurt. Oh, the cave is collapsing and we're vibing in here. Cool. Do 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 do.
Really works. But somehow, Kralkatork is still healing.
What?
I know. We're redirecting ley lines, but it's not working. It's like there's an artery of ley energy right underneath him.
My seismic data supports Timy's hypothesis. He's tangled in some kind of cave network.
We have to get in there and block that ley line.
I'll go.
Good. Kaith, you come too.
Commander, do you need your pack marshal?
Glint's army needs you.
Bill Runes, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you, Lunchbox, for doing the command. Appreciate it. But yeah, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Let me also get you... Hey, shut up. But yeah, welcome on in. I am Meep. Normally, I'm a VR chat streamer, but I have been playing a lot of desktop as of late. Right now, I'm playing some Guild Wars. I've been binging it for the last 13 hours. Hanging out with my friend Shin here. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hey, hey, hey. Hope you had a great stream. Make sure to do after stream care as well and get something to drink, eat, or even sleep if you need to. Hi, I'm Shin. I'm new here. Yeah. Cave under the island. Bloop, 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 bloop. So purple. So beautiful. Whee! Ah, well, thank you for coming in, and so good of you to come to the talent show too. That was a lot of fun. Glad that you could be there. Thank you again for stopping in. I appreciate it. I shot you a follow, so hopefully I can catch your stream sometime here in the future. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna die, Shin. Shin, I'm gonna die. I'm dying, Shin. It's okay, I think I needed to be down here anyway. It says to go into the caves. So it has to be something around here. Down here? No? Hope you've been having a good day. Yeah, it's been pretty chill. It's been a relaxing day. Hey, don't shoot fire at me. Yeah, bully. Yeah, it's been very chill. I've just been hanging out with friends, playing Guild Wars. We're standing on them right now. Yeah, it's so pretty up there.
Maureen, we're going under Kralkatork to block a ley line.
I'll be there. Almora's army is about to attack. They'll keep him occupied while we go below and finish this.
Okay. Okay. I guess this is gonna be a dungeon. Oh boy. You ready for it? Shin, 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 shin. Might. Water hydrate, thank you. Thank you, Travis. Spear gang, spear gang.
All 4 armies are swarming Kralkatork on Almora's command.
I like how my spear like blends in with my sword.
It's up to us to make it count.
Commander, The ley line that's feeding Kralk is due south from you.
So, through that wall of solid rock.
This way.
That works.
Yeah, go get some showers and foods and drinkies by all means. Thank you again for the read. I appreciate it. My brain honestly had a brain fart. I was like, words. I can think.
They're pummeling him from above. He's in distress.
Spord. It's a spear sword. Spord.
Still got some
It is. It's hard and stuff. It's hard out there.
This is the most dangerous.
I could outrun a centaur.
Can't be much farther.
The ley line.
And another.
Smooth brain all the time. Let's go.
We have our work cut out for us.
Oh yeah, that's a nice smile.
He's unconscious.
If he wakes up while we're here... Won't let that happen. Aurene, the ley lines are all yours. Work quickly. I could outfeel the fury. This is getting serious. Hurts,
Oh.
doesn't it?
Aw. They come save me. That's so sweet.
There. The first one's sealed.
Line him up and knock him down.
On to the next. Feel the fury. They'll have to hit much harder.
Meat brain parts for sale. I love it.
Feel the fury. I could outrun a centaur. One ley
I
line.
must protect the meat.
The Branded are retreating to your location.
Keep all forces up there focused on the dragon.
You've got it.
I could outrun a centaur. They'll have to hit much harder.
That did it.
Timey, he's vulnerable. Tell Almora to move all armies in for the kill.
Go, go, go!
Is it done? Is it over?
At long last.
Okay, where's
His
the...
eyes are gonna open just like right now.
No. No. No, 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 no!
Timey, what's happening?
Commander, his body, it's dead. But there's a source of power still inside him. Doing more damage out here doesn't affect it.
We can't kill him. Not from outside.
You're saying we need to go in?
No.
What? Through his mouth?
We're gonna go inside him. She goes invisible.
If she dies in there, Joko's magic can resurrect her. The rest of you, not so much.
But that goes for you too.
We've known all along that the Scion and Champion must face Kralkatorrik together.
Defend these ley lines. If he starts healing again, it's over.
The branded will not get past us.
Ritlock. Listen, Dragon's Watch...
Shut up. You're coming back.
Maureen. I love you.
I love you too.
Aww.
Champion, it's time.
Hope for the best. What's with the little dog? Dog, shin dog.
It's so...
I'm a ball, yeah. With the following dog that levitates.
If we succeed, what happens to you?
I'm not sure. Exactly. I can feel all the magics in me. They're not in harmony.
So vast inside of him. God dang. I feel like this is a trap now, and we should leave.
Maureen, what's happening?
I can't.
It's fine.
Pain. A million agonies. So much suffering.
What happens when you get old, you know?
Is this some kind of trick?
No. I think he wants us here.
Become a ball when you get old? Yep. I was old once today.
Sure about that?
He's fractured, warring with the other magics. I've got you.
Just don't get old. Oh, yeah. Dude. Big brain. I'm gonna do that. That sounds like a plan. Ow, ow. We don't have to bang and bonk. can't... Oh, there it is. Oof. That hurt. Oh, buddy.
Feel the fury.
Anyways, I'm off back to the doctor to feel better. I hope you feel better soon. Love you, cutie.
Does not stop you. The magics do not torment you.
Okay. Ow. Ow.
Back on my feet. Thanks to you. Time to do some real damage.
Okay.
I'm in bad shape here.
Claim what is yours.
Stone is patient, but I hunger for battle.
There's a button, the dodge. Yeah, it's whenever I do this. Right here. My dodge.
Attack my target!
Follow me, champion. I'll protect you.
Torment is blinding. It blinds. It's a trap!
It's a trap.
Steals my sense. It promises destroy everything, and the pain will cease.
I could outrun a centaur.
I understand, grandfather. We'll end it for you.
Feel the fury.
That was painful.
Remove this impure magic from me.
Replenishing. I could outrun a centaur. What's going on?
It's ready, champion.
Oh.
Press on, my champion. The end is near. Follow me, champion. I'll protect you.
Your first words. I heard them.
I'm not you.
But you are of me. And soon I will be of you. Your mother assumed that my vision.
Time to do some real damage.
She
Ugh.
Nothing terrifies an elder dragon.
Nothing terrifies. Nothing. Not a single thing.
This you have already.
They'll have to hit much harder.
I no longer fear death.
I could outrun a centaur.
One more blast.
They are her strength. She trains her own kind. She is the first of her kind. You have laid me bare. The pain is ebbing.
I'm sorry. It has to be this way, grandfather.
Child of my child, I only hope that you never have to kill what you love. Now, mortal, return my blood to my heart.
Aureen.
Do it.
I could outrun a centaur.
Won't let me, like, what I gotta do. Return his blood? How do I do it? Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Oh, with that's a spear.
My grandfather's prophecy is fulfilled. My mother's legacy is complete. I can't explain what's about to happen.
but I want to share it with you.
Hello, welcome on in.
All of you.
Oh, she's so grown up and stuff. Ooh-wee. Time to homage. I am so jealous you got sushi and noodles today. I want sushi. Whoa, 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 Shin. Whoa, whoa. On the first date, my god. My god. Oh, goodness.
Commander, we'll reach Lion's Arch by sundown.
Thanks.
So, we saved the world.
Again. Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Look like now that Kralkatorik's gone.
Less purple, I guess.
You.
What did I...
You flew down a dragon's throat and punched his heart until it died.
Bram.
Next time you do that, you bring me!
Next time. I promise.
Since we're drinking, how about a toast, Commander?
After everything that's...
Hey, yo, weep. Hey, yo.
I don't know what to say.
Oh, I do. To Aurene.
To Aurene, the hero of Elona.
She's all grown up.
And up and up and up.
Not easy, is it? Watching your little one go.
We'll see her again, Keith. I'm sure of it.
Just one more confirmation of how great I am.
Attack my target!
Ritlock, I just got an invitation.
You got pulled into another meeting. Oh no, Dunny. But now you're Gucci. How's Guild Wars? It's going good. We just finished one of the DLCs. Now we're moving on to the Ice Broad Saga. This kind of reminds me of like a Death Star right here. Are we gonna go to a Death Star? Another DLC you don't have? Huh? You don't have this one I'm about to do? I will miss you, Shin. It was a good time. It was a lot of fun. Is the once human beta over, or are you just taking a break from the diction? No, I'll probably play it today. I only got like a week left with it, so I want to play it still. I don't even know if I have a week. I think it's even less than a week now. But I do still want to play it. We gotta finish that one boss still. And then I'll feel better. Can't leave it the way we have left it. Where are we going? Oh, that's the Citadel. I didn't even know that was the Citadel art. It looks like a... It looks like a Death Star.
You sure, Gork? It's bound to get rowdy.
No, we're losing everything that we've done in the beta, which is fine. I'm okay with starting over again. I have good ideas now for my next build.
Bangar invited the whole pack, didn't he?
Kaz and Jory are on the way. Otherwise...
Tiny's working on her treatise, The Elder Dragons Reconsidered. She insisted I should go live a little. To be clear, I'm attending only for the chance to study the local fauna. I will not be participating in any revelry.
Hey, my invite promised a party so legendary, we'd be remembered in song without even having to die.
Yeah, let's go, Dunny.
Say no to that.
Kaz!
We'll have an actual full-on village. We had like a mini village, but once everybody can play, we'll have a full-on like city.
Flame Legion. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Who doesn't like a goodwill mission?
And let's get going. We won't want to miss whatever kickoff spectacle the old man's got planned.
It's really cool too, because like you can like work with one another. Like one person goes for cooking, one person goes for like ammo or weapon build, and one person goes in for like something else, and you guys can just like build off of one another from that. Couch is here? Yeah, couch is here. I'll probably play it today. Maybe try to get people together again for the boss fight.
You and your guests are to wait here for your escort. Orders from Tribune Stoneglow.
Who's our escort?
Tribune Stoneglow.
Oh.
Brimstone.
Surprised?
No, I'm the one who told him to invite you. But what are you thinking, bringing that creature here with you?
You mean Bram?
The Elder Dragon. One of our scouts spotted it doing something to the old brand scars just south of here. What are its orders?
Aureen doesn't take orders from us. As for the brand scars, we believe she's purifying them, for lack of a better word.
The process is entirely benevolent.
Bottom line, there's nothing to worry about. You got my word on that, Kree.
We'll table it for now. Come on, you're late for the opening ceremony, and Bangar won't start without you.
I could use a drink. Catch up later.
You're gonna miss the start of the party.
Yes, I am.
They got some catching up to do.
Guts. Very charred. Or so I've heard.
I think I'm going to go track down my research crew, make sure they're properly oriented.
I take it things are a little tense around here.
If by tense you...
I'd have to take a month off to catch up on yours too. Where did you leave off, Dunny?
Your people, 4 legions?
I hadn't played in years since launch, so I'm so behind. And I still have so much more to do. From the beginning, yeah. That's basically what I had to do once I started up again.
Introductions back there.
Bram Arison of Kragstead and the Pact Commander. I've got dossiers on all of you.
And this is Tribune Krisha Stoneglow, Bangar's head of security. We're,
Old friends.
Very.
Yeah, that's what I did since I didn't play since launch. And I basically lost my old file anyways. I was like, we're starting fresh and we're just going to start from the bottom to the top. It costed so much though. Oh my god, I dropped so much to unlock everything right off the bat. And then I stopped playing for like a solid month or two.
Whatever that's worth to you.
Wasn't talking about Bangar.
Oh. Well, you'll see for yourself. These are the strongest and bravest of all the legions. The very best of us.
Flame too, huh? Bangar's letter took all the credit for that. But I recognize your handiwork when I see it.
Follow me. You have reserved seats. He won't want you to miss anything.
Just one more confirmation of how great I am.
And with Tribune Brimstone in tow. Here we go.
Now that we're all here, brothers and sisters of the legions, let Tyria hear you. Yes, an enemy of the Jar is dead. Let the world feel our vicious joy. Welcome to the Blood Legion homelands. Welcome to this historic celebration. I've brought you all together. Blood. Iron. Ash. Even flame. Now that they've finally come to their senses. Because we are Char first, and there is no greater force than our combined ranks. I've led generations into bloody battle, but I've never seen such fearsome promise as I do now. Today, if I weren't Bangar Ruinbringer, I would tremble. It's time to celebrate our ferocity. Our fury, and the future will carve out. Together. Today, we are thirsty! Get on with it! Was that one of mine? Interrupt me again, and I'll have you killed. And what's a celebration without a little bloodshed? Behold, the last branded, bastard offspring of Kral Katorik. Here to slay the beast in gladiatorial combat. Our newest centurion. One of Blood Legion's best and brightest. Ryland Steelcatcher.
It's... Whoa, he got big.
Cubs do that, especially when you're not watching.
You know him?
Yeah, I know him. He's...
Who's ready for some violence?
What is that, a devourer? 3-on-1? Not much of a challenge.
It's not about challenge. It's about catharsis. He's good, isn't he?
He's not bad.
Outstanding, Steelcatcher. Way to earn that promotion. The stain of Kral Katorik is wiped from Tyria forever. Never again will... Okay, what the hell is that? Ryland, you ain't done yet, kiddo.
Ooh, now that's a challenge for a couple Char.
Maybe even a bit too much.
You're right, but we can't upend the ceremony. We need the harpoons. We'll tie the creature down and let Ryland finish the job.
On it.
Assist only, Ritlock.
Come on, get on those harpoons.
All right, quit playing around. Fight like Char. Tear him
Oh.
apart.
You'll be feeling that one for days.
Lock it down.
To arms, Iron Legion! These devourers are no match for us!
Strike quickly, Ash Legion! Use every trick we've got!
Flame Legion, rear guard! Protect the other legions and clear the stand!
I wasn't allowed to keep my cool staff.
I could outrun a centaur.
You're just gonna stand there, buddy?
I feel good. I could outrun a centaur. Another personal victory.
Grand finale. Steelcatcher, you ready? Ready! On my mark. 3, 2.
Oh no, Aureen.
How's that for spectacle, friends? Little surprise from the Pact Commander and yours truly to kick off the celebrations. Let's hear it for those fireworks. Big thanks to everyone who made it possible. Now then, there's mountains of food to eat and gallons of ale to drink. Let's get to it.
Wasn't expecting that. Don't think he was either. We'd better check in with Krisha.
You know, Champion, when I invited you here, I figured you'd come armed, as befits a military leader. Didn't think you'd point your heaviest artillery at us, though. Not very politic, is it?
Aureen's not a weapon. She's taken a personal interest in repairing Kralkatorric's damage.
Your apology could use some work.
Commander doesn't have anything to apologize for. Aureen does what she wants.
Ritlock. Still talking out of turn, huh?
Sir.
Sure was a sight, I'll give you that. I can appreciate why you'd keep it around.
Her.
Her? Ritlock, we'll talk later. Just the two of us. Try not to embarrass me out there.
Dragons. We've all lost people. Some of us, entire warbands. He's on edge. We're all on edge. 1,000 well-armed warriors with short tempers on edge.
She was trying to help.
Whether or not your dragon follows orders, you're still her representative here, Commander.
Char have never not had enemies. With Kralkatorric gone.
The best thing you can do is be seen. Show the legions you're not a threat.
I will.
I'll make the rounds too. See what I can do.
Oh, hey, Commander. Ritlock. Hell of a fight, right? You gotta meet this guy.
Yeah. Good job, kid. You might want to watch how you drop your left, though.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
Rylan promised to show me around this shindig. We're going drinking. Wanna come?
Maybe later, Bram. First I need to smooth some ruffled fur.
You're such a diplomat.
You're here as a member of Dragon's Watch, too. Don't forget it.
Another personal victory.
Yeah, XP at max. Oh, it just hit then. Because I did check it like right before that. Ooh, we have new ones to go for, huh?
After all, warband above self, legion above warband, char above legion, char above all.
All right.
Metal Legion has taken the bloodstand stage. As the cops say, they'll fry your fur and bash your bones.
If only that dragon had come down and brand the flame camp.
You're on NA? Yeah, I'm on NA.
Fire, go!
Bargains, discounts.
Never had ale like
How was
mine.
your journey? Hey, lead on this one.
I have the keepsakes you want.
Holy.
Icy conditions.
Ah, that explains why you charge so much.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. Huh. Rawr. I don't know what this does, but we're doing it. Rawr. Wow.
Fiery deaths last time, all Iron Legion Doom Rollers now come standard with ejection seats. These dune rollers have limited stealth capabilities. Go on, press the button. You know you want to. A brutal demolition. Look at him go! It's a knockdown, drag out fight to the finish. And the Iron Legion takes it all. Can't say I'm surprised.
Woo!
These are our dune rollers
I want one of those as mounts. I know that was fun.
What a show! Magnificent, chaotic, worth the price of admission and then some.
I've never said he had a son. He wouldn't. It's not how we do things here.
Grim, your comments.
Let him. You know why they call me Harrison? Because I'm Air's son.
Oh my god.
I'm from the Steel Warband. Back in the Farrar, our primates used to beat us with a rod to toughen us up. Until
Damn.
one day, he didn't. I'll drink to that. Bottoms up.
By the way, technically you can get your dragon ready. What? You didn't tell me. Where? Where do I get it? Where do I go? It's on the last map of the DLC. Oh, the one I just did? Of season 4? Oh my gosh, wait. You're such a dork. Dragonfall? Okay, I go back there. I go grab it. If I can afford it. Apparently it's expensive. I grab this waypoint first. It's a achievement. Okay, well, we'll go see how much it costs. Smiley face. It takes some days to finish it. Oh boy. Okay. That's cool. Hi. How are you?
Strong allies make for quicker victories.
We do make a good team, don't we?
Hi, Rock. How are you? It's good to see you. I'm doing well. How are you?
What's in these boxes? Rocks?
Munitions, armor, scientific instruments.
I'm alive. I'm able to actually give someone... Wait. I'm alive. Able actually gave out... So no more VR? Your cable gave out. Okay. I had a hard time reading that. I'm sorry about your cable, though. I know how that struggle is. I've lost 2 cables in like the last 6 months. I totally feel that pain.
Everyone's on edge. Some of those crystal demons are too fast for our mounts. We started using the soul binders to slow them down.
It was made by the human death god.
Great idea.
Which one? There's more than one?
I think. We're talking about humans a while ago. The one with the elegant chestnut. I think they fought a war at some point.
Death gods fighting each other. Why am I not surprised?
That's it. Gently, up we go.
Not a moment too soon, Commander. This Skyscale situation is intensifying. They're experiencing a pronounced dissectasis. Welcome back, Commander. I've made considerable progress on my end. How did you fare?
Don't look well. Okay. I'm gonna find a video while I do this grind real quick. I have to go get a bunch of stuff. Looks like there's a little grind fest, but I'm down to do it. I got the wiki page up. I'll just follow their steps.
Certain musical notes have been known to strike a chord with certain paranormal entities, and this guy is about to find out why he might have to pursue another career. Watch this. Now that is one hell of a reason to freak right out. Imagine living in a haunted house where objects move and strange sounds emanate out of thin air, but then you capture something like this on camera. A shadowy figure that manifests behind you when you least expect. But when you turn the camera, it's gone. It's safe to assume he might be dealing with more than just a fond admirer, more like a supernatural stalker.
This is another cautionary tale about using a Ouija board to throw onto the pile. This guy didn't listen to any of them himself. In a streak of wisdom, he decided to play around with one in his own home, and chaos began to ensue.
Feel the fury.
Estoy solo. What the fuck? No, 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 no. Why is this not working?
All those tears and desperation in his voice seems pretty genuine. The more you dig through his videos, the more he seems to be losing his mind.
I'm losing my mind.
What the fuck? No, no, no.
Although the strange thing is, we can't see the guitar strings vibrating at all, nor can we see any piano keys being pressed when they play. Could he be editing the audio of his videos? I guess we need to dig a little deeper.
No, 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 no.
Video requests? No, just videos at the moment for me to have on the side.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hi Mika, how are you doing? Why is this not working?
Ve, boludo, el agua en el coso, chabón. Me quiero tratar de relajar.
Doing okay, you? I'm doing alright.
Voy a agarrar, no sé qué me pasa. La puta madre, che!
The type of activity is pretty easy to stage, but there's something about how upset.
Am I missing something for this one?
So unsettling. And also, why would he deliberately spill a bottle of water?
This person's just gonna activate it and no problem.
Let's hope he's just a great actor, but what if he isn't and he has to deal with this daily?
Yeah, no problem for them. Oh, I'm gonna have to reload the game.
When he started setting up overnight cameras, the activity began ramping up to the point that it was unbearable.
I don't know about this video. Oh, it just teleported me somewhere else? Oh, but it gave it to me. I think. It gave it to me. Okay. Cool.
Today's story is about a guy named John who just wanted to go surfing, and he would get a chance to do that. However, when he was finally out on the water, something super rare and super horrible happened to him that actually kicked off a series of more rare and terrible things that all happened to John. I mean, this whole story is so outrageous that it just sounds totally made up. But I can promise you, it's not. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a friendship bracelet using those little beads with letters on them, but make sure you spell on their bracelet, "Nobody likes you," before you hand it over. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On an April morning in 1993, a surfer named John Doyle was sitting on a surfboard out in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of West Africa, just scanning the water waiting for a wave. John was totally alone out here. There were no other surfers, nothing, and the only sign of human civilization anywhere was John's Land Rover, which was parked up on the sand on the beach. John was an American. He was from Colorado, and so his experience had always been, you know, lots of snow and mountains and trees, because that's Colorado. But now here, off the coast of Africa, it was like a totally different planet. And in fact, today, John was really feeling
If I could get an easy one this way.
it was over 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Guess I was wrong.
Feel his back starting to burn as he sat there, you know, waiting for the next wave. And so he told
Aww.
himself, actually, that he would
Hearts for you too, Valmer. Hope you're doing well, love.
to avoid a sunburn. But as John continued to kind of scan out across the water, waiting for this wave, he
I don't know
noticed
how I messed up that time.
away was a shark fin swimming in a circle, like stereotypical terrifying shark behavior. And so John is horrified, and he wants to get out of the water immediately, but he's far enough away from shore.
Bye, Shin.
Jumped into the water to swim to shore. You know, he's going to be in the water with the shark thrashing around. He's just going to attract the shark over to him. And so John decides his only hope here to escape the shark is actually just to surf it. That way he'll stay out of the water, it's much faster, he'll get to shore, the shark can't follow him there, it'll be fine. And so, trying to stay calm, John continued to keep his eye on the shark that was still 20 meters away, and he also really looked closely for any swell coming towards him that might be big enough to allow him to surf to shore. And thankfully, after only a couple of minutes, John did see a swell coming towards him that seemed like it would be perfect for a final wave. And so at this point, John...
You're in a great mood? That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
...towards the shark that's still 20 meters away, and he turns himself around, so he's facing towards shore, and then he lays down on his stomach, and he begins to paddle towards shore. And as he's doing this, you know, he's checking the swell to see when it's going to come up, when he can stand up, and eventually the swell is right underneath him, and as he's about to stand up on his board and actually surf into shore, he looks into the water that has not quite formed into a wave yet, and he sees the shark. It's literally underneath him. And so John has this sudden surge of adrenaline, and he just jumps up onto his board. He stands up, and for a second, he's stable, he's surfing, and he's riding this wave away from the shark. He's doing exactly what he hoped he could do. He can't believe it. And then, because he was panicked, because he was rushing, because it was a new board, who knows why, the nose of his board suddenly dipped just long enough to throw John off his board and into the water with the shark. And so immediately, as this wave is churning John over, he grabs onto his surfboard and just kind of holds on, and he's waiting for a moment when the wave stops so he can get out of the water, back on his board, and away from the shark. But before the wave even stopped tumbling him over, John suddenly felt this searing pain in his calf. And so John, who's underwater, still clutching his board, he opens his eyes underwater, and he looks down, and through the cloudy water, he can see very clearly it is the shark, and it's a great white shark that is latched on to his leg. And so now, in a total panic, John began punching the nose of the shark, and when he did, the shark actually recoiled and released his leg long enough that John could pull it out. He actually managed to get up onto his board again, and just a second later, almost out of instinct, he was back standing on his board, just surfing along with a leg that was now bleeding profusely into the water. And for a second, John was stable and appeared to be kind of moving towards shore again, but then the shark, it doubled around and swam at John from the side and literally smashed into him, knocking him off the board back into the water. But this time, John managed, when he fell this second time, to actually grab on to the board with both hands. So he has two hands on the board, he's getting tumbled in the water again, but he knows the shark is going to come for him. And so at the last second, he pulled the board close to his body and kind of turned himself like it was a shield. And the shark came flying towards him and bit him. But because he used that surfboard as a shield, the shark just bit the surfboard, ripped off half of it, and swam off with it and began mauling this half of the surfboard. And John, with the other half of the surfboard, he somehow managed to stand up on it. Again, his leg is bleeding everywhere, and he rode this damaged half surfboard into shore successfully away from the shark. And so when John pulled himself up onto the sand, you know, out of the water, he looked back and he saw the shark swimming off. And even though he's in excruciating pain from this attack, he was so relieved. He couldn't believe he actually just survived that. But John did not have time to think about, you know, what good fortune this was in a way, because he was an hour away from the nearest civilization. And between where he was now and that town, there was nothing. There weren't homes, there weren't buildings, there weren't offices, nothing. It was just totally wildlands until you got to that town. And so John knew he would need to get in his car and drive all the way to that town and then get the people of the town to go get medical help. So I mean, he is hours away from getting the help he needs. And so he has no time to waste. And so he crawls through the sand. You know, his leg is killing him, but he's just so focused on getting up to his Land Rover, and he manages to get to his car. He opens the door, he climbs in the driver's seat, and then as soon as he's in there, you know, he shuts and locks the doors, and then he grabs a white t-shirt that he had on the passenger seat, and he ripped it into strips. And he used those strips like tourniquets, and he wrapped them around his leg, the leg that was bleeding from his calf, and he basically used this tourniquet to attempt to cut off blood flow to his entire right leg to stop the bleeding, to save his life. But the wound on his right leg was so bad and so deep that despite putting on multiple very tight tourniquets, it just wasn't doing very much. He was still losing blood at a pace that likely would kill him before he got to town. And so John was kind of like, well, nothing else I can do but attempt to go to town. So he fired up his car, he reversed off the beach, and began making his way towards town. As John sped along the road, he began to feel very lightheaded. You know, between the pain in his leg and the extreme heat outside, he just felt very dehydrated and weak. And so he thought to himself, if I can't get a sip of water soon, I'm gonna pass out right now, and then I'm done for. And so as he's driving along, John began fumbling around his car, you know, looking for any sort of liquid somewhere in the car, but ultimately all he found was an empty water bottle. And all he saw in every direction was just this barren African savanna with no people and no water anywhere. And so John just kept on driving, hoping eventually he might find some water source. And luckily, after only a couple of minutes, when his eyelids were really starting to droop and he was having a hard time focusing, he noticed up ahead there was a copse of trees with a little creek that ran through it. And so immediately John pulled over and he got out and he hobbled his way over to the water. He laid down on his stomach, so his face is basically right over the water, and then he just put his face in the water and began to drink. And as he did, he felt his heart rate start to slow down, he felt himself relax a little bit, and he started to think to himself like, hey, you know, I found water, you know, I'm doing okay, maybe I will survive this. But right as John was starting to feel optimistic, he felt a new shooting pain on his right side. And so with a little bit of strength he had, he managed to turn his head and looked to see what was going on, and staring back at him was a lion who had just bit his side and was now growling and staring at John and beginning to move its jaw left and right to really sink its teeth into John. Okay, so if you're not listening to our show called Run Fool, then you are really missing out on a truly special and unique podcast. Now, it's technically a horror podcast, but honestly, it's so much more. Every episode is a fresh take on terrifying lore, like a modern ghost story wrapped up in a tightly spun narrative. Also, remember, Run Fool is a Ballin Studios podcast, which means there's always going to be a big plot twist or reveal at the end. Rodney Barnes is the iconic host of Run Fool, and every story he tells on there, it feels like this fully immersive horror movie. Also, the sound design on this show is like expert level. Barnes really knows what he's doing. Even if you never watch the show, you should tune in just for a second, at least once, just to hear Barnes's...
Fine, I guess you are my little paw
Thank you for the
champ.
follow.
Come here.
Welcome in. Welcome.
Go run and follow the show and start listening. Also, be sure you stick around till the end of today's video because we're going to play a clip from last week's episode of Run Fool. Now, this is unbelievably painful for John, and he's already dealing with an unbelievable pain in his leg from the shark attack, and so John's experiencing pain that very few people ever get to experience, and it caused this unbelievable surge of adrenaline, you know, one that you would likely get basically right before you die. That was the level of adrenaline he was getting, and with this adrenaline rush, he grabbed a stick and he began hitting this lion who's locked onto his ribs And he managed to beat the lion off of him. And the lion, you know, it only backed up maybe a few feet, and it's still totally fixated on John, and it's growling and edging towards him. But John, you know, all he could do was just attempt to get his Land Rover.
Bully.
He just stood up and kind
Like, what? How's in the voice call?
as fast as he could towards his Land Rover. And he literally just walked past this lion who's still growling at him, kind of trying to size him up. And he just kept on walking towards his car, and he was almost there when he noticed the sound of the lion growling behind him, which had been constant to this point, had suddenly intensified.
Oh, I see it.
To the point where John couldn't even help himself. He had to turn around and see what was going on. And when he turned around, he saw now there was not just one lion, but an entire pride of lions. There was at least 4 lions that now had all formed a semicircle and were staring at John and moving towards him to eat him. But John really couldn't do anything about this. All he could do was just hopefully get to his Land Rover in time. And so John just turned back around, so his back is to the pride of lions a few feet away from him, and he just continues hobbling towards his car. And as he walked, the lions began swiping at him and cutting his legs open and his arms open. I mean, they're like razor blades just being taken to the backside of him, but they didn't launch a full-bore attack on him. It was like they were just kind of testing him. And then right when the lions were basically about to actually pull John to the ground and eat him, was when John got to the door, opened it up, jumped inside, shut it, and locked it. However, when John went to grab his keys and start the car, he realized he didn't have the keys. And when he turned and looked outside, he saw the pride of lions and his car keys on the ground. He was doomed. He knew there was no way he could get those keys without getting killed in the process. And so John basically just resigned himself to die in his car right here. Like, he knew, I'm gonna die in the next few hours. There's nothing I can do. And so he just kind of sat there and waited. And 30 minutes later, John heard a very loud, almost explosion sound coming from somewhere outside of the vehicle. And then he heard it a few more times, and before long, the lions were so startled by it that they ran away. And then he hears what sounds like a series of shutter flashes, like camera flashes. And, you know, he's looking around, he can't quite figure out what's even going on, because again, he has all these injuries, he's lost so much blood. And then eventually, John just kind of passes out, having no idea what had just happened. It would turn out there was actually a safari that was happening in the area where John was at the same time, and the safari guide, as they drove past this area, happened to spot John inside of his Land Rover surrounded by lions. And so as all the people in the tour began furiously taking photos of this crazy scene in front of them, the tour guide began firing his rifle into the sky to scare the lions off. And so those were the noises that John was hearing before he passed out. And then after he passed out, the tour guide and all the people on the tour pulled John out of his Land Rover, because now the lions are gone, and they would take him to a hospital where doctors and nurses would have to give him 250 stitches to stitch up.
250 stitch.
John would make a full recovery, and he would hang up on his
Holy.
the broken half of that surfboard that he did successfully manage to ride in to escape the shark. He says the surfboard reminds him how lucky he was.
No doubt.
As promised, here is a clip from last week's episode of our amazing podcast, Run Fool, hosted by the incredible, iconic storyteller, Rodney Barnes. Enjoy.
That's when Uma flew in for some damage control. Her tone was polite but firm as she informed the outsider that this was a private party. He needed to leave. Ethan flinched.
Today, I'm going to share 3 progressively more bizarre missing person cases. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please tuck the like button into their bed and read them a bedtime story, and then when they ask you for a glass of water, say, no problem, go get them a cup of water, and then when you come back, dump it on their stupid face. Please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Alright, so those were those 2.
On On the evening of June 28, 1997, an 83-year-old woman named Leela Howard turned up the radio in the living room of her small home in Texas, and then she took a seat next to her husband, Raymond, on the couch. This was a song that both of them loved, and in the past, Leela knew her husband would have swooped her up and begun dancing with her right away. But Raymond was now 88 years old, he was also recovering from brain surgery, and they both were planning to go to bed in the next few minutes because they had a big day the next day. They were going to go to the Pioneer Day Music Festival, which is an annual fiddling festival located about 15 miles away from where Leela and Raymond lived, in the town of Salado, Texas. Leela and Raymond attended this festival basically every year, and so even though Raymond right now was a bit fragile from his surgery and his advanced age, the couple had not even considered missing it. Leela's son Hal had tried to persuade Leela to let him, Hal, drive the couple to the music festival, but Leela said no because Leela and Raymond were both fiercely independent and wanted to be in control of their lives, which included driving to and from this festival. Also, Leela had talked about maybe going someplace else after the festival ended with Raymond, kind of spontaneously just driving out and doing something, and so she really wanted to have her own car in case she did want to do that. And so after a few minutes, Leela and Raymond's favorite song came to an end, and the DJ hopped back on the radio and began talking about the weather and the traffic. And at that point, Raymond and Leela, they stood up from the couch, they took each other's hands, and they walked upstairs to go to bed. The next morning, so June 29th, Leela and Raymond walked out the front door of their house, and they walked down to their driveway where their Oldsmobile car was parked. Leela helped Raymond get into the passenger seat, and then Leela took her spot in the driver's seat. And then a few moments later, after they were all buckled in and situated, Leela fired up the car, backed out the driveway, and began driving. That evening, Leela's son, Hal, decided to swing by Leela and Raymond's house to check in on them and see how the festival went. And so at about 5 p.m., Hal got to their house, and right away when he pulled up, he noticed that Leela and Raymond's car, the Oldsmobile, was not in the driveway. And so Hal thought that was pretty odd, because by now they should have been back from the festival. In years past, they would always get home by about 3 p.m. at the absolute latest, because they didn't like
happening here?
Late, and so it just seemed odd that they were not back by now. But at the same time, Hal knew that Leela had been thinking about maybe going out and doing something spontaneous.
What's happening here?
And so he thought,
hello,
maybe his mom and Raymond were out driving around somewhere and they'd be back later. But just for good measure, Hal did park the car and he walked.
Oh God, you scared me.
And he did knock. When there was no answer, he thought, what?
What'd you get?
Go home,
About cards?
a few hours and check in on them at
No.
And so, a few hours later, at 8 p.m., Hal drove back.
Wow.
Nice.
Ooh.
When he got there, he saw their car was still not back yet. And so now Hal's starting to feel pretty worried, and so he parked the car,
You what?
walked up to the front door, he did knock, there was no answer, and so he pulled out his set of keys, he opened up the door, and he walked inside. Now, as soon as he was in the house, nothing looked out of place. It actually looked very organized and clean, like it normally was.
Where I got sent to, but
as he
I'm
walked
here.
around, looking for some sign of where Leela and Raymond were, all he could find was on one of the beds there were all these neat stacks of clothes that were laid out as if somebody was getting ready to pack but didn't finish packing. And so it just seemed like something's off here, something's not right. This doesn't seem like they just went out and did something spontaneous. Something must have happened at the festival. That's why they're not back yet.
Those
So
are
kind of in
supposed to
panic,
be
Hal
one.
ran outside and he called the police. And after reporting Leela and Raymond missing, he actually began calling news stations and telling them, can you please put out my mom and Raymond's picture because they're older and they're missing, I need your help. And in fact, that night, those TV stations did begin putting out all these reports about how Leela and Raymond were missing and for people to be on the lookout for them and their car. At the same time, the police immediately launched an investigation, and they quickly discovered that Leela and Raymond had never even made it to the music festival. They never got there. And then when the police drove the route that Leela would have taken to get to the music festival, they didn't find any car accidents or anything unusual on the route that would indicate that they got into some trouble.
Lighting's so bad here.
They checked
I don't want to
their
be here.
records, and Leela and Raymond had
I don't know why I got sent here, but I don't want to be here no more.
cards, and so they hadn't bought anything. And the police would send out all these missing person reports to police officers all over the state of Texas, and nobody reported seeing anything or hearing anything. That is, until 3 days later on July 2nd. On that night,
Oh my God, frames. I need them.
located 500 miles away from where Leela and Raymond lived, This police officer was driving down the road when he spotted an Oldsmobile that was driving with its lights off. And so the officer pulled the car over and he ran the license plate, and it came back as belonging to Leela and Raymond. But you got to remember that this police officer was in Arkansas, and so he had not received any updates about this missing couple. All those TV broadcasts and all the missing person alerts that were getting sent out all over the place, those were really only happening in the state of Texas. And so this officer has no clue that Leela and Raymond are missing. But he runs the plate, he sees it belongs to Leela and Raymond, and he goes up to the driver's side window, and he looks inside, and he sees Leela and Raymond. Leela's driving, Raymond's in the passenger seat, and they look like a really happy older couple. And the officer would say to Leela, "Hey, you're driving with your lights off." And Leela would say, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
We're driving in Texas, and we got lost, and I
Button
just
I wanted.
didn't notice. I'm really sorry." The officer believed her and felt like these were good people who just made an honest mistake, and so he just flicked her lights on and said, "I'm going to give you a warning. No big deal, no ticket, but be careful with your lights. You got to make sure those are on at night." And Leela said, "Thank you very much. Of course, I'll be very careful with my lights." And then actually the officer gave Leela directions on how to get back to Texas from Arkansas, and then he got back in his cruiser, and then he watched as Leela and Raymond pulled onto the main road and then disappeared into the darkness. The police officer in Arkansas who pulled them over would eventually put it together who he had pulled over, and at that point, Arkansas would get in on the search for Leela and Raymond. But for the next 2 weeks, despite having both states aggressively searching for the couple, nobody could find them. That is until July 12th, so that's 10 days after Leela and Raymond got pulled over by that cop in Arkansas. On that day, these two young boys were walking by a small stream in a town called Hot Springs, Arkansas, when they began to smell a terrible smell. They would end up telling their parents, who would come back to the stream, and they'd smell it too, and they would end up alerting the police, and the police would come out, and they would search that entire area, and they would find Leela and Raymond's Oldsmobile at the base of a 25-foot cliff, and inside the vehicle were Leela and Raymond, and they were both deceased. It looked very much like Leela and Raymond had driven off this cliff and they had landed down below, and that's what killed them. But when investigators went up to the top of that cliff, there were no skid marks on the cliff itself, which meant Leela, who was driving, never hit the brakes as she went over the cliff. Nobody knows why Leela and Raymond abruptly left their town and drove hundreds of miles into Arkansas instead of going to their favorite music festival, although their family members have speculated that it could be because Leela and Raymond had declining cognitive function, and so they basically didn't know what was going on, and that's why it happened. But the reason this story is in this video is because this story about Leela and Raymond is what inspired a very, very famous song from the late 1990s. It's called The Way by Fastball.
The Way. The Way, chat. Hi, Rink.
I'll sing you a line and see.
Happy Monday to you. Hope you're doing well.
Without ever knowing the way. Anyone can see the road that they walk on is paved in gold. It's always summer, you'll never get cold. You'll never be hungry, you'll never be old and gray. Boom, there you go. If you know the song, now you know it's got a pretty intense backstory. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. After getting out of the military at the end of 2017, the transition from military life to civilian life was so overwhelming that it sent me spiraling into a deep depression. Luckily, before I did anything rash, I took my family and friends' advice and sought out a therapist. And my therapist quickly identified that a lot of my depression stemmed from things that I couldn't change. And so my therapist not only showed me this kind of truth to my life, but they also helped me reframe the way I think about those triggers. And eventually, their help allowed me to accept the past and just move on. And so this was a huge turning point for me because it showed me therapy actually works. Now, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but if you're struggling right now and you don't know what to do, consider giving therapy a try. And a great therapy platform to try, especially for folks who have never used therapy before, is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey online, and then it's up to you how you communicate with your therapist, whether that's through messaging or video or phone call or some combination. You can also switch your therapist at any time at no additional charge. Join over 4 million people who have used BetterHelp and start living a healthier and happier life. Visit betterhelp.com/MrBallin or just click on Mr. Ballin during the sign-up process for a special discount on your first month of BetterHelp. Okay, back to the stories. Late one afternoon in April of 2019, a middle-aged woman named Mary was cutting up some vegetables in her kitchen in northern Spain when she heard a knock on her front door. So she put her things down, she went to the door, opened it up, and standing there was her next-door neighbor, who was all smiles, and she was holding this big box that was wrapped in wrapping paper and had a big bow on it, and then sitting on top of this big gift was a tray of deep-fried rolls, or croquettes. Mary's neighbor was a 61-year-old woman named Carmen Marino, who was an exceptional chef, and her specialty were making these croquettes. They were filled with different types of meat and other things, and all the time, Carmen would come over and give them to Mary, and Mary loved these croquettes. And so as soon as she saw those, she was like, wow, amazing, and she invited Carmen inside. But Carmen didn't come inside. Instead, she took the croquettes and handed them to Mary, and Mary's like, okay, great, thank you. But Carmen was still standing right outside holding this box, and now Mary's looking at her thinking that Carmen looks kind of uneasy. And so Mary said, what's going on here? What's up with this box? Carmen was silent for a second and just kind of held this box out, at which point Mary realized, okay, so she's trying to give me this gift. And so Mary reached out and took this huge present, and she was like, thank you, Carmen. Like, what is this? What's going on? And Mary, when she looked at Carmen, she could tell Carmen's face was now bright red. She was very embarrassed about something, maybe whatever she was going to say. And so Mary just waited for Carmen to speak. And so eventually she would clear her voice, and then she would say, Mary, this is really embarrassing, but I need you to hold on to this box for a little bit. It contains my sex toys, and I'm having company over at my house, and I'm just worried that somehow they're gonna find these things. Mary was so caught off guard by what Carmen was telling her that she just started laughing. But Carmen didn't join in on the laughter. She just kind of looked down like she was totally mortified. Mary stopped laughing because she felt bad, and then Carmen kind of elaborated on why she had this huge box full of sex toys. She would tell Mary that, she bought them with the intent of using them with her boyfriend, but a couple of months ago he had broken up with her. But Carmen had held on to these in the hopes that the boyfriend would eventually take her back and they would get back together again and get to use these toys. And so even though this was a totally weird and kind of uncomfortable request, Mary kind of felt bad for Carmen. One, because she had to make this request of Mary, but also two, it was obvious that Carmen was pretty shaken up about, losing her boyfriend. And so Mary said, you know what? No problem, Carmen. I will look after your sex toys and I will enjoy your croquettes. And Carmen was so relieved and said, thank you so much. And then she turned and hustled back to her house. And then Mary shut the door and she brought the croquettes into the kitchen and she tried one and it was so good. And then she took the big box of sex toys and she went into the hallway. She opened up a closet and she put it on the top shelf and then shut the door. Over the next couple of days, Mary expected Carmen to come back over and reclaim her box of sex toys, but Carmen didn't. And when days turned into weeks and then turned into months, and still Carmen had not come over to get the sex toys, Mary was kind of annoyed, but she was just too embarrassed to go over to Carmen and be like, hey, why don't you come over and get your sex toys? And so Mary just decided she would leave it alone and not talk about it, and if ever Carmen wanted them back, she could have them, but if she never asked for them again, Mary didn't care. She would just eventually throw the box away, and that would be it. A few months later, on September 29th, 2019, so we're talking about 6 months or so from when the sex toys were first brought over to Mary's house, well, on this day, Mary was kind of doing chores in her house when she began to smell a really bad smell coming from the hallway closet where the box of sex toys were. And so Mary opened up the closet, and for sure, she could tell the bad smell was coming from this closet. And so she started by smelling the shoes that were towards the bottom of the closet to see if maybe she had stepped in something gross, but they were all clean. And then eventually she reached the sex toy box. She pulled it down from the top shelf, and it had never been opened. It's still wrapped, but she just smelled the box and she immediately recoiled because that had to be where the terrible smell was coming from. It was coming from this box. And so Mary was totally repulsed at the idea that these sex toys smell horrible, but she carried the box into the kitchen and set it down, and she thought, is this a horrible betrayal of my friend's trust if I open up this box and look at her sex toys? But Mary ultimately was like, you know what? Carmen has not come back for this thing. I'm opening this up because I need to know what's making this smell. So Mary went over and got a pair of scissors and she cut off the wrapping paper, and then she opened up the box, and inside was like this big thing that had been wrapped in tinfoil. So all you saw was tinfoil. And so Mary, she reached down and kind of began to peel back the tinfoil, and it was kind of sticking to whatever was under it. But eventually, after she kind of yanked on it, she pulled the tinfoil off, and when she saw what was in there, she began screaming and ran outside and called the police. It would turn out Mary's neighbor, Carmen, who owned the box of sex toys, well, her boyfriend didn't just break up with her a couple of months before she brought the sex toys over. No, her boyfriend, who was a 67-year-old man named Jesus Baranda, he went missing around the time that supposedly Carmen and her boyfriend broke up. And so naturally, Jesus's family began looking for Jesus, and when they couldn't find him, they called the police. And eventually the police called Carmen and said, hey, you were dating Jesus around the time he went missing. We're gonna need to come to your house and search it. And when Carmen heard that, she knew she had a big problem, because Carmen had murdered Jesus and cut his head off with a chainsaw, and she still had his head in her house. And so what did she do? Well, she boiled his head down, and then she put it in a box, wrapped it in tinfoil, and then she wrapped that box in wrapping paper, put a bow on it, and then went next door to Mary's house and said, hey, can you hold my sex toys for me? Because she knew Mary would likely not look in the box if it was sex toys. And so Mary took the box, put it in her closet, and then of course, the smell began several months later, and she would discover Jesus's head. Carmen was convicted of murdering her boyfriend, and she was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Police were never able to locate the rest of Jesus. All they had was his head. But there's a running theory that Carmen may have used the rest of her boyfriend's body and ground it up and then
into that food.
Her croquettes.
Oh, yo, no, that's horrible. Oh God.
On the evening of June 24th, 1986, a 10-year-old boy named Juan Pedro Martinez Gomez bounced around in his seat and smashed his toy cars together in the cab of his father's big red tractor-trailer truck. Juan was so excited he could barely sit still. He always wanted to go for a ride in his dad's big truck. His dad was a long-haul trucker, but his dad always said no. But Juan had just gotten his best report card ever, and so as a reward for doing so well in school, Juan's father had surprised Juan and Juan's mom with this particular trip. Their plan was to drive from their hometown in southeastern Spain all the way across the country to the northern coast. And then once they got there, Juan's dad would offload the cargo that he had driven there. Juan and his mom and dad would stick around and kind of make a vacation out of it, going to the beaches and checking out the beautiful pastures where all the cows would graze. I mean, Juan was super excited. Juan's dad pulled the truck into this big lot with all these other trucks around, and then Juan's dad turned around and began backing the truck up so it could be paired up with the cargo he'd be hauling.
I clicked C.
It was this huge 25,000.
It dismounted me?
It was covered in all these stickers and warning labels, and Juan's father didn't know what this tanker actually contained, but he could tell, whatever it was pretty dangerous and also very important. And so as Juan's dad is backing up skillfully to line up with this tanker, Juan is just sitting in the back seat, absolutely transfixed at how cool his dad is. I mean, this is like the most amazing thing Juan had ever seen. And so finally, Juan's dad successfully hitched the truck to the tanker. And so once they were all hooked up, Juan's father yelled out the window and said bye to the people he worked with. And then Juan's father put in Juan's favorite tape cassette into the stereo and turned the music up. And then he turned onto the road and began making his way toward the highway. Juan's dad would drive basically all night, and Juan and his mother would basically sleep all night. But they would wake up at about 5 a.m. when Juan's father pulled into the parking lot of a diner that was located just north of the city of Madrid, Spain. They were making great time, so Juan's father told his family they could take their time eating. When the family did finish their meals, they got up and began walking out towards the truck, and little Juan, he turned around and he waved to the waitresses, and they all waved back. And then the family climbed back into Juan's father's truck, and then before long, Juan was curled up in the back seat trying to fall asleep again as his father merged onto the highway and began heading towards the stretch of mountain road called the Somosierra Mountain Pass. About 40 minutes later, a man who was also driving in the Somosierra Mountain Pass was just driving along when suddenly a huge red tractor-trailer truck came barreling toward him from behind, shining their lights into his car. And so this man, he sees this truck approaching so quickly, and he tried to get out of the way, but there was nowhere to go, and the truck wasn't stopping. It was honking its horn, and the truck smashed into this guy, which sent his car careening off the road, but luckily it did not tumble all the way down the mountain. And so this guy's car comes to a stop on the side of the road, and the guy, he kind of comes to, and he feels himself. He's worried he's got a serious injury. He did find a little blood on his head, but overall he felt he was okay. And then he managed to get his door open, and he climbed out of his car, and he looked a little ways down the road, and there was the truck that had hit him. It was now on its side, and it was hissing steam, and it didn't look like anybody inside the truck was trying to get out. Now, even though this guy was pretty shaken up from the crash he had just gotten into, he felt like he was definitely in better shape than whoever was in this truck, and so he decided he would just go up there and try to help them. But after only taking a few steps, this white van came blazing around the corner and came to a screeching stop on the road right next to where this guy was. And then before the guy could do anything, the sliding door to the van flung open, and this woman with blonde hair jumped out, and she ran over to him, and she said, "I'm a nurse, do you need any help?" And so this guy, he's looking at this woman, and he's kind of sizing her up, and she did not seem like a nurse. And in fact, for some reason, this guy felt like she just made him really uncomfortable. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. And then he looked past this woman at the van, and he saw the driver looked oddly similar to the woman, except it was a man who was driving, but he also had very bright blonde hair, and he had these striking blue eyes that really stood out even from a distance. And then in the passenger seat of this van was this elderly woman who was just staring daggers at this guy who's now talking to this nurse who's right next to him. And so the guy's looking at the old woman, and the old woman's looking right back, and she really looked mean, like she was not happy to be talking to him. And so the guy finally just said to this woman who was claiming to be a nurse that, "You know what, I don't need any help, go help them. They need help because they haven't gotten out of the truck yet." The woman just nodded, and then she ran back to the van, hopped inside, and the van sped, the 100 feet down the road to where the crashed big red tractor-trailer truck was. And again, the woman hopped out, and she rushed over to the truck, and she climbed on top of it, and she reached down, and she took something out of the truck. But from his perspective, 100 feet back, the guy who had also crashed, he couldn't tell what she had taken out of the cab. But after she took whatever she took, she climbed off the cab. She did not attempt to help anybody inside of the truck. She jumped back in the white van, and the white van sped off down the road, and they were gone. The guy barely had time to process what had just happened before he began to smell this unbelievably powerful rotten egg smell. When help arrived, emergency responders immediately realized they had an environmental disaster on their hands. The big red tractor-trailer truck, which was Juan's father's truck, was hauling 25,000 liters of sulfuric acid. And that rotten egg smell they were smelling in the area meant the air was now becoming toxic as the sulfuric
Got
acid
teleported again. Meow.
interacting with the ground and making its way into the nearby river. So before anybody could even go inside of this truck to see if there were survivors, they had to basically cover it and the surrounding areas with hundreds and hundreds of pounds of sand and lime to try to counteract the acid. It would take hours to do this, and in that time,
There's one here
nobody
behind
found
me.
the truck's cab. And then finally, when emergency crews were able to go up to the truck and look inside, they discovered that the vehicle's occupants were all dead. However, there were only two bodies. It was Juan's mother and father. Juan was nowhere to be found. Now, one of the theories was...
Hi, Eddie. How you doing, love?
Maybe the sulfuric acid landed on Juan's body somehow and literally dissolved him, and so that's why he was not found. But that's not possible because it would take much, much longer for sulfuric acid to totally eat away.
Oh, Smeepsy, so good.
The body would have to be fully submerged in the acid the entire time, so that could not have happened. Rescuers would search the entire area deep into the woods in all directions, looking for signs of this child, but there were none. And when investigators attempted to recreate this accident to try to figure out what actually caused it and why it happened, what they would learn would only confuse them more. Juan's father's truck had nothing wrong with it mechanically, meaning the brakes weren't messed up, the accelerator wasn't messed up. There really was no reason why this truck should have crashed unless it was intentional. That's the only way this could have happened. Also, the truck contains something called a tachometer, which registers every time the truck slows down or stops. And when investigators looked at the record from this tachometer, they discovered that Juan's father had slowed down or stopped 12 different times between leaving the diner and crashing. But the route from the diner to the crash site was a straight shot with no traffic lights or stop signs. Basically, there had been no reason from the diner to the crash site to ever slow down or stop. But again, Juan's father did 12 separate times. And then also there were traces of heroin that were found in a hidden compartment in Juan's father's truck. Now, Juan's parents had no criminal record and absolutely no connection to drugs or the cartel, but investigators did consider a theory that, perhaps a drug cartel ambushed Juan and his family, and ultimately Juan was kidnapped. But there was one more really strange element to Juan's disappearance, and that was that white van that guy saw right after the crash. Multiple people in the area around the Somosierra Mountain Pass said they saw that exact white van because they all remembered the woman and the man who had that same really bright blonde hair. It just was something that was kind of unique and stood out. But the police tried to track down this van and the man and the woman and the elderly woman who was also claimed to have been seen inside the van, but no trace of that van was ever found, and also police were never able to figure out what that woman actually took from inside of Juan's father's cab before they sped off and disappeared. Missing person posters of Juan went up all over Spain, and almost immediately loads of sightings were reported of Juan, but every time the police followed up on these sightings, they never panned out. Interpol, which is a major international police organization, called Juan's disappearance one of the strangest disappearances in all of Europe. 1 year after the crash, so in 1987, a driving instructor in Madrid, Spain, was filling out some paperwork in his office when he heard a knock on the door. When he answered the door, he found there was this elderly woman who appeared to be blind, and with her was a young boy who appeared to be about 11 years old. The driving instructor asked them, how can I help you? And he watched as the elderly woman turned and whispered something into the little boy's ear, and the driving instructor, he could hear her whispering, but he couldn't understand what she was saying. It sounded like a foreign language. And in fact, it would turn out they figured out she was speaking Farsi, which is the language spoken in Iran. The little boy listened to the elderly woman, and then after hearing what she had to say, he turned to the driving instructor and he asked in perfect Spanish, "Where's the US Embassy?" The instructor gave them directions, and then the little boy nodded, and then he and the elderly woman, they turned around, they grabbed each other's hands, and they began walking away. And as they walked away, the driving instructor, he just couldn't help but feel like there was something oddly familiar about these two people. And so he flagged them down and he said, "Come back for a second." And so the boy and the woman, they came back, and the driving instructor, he asked the boy, he said, "Do you live in Spain? And if you do, how long have you lived here for?" And when he asked the boy this, the boy immediately—
You gonna get this guy skill or a new one? Probably just this one.
Step back like this, like he wasn't going to answer.
For now.
And then the elderly
Step at a time. One step at a time.
whispered something else into the boy's ear. And then after she was done talking, the boy kind of settled down and he looked at the driving instructor and he said, 6 months. And for some reason, at this exact moment, the driving instructor realized why this boy seemed so familiar. He remembered seeing him on all those missing person posters all over the place. And so the driving instructor, he couldn't remember the boy's name. And he goes, "Hold on a minute." He turns and he runs inside of his office and he finds one of the posters that said Juan Pedro Martinez Gomez.
Collection for this one's a lot longer. Both is a valid answer. I will probably get both.
Came back to the front door.
Probably this one first.
The blind old woman were gone. And so the driving instructor, he stepped out, he's looking around, he's yelling out for them. They were gone. Now, it's important to understand that to this day, no sightings of Juan have ever been confirmed, and that includes the driving instructor who claimed to have seen Juan. But to this day, Juan's body has never been found, he's still missing, and his case is still unsolved. If you didn't hear the huge announcement we made last week, well, here it is again. The Mr. Ballin Podcast, our top podcast, the one we launched in 2022 that immediately rocketed to the top of the charts, and then by the end of that same year, it got picked up by Amazon. Yeah, that show is now once again available on every podcast platform, and it's free. All you gotta do is go to your choice podcast platform and look for the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and boom, you now have access to the hundreds of episodes in our catalog. And if you haven't listened to the podcast since it went exclusive at the end of 2022, then you have a crazy amount of content to go binge. So go find the Mr. Ballin Podcast on whatever platform you like, follow the show, leave a positive review, or at least an honest review of the show, because that really helps grow the podcast. and then enjoy. That's it. But a quick caveat, if
Hi Kai, how you doing?
Podcast on Amazon Music, well, there's still going to be perks for you. With your Prime membership, you can listen to brand new Mr. Ballin podcast episodes. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into those
Still don't think I got the one here.
the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button lets you borrow their favorite book, be sure you spill several cups of water on the pages so it warps the book and it never closes flat again. Also, please subscribe to our channel.
Why?
So you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
I hate when people ruin books. Nothing like a brand new book. Oh my god. Best thing ever. So crisp and beautiful and feels so good in your hands. Flipping each page. Meep a pro? I am not a pro. No.
2007, and all Carlos could remember was being on his motorcycle.
You're at one of my favorite maps. I do like how purple it is.
Wound his way on his bike through the streets of La Victoria, which is a city in Venezuela. Carlos tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't, and then when he tried to move his body, he couldn't do that either. And so he began to panic because he was paralyzed, but he told himself to calm down.
Oh,
if he couldn't move, at least he could think. He could try to process, what's going on here. There has to be an explanation for it. And so Carlos, in total darkness and immobile, began going through over and over again this whole motorcycle trip, which was his last memory. And he remembered that his friend had called him up and asked him to go out on this ride. Carlos used to go out all the time on his bike for fun with his friends and by himself, but now that he was 33 years old and married, he didn't have the time.
Do the easy way. Why you guys don't think I can do this? Why? So many people have pushed me away from trying to do this right now. Let me cook. Let me cook. My goodness.
Long straightaway and then a right turn
Cook.
and then nothing. It was like after he made that turn, everything went blank. And as Carlos thought about how weird it was that 1, he was paralyzed, and 2, he had no memory of what happened after he made that right turn, he
I
started to
didn't.
realize
It's true.
he felt
You believed in me.
his back. It was like there was a block underneath his back, kind of right between his shoulder blades, propping his chest up, and he felt his arms kind of dangling down by the side, and it was very uncomfortable.
True.
And as he lay
Mods do get a pass for being bullies.
somewhere out in the ether, unfamiliar voices just kind of chatting, and immediately Carlos is like, okay, someone's here to help me. I don't know what's wrong with me, but somebody's here, I'm gonna be okay. And soon, whoever was talking near Carlos had moved closer to him, and actually Carlos began to realize that it was actually more than one person. It was
They were supposed to let me cook.
But again, Carlos can't open his eyes, he can't move, he can't communicate with these people. He just knows they've come closer to him. And after these people had moved right up against Carlos, Carlos suddenly felt something metal pressing up against his chin. And it was kind of sharp, and it kind of hurt when it touched his chin. And Carlos wanted to scream out and tell them whatever they were doing to stop and at least tell him what was going on.
It's okay. I'm no stranger of a grind.
Carlos began to hear this kind of
I've done some silly grinds and wow, for much less.
And suddenly
Much more less than this.
what are they doing to me? And as Carlos's heart rate is starting to speed up, one of the people who had moved near Carlos suddenly said, oh my god, that's impossible, this can't be. And then again, Carlos felt more pain in his chin. And then the pain
it's
got
down more.
dramatically worse. It went from just kind of like a poking feeling to something going into his chin, and he felt it
Ew.
underneath his skin,
Ew.
like a knife cutting through him, and then whatever it was, it went
No.
out of his chin. And
No.
as this is happening, Carlos is trying so hard to just wake himself up and do something to tell these people to stop, but he just couldn't do it. And then again, he felt that sharp pain in his chin. Another round of something going into him, moving underneath his skin, and then poking.
Silver Veil drop just went live. Let's go.
blinding that suddenly Carlos was able to kind of break through this paralysis and his eyes shot open. And for a second, all Carlos could see was like blinding lights. But then as things came into focus, he saw there were two people, the people who had been speaking, wearing these huge goggles and face masks, and one of them was holding a big needle with black thread attached to it, and that thread was coming from Carlos's chin. They had been running that needle through his face, stitching his chin for some reason, but with no anesthetic. And so as Carlos is staring up at these people in goggles, the people in goggles are looking down at Carlos, and they're totally horrified, and they just kind of begin backing up, not really sure what to make of this. And then Carlos, again, kind of breaking through this weird paralysis he was under, he was able to lift his head up and look down at his body. And he saw, to his horror, that he was totally nude. He was laying on a metal...
Totally nude.
And there was this Y drawn on his chest, starting at his collarbones, coming down right underneath his throat, and then straight down across his chest. And then after Carlos saw this Y on his naked body, he looked over at a tray that was right next to this metal table near these two guys in goggles who were now kind of backing up, and he saw there was a whirring instrument on this table, and it was a circular blade, a saw. That was the sound he heard, and that's when Carlos figured it out. Earlier that day, when Carlos had been out riding his motorcycle with his friend, he had gone down that long straightaway in La Victoria, he had made a right turn, and parked illegally right after this turn was this big truck. Carlos didn't see it, and at full speed, he impacted the truck, he was thrown from his bike, smashed into the ground, horrific injuries, and when paramedics showed up, they pronounced him dead on the scene. And so he was moved from the scene of the accident to the morgue. And at the morgue, Carlos was stripped naked and put on this metal table, and they placed a block underneath his shoulders, kind of propping his chest up, and they drew a Y down the center of his chest for his autopsy. The two doctors that Carlos ultimately saw chatting and performing this autopsy were going to follow that Y on his body with the circular saw. That's how they cut you open during an autopsy. But right before they were about to do that, the doctors noticed that Carlos was actively bleeding from his chin. And since he was supposed to be dead, that didn't make any sense. And so that was why one of the doctors had said, oh my goodness, this can't be. And so not really sure what to make of it, they had just grabbed a needle and begun stitching his face together to stop the blood from going down his chest. And then Carlos opened his eyes, and it dawned on the two doctors that, oh, he's alive. That's why he's still bleeding. We should definitely take care of him.
Oh my gosh.
Carlos came back from the dead. He was simply moved into the hallway and left on this metal table.
Oh my gosh.
Going to perform his autopsy, just left the paper that said he needed an autopsy in his pocket, just kind of showing that, hey, we were just following orders. Somebody told us to do an autopsy. This is not our fault. And that's where Carlos stayed until his wife showed up and found him in the hallway, just laying there as if he was still just waiting for his autopsy. Carlos would suffer horrible injuries from the accident and serious emotional trauma, almost being cut open during.
Oh my god.
But he would make a full recovery.
Oh no. Oh my gosh. Ugh.
On the afternoon of May 11th, 2015, 55-year-old Natalia was gathering sap inside of a Russian forest with her 82-year-old friend.
Oh yeah, definitely can sue for a lot on that one.
For many years, they enjoyed the peace and solitude.
How you doing, Meep? I'm doing good. How are you doing, Cage?
For Natalia to bring her little dog so he could run around while they...
Give me 1 second, I gotta go to the bathroom.
It was a perfect spring day. The weather was very mild, the sun was out, and the two friends had a great time just kind of moving around to the different birch trees, using their little drills and hammers to get their taps into the tree, and then they'd put their glass bottles underneath each tap to collect their harvest. And then at some point, Natalia felt like she had all the sap she would need, and she began gathering up her things to get ready to leave. And as she did that, she looked over at Valia, and she had found this really big birch tree, and she had sat down underneath it and was working hard to set her tap. And so as Natalia registered that Valia was over here, kind of doing one more tree before they left, she began looking around for her dog. And she found her dog, and he wasn't too far away from Valia, and he was just kind of moseying around one of the trees, when suddenly Natalia noticed the dog came to a hard stop, and it turned and looked deeper into the forest, like it had clearly registered something that had put it on alert that was out of view. And so Natalia, her view was obscured from whatever the dog was looking at, and so she put down her equipment and kind of moved between the trees to see what her dog was looking at. And at some point, her view cleared, and she saw pretty far off in the forest was something huge, this dark thing kind of moving behind the trees. And suddenly, it jumped out from behind the trees and ran towards the dog. It was a huge Russian brown bear. And so totally horrified, Natalia's watching this bear charge her dog. She looks over, she sees Valia, who's pretty hard of hearing, is sitting with her back to this bear and the dog, still just working on this tree. And Natalia's just frozen for a moment, having no idea what to do. And then instinct suddenly took over, and Natalia just turned and began running away, leaving Valia and leaving the dog. But after only running several paces, she stopped and turned around and saw the bear is still trying to attack the dog, but the dog is standing its ground and barking at the bear, which is kind of causing it to back up and be a little unsure of itself, even though this dog is so much smaller. And still Valia is not reacting at all. She has not heard the bear, the dog, nothing. And Natalia, she's looking back knowing that she needs to do something. She can't just let her friend and her dog get killed. And so Natalia began walking slowly back in the direction of this bear, and she began screaming at Valia to get up and run with her. But the second Natalia began screaming, the bear went from looking at the dog to turning and looking at Natalia, and suddenly it was like the dog meant nothing. The bear had decided it was going to go after Natalia. And so Natalia, she's staring at this bear, realizing, oh my god, it's gonna charge me. But before she could even turn to run, the bear had ran at full speed and jumped at her. Natalia turned and she tried to run, but the bear bit down on her thigh, and she felt it crush her leg and pull her to the ground and whip her up against a nearby birch tree, and she's screaming and trying to pull herself away, but the bear is ripping at her leg, trying to yank her back into the forest. And then Natalia, she sees her little drill that she uses to set the tap in the trees, and she reaches out and she grabs it, and she turns, and her leg is being actively eaten by this bear. And she turns on the drill and she's about to jam it into the bear's eye when the bear suddenly stands up to its full height and then just falls all its weight down onto Natalia's chest. And immediately Natalia dropped the drill and the bear clenched down on her throat. Now at this point, Valia, who again is hard of hearing, she didn't know what was going on, she turned around and saw this bear mauling her friend. And so what does she do? She runs over to this bear, right behind it, and begins pummeling this bear and screaming at it to get off her friend. And the bear, who barely registers Valia hitting it, it just lets go of Natalia for a second, it turns around, and you gotta remember, this bear has been eating Natalia. Its face is covered in her blood. And it turns and looks at Valia, and Valia, she's terrified, she begins stumbling backwards, and the bear is clearly about to jump on Valia when Natalia, who's barely alive, she sees this happening, and she just begins screaming at this bear while she's laying there bleeding out, trying to attract the bear to come back and keep eating her to spare Valia. And it works. The bear, hearing Natalia screaming behind it, forgets about Valia and turns back around and resumes eating Natalia. And then just seconds later, the bear actually lifted up Natalia by her neck and it ran off into the woods carrying her. And so Valia is just left watching this happen. She knows she's not going to be able to stop this bear. And so she just begins running back towards the car, which was not that far from where they were. And when she got out there, she grabbed her phone and she called the authorities. About an hour and a half later, hunters sent by the police, along with animal control, arrived at this parking lot and they found Valia, who was totally in shock, and she would tell the hunters and animal control where this birch tree grove was, where all this happened, and a moment later, the authorities headed into the woods. And after arriving at the birch tree grove, they actually saw the bear. It was by itself, and it turned and looked at them, and it began charging them, and they all raised their rifles and they fired at the bear. And they shot it enough times that the bear collapsed right in front of them, and then they shot it one more time to make sure the bear was dead. But there was no sign of Natalia anywhere. But then suddenly, the authorities turned and saw something move off in the distance, and out from behind a tree came Natalia's little dog. It had somehow not sustained any injuries from this bear, even though the bear had originally gone after the dog. And the dog, it came up to the authorities and then quickly doubled back behind a tree. And so, kind of operating on instinct, the group followed the dog around the tree, and they saw the dog was closely guarding this kind of... dirt and the twigs, and they found her absolutely destroyed, mauled body. But Natalia was actually still alive. Brown bears are notorious for eating their prey while they are still alive. And in many cases, they will gravely wound their prey, but not let it die, because then the meat is fresher when they come back and eat it later. And so bears will wound their prey and then basically bury them, cover them up with sticks and dirt, kind of like putting it in the fridge, and then come back and eat them later on. And so Natalia was earmarked to be eaten later because she was still alive and buried. Natalia was rushed out of the forest to a nearby hospital, and she would stay there for several weeks because she had serious injuries from this bear. All over her body were these huge bite marks, and a lot of the flesh from her leg had been pulled off. But amazingly, she would recover, although the trauma of nearly being eaten by a bear has never left her. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. I grew up in a family where talking about our feelings was totally normal, and so as a result, I remember thinking that I would never be depressed because I'd be able to get ahead of whatever I was dealing with before it became a much bigger issue. But fast forward to 2017, when I had just left the military and I was trying to find my way in the civilian world, and suddenly I just felt mad all the time, even though I didn't know why. But instead of talking about my feelings to someone, like I had been raised to do, I just bottled that anger up, and eventually it turned into a full-blown depression. It turns out the reason I was able to talk about my feelings when I was a kid was because I wasn't really struggling, but as an adult, when I had real mental health issues, suddenly talking about what was going on with me felt impossible. Luckily, when I was struggling, my family noticed and they convinced me to go see a therapist, and truly it changed my life. So if you're struggling right now and you're just bottling up the way you're feeling, stop doing that and consider going to therapy. And a very easy entry point into therapy is BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. Get matched with a BetterHelp therapist after filling out a brief survey, then you can talk to your therapist however you feel comfortable, whether it's via text, chat, voice, or video. You can also switch therapists at any time at no additional cost. Go to our sponsor, betterhelp.com/MrBallin for 10% off your first month of therapy with BetterHelp, and get matched with a therapist who will listen and help. On the afternoon of May 25th, 2017, 42-year-old Nicole Gordon was laying on her couch in her home in Atlanta, Georgia, with an ice pack on her head. She had a blinding headache, one of the worst headaches she had ever had, and she was just unable to do anything else but lay on the couch. Nicole really had no idea why she had this terrible headache. The only thing she could think of was 3 weeks earlier, she had been in a minor car accident and one of her car windows had broken and some of the glass had cut her face, but she didn't think that would be enough to lead to this absolutely horrific headache that had not gone away for 3 weeks. But Nicole was a very tough woman, and even though she had thought about going to the hospital over these past 3 weeks to deal with whatever was causing this headache, she had told herself that, it's got to be something minor, I just need to kind of tough it out here. And what toughing it out looked like was laying on the couch all day long, only getting up to eat and go to the bathroom, not going to work, and just sitting in the darkness with this ice pack, just hoping for this headache to go away. And so as Nicole was just laying there, she heard her back door open up. It was her boyfriend, Durante, coming in with groceries. He came inside and he put the groceries away, and then he came into the living room where she was, and he asked how she was doing. And she told him that the headache had not gone away yet, and would he mind going into the kitchen and getting her some ibuprofen, which are pain meds, as well as some water. And so Durante said, of course. He went in the kitchen, he got what she needed, he brought it back. She said thank you, she took the ibuprofen, and then she went back to just being totally miserable. But just a second later, Nicole and Durante heard a knock at the front door, and Durante, he walked over and kind of casually looked through the blinds to see if he could see who was at the front door, and he saw it was Nicole's best friend, Leisha. But instead of going to the door and opening it, Durante turned to Nicole and said, hey, it's Leisha, do you want me to get the door? And Nicole, she just kind of grunted and said, no, please just ignore her. Even though Nicole and Leisha were very close, Nicole knew that Leisha was very high energy. She had been calling and texting basically nonstop ever since Nicole had begun getting these headaches. Leisha just wanted to help and kind of be around and be a part of her recovery, but Nicole just couldn't deal with that super high energy right now. She could barely have a conversation without her head hurting even more. And she knew that Leisha and Durante didn't really get along too well, and so Nicole figured it would just be better for everybody if they pretended no one was home and Leisha just went on her merry way. But Leisha was very persistent and just continued knocking really loud on the front door. She began calling Nicole's phone, and so Nicole began reaching over and silencing her phone over and over again. And finally, Nicole looked over at Durante and just said, I don't need this. I'm going into my bedroom and I'm lying down. And so she grabbed her phone, she stood up off the couch, she could barely move, her head hurt so bad, and she walked, quietly past the front door, made her way into her bedroom, and she was about to lay down on the bed when she made the mistake of opening up her blinds just a little bit. Her room was on the front of the house as well, and she wanted to see if Leisha was still there, and when she opened those blinds, Leisha, who was outside, happened to be looking at Nicole's bedroom, and the two of them made eye contact. And Nicole's like, oh my God, she knows I'm here. And so Nicole, she just shuts the blinds. But now Leisha comes up to the window and she's yelling, Nicole, I know you're there. Come on, let me in. I want to help you. But Nicole, she just could not deal with it. And so she laid down on her bed and just continued to totally ignore Leisha. Nicole knew that no matter how offended and upset Leisha was for this snub, she would get over it. Because the two women... 19 years earlier, they had been neighbors, and they had become friends really quickly. They had been pregnant at the same time, and they began raising their kids kind of like side by side. But in the last 5 years that Nicole and Durante had been together, Nicole and Leisha had kind of drifted apart because Leisha and Durante both had very strong personalities and they just kind of clashed. And Nicole and Durante had this kind of on-again, off-again relationship, and every time they were broken up, Leisha would come around and be totally unfiltered with Nicole about how much she didn't like Durante. But right now, Nicole could just not deal with Leisha, and so despite hearing her yelling for her to come outside, come on, I know you're in there, Nicole just rolled over on her bed with her ice pack on the side of her head, and she fell asleep. A few hours later, when Nicole woke up, Leisha was gone, as well as Durante. He didn't stick around for very long. He often would only come over just to check in, and then he'd go off and do his own thing. And so Nicole, who still had this blinding headache, she sat up, she got out of her bed, and she was only able to walk back out into the living room, where she laid down on the couch and just went right back to sleep. Even though Nicole had had this headache for 3 weeks and it had not gotten any better, she really was convinced that taking enough ibuprofen and relaxing long enough would cause it to go away. But over the next couple of days, this headache, which was already like a 10 out of 10 on the pain scale to Nicole, somehow became like a 20 out of 10, and it got so bad that she couldn't even open her eyes. It was like horrific. And as this headache got so bad, her relationship with Durante started to sour. Durante didn't really believe that Nicole was actually in the amount of pain that she was in, and he kind of began acting like she was just being lazy. And this really upset Nicole because that wasn't true at all. She was just in blinding pain and couldn't do anything. Finally, in late June, so 5 weeks after Nicole's headaches had begun, and at this point, her headache had still not gone away, she was laying on the couch, like always, with the lights off, she's got the ice pack on her head, and she's just trying to get through the day when she hears the back door open, and it's Durante, And he comes in, he slams the back door, he doesn't even say hello, and he just storms into the living room and just looks down at her with a totally disapproving look. And Nicole, she kind of looked over at him, and when she saw that look on his face, she had just had it, and she said, you know what? We're done. And immediately Durante got so mad, and he's like, how dare you? I've been taking care of you for the past 5 weeks, bringing you groceries, this and that. And Nicole, she had no energy to fight with him, and so she just let him rant and rave until finally he was done, and he walked out, and she was like, thank goodness. A few days later, on June 25th, Leisha was back at Nicole's house, knocking on the door. Nicole had actually texted her to let her know that she had officially ended things with Durante, and so feel free to come over. You know, there's not going to be any drama with him being here. And so Leisha had come back over. She was very excited to see Nicole and kind of get over the snafu of her being ignored. And when she knocked, Nicole did go up to the door and she opened it up. And Leisha, as soon as she saw Nicole, this is like the first time she's seeing her since Nicole's headaches had really begun, she knew something was definitely wrong with Nicole. Her entire apartment is totally dark, all the windows are covered up, and Nicole is squinting out at Leisha, kind of beckoning her to come inside. And Leisha's like, oh my gosh, like how bad is this headache? And Nicole could barely make a sentence, and she just said, oh, it's so bad, it's so bad. And so Leisha came inside, and Nicole led her through the dark apartment to the kitchen and back. And Nicole, she sat down, and Leisha sat down opposite her. And Leisha began asking Nicole questions about her headache, about Durante, just kind of about her life. And quickly, Leisha realized that Nicole really wasn't making any sense. Her answers, even to the simplest questions like, what did you eat today, were in fragments and didn't really make any sense. And finally, Leisha said to Nicole, hey, this can't be a normal headache. This is something serious. You need to go to the hospital. And at this point, even though Nicole had been trying so hard to just kind of white knuckle her way through whatever was going on in hopes it would go away, you know, she was starting to realize that there was something wrong here and she needed help from a doctor. And so Nicole agreed to go. And so Leisha would help Nicole up and kind of assist her out of the apartment and into Leisha's car, and Leisha would take her to the hospital. And when they got there, Leisha brought Nicole into the emergency room, and she explained to the nurses and doctors that Nicole had this terrible migraine. It started after she was in this minor car accident 5 weeks earlier. And so the doctors and nurses brought Nicole back to one of the rooms, and they began kind of treating her the way they would any other patient who had a serious headache. They asked her if she was hydrated, they asked what medication she was taking, they asked her what she was eating and how much sleep she was getting. They were just kind of going down the list of different things that could cause this headache, but nothing stood out as a red flag. Even the fact that she had been in this minor car accident and had some cuts on her face from the glass, that really wasn't enough for them to think, oh yeah, that would cause 5 weeks of a persistent migraine-like headache. They even looked at the cuts on her face to see if maybe they were infected or something, but they weren't. Basically, they had no idea what was causing this. But the doctors and nurses were very concerned because persistent, extreme pain in your head could be signs of a stroke or an aneurysm or something, both of which can be fatal. So they put Nicole through a series of imaging scans to get a look inside of her head to try to figure out what was going on. And after they finished all these scans, Nicole was brought back to her hospital room and she laid down on the bed. And even though she felt terrible still because of this headache, she at least felt like, okay, finally, you know, these people are going to figure out what's wrong with me. They're going to give me medication. This headache's going to go away and I can get back to my normal life. But only a few minutes later, as Nicole is laying there trying to get comfortable, the door to her room suddenly burst open and a swarm of people came into the room looking very concerned. And in the middle of all these people was a guy wearing a suit, and he walked up to Nicole and he said he was a police detective, and he held up one of her scans and he pointed at it. But to understand what he was pointing at on her scan, we need to go back and look at what really happened on the day that Nicole got into that minor car accident. Back in early May of 2017, Nicole and Durante, who were still dating at this point, had just come back to Nicole's house after the two of them had been at a house party together. And Nicole was furious with Durante because at this house party, he had been openly flirting with another woman right in front of Nicole. And so Nicole, after going into her house, brought it up to Durante about how disrespectful that was. And Durante, instead of being apologetic or trying to defend himself or even lie about it, he actually just got really mad at Nicole and said, you know what, fine, I'm breaking up with you. And then he began going around her house, gathering up all of his things that he had left inside of her house. And Nicole, truthfully, was so mad that she didn't really care that he was putting on this show of taking his stuff and leaving her. And so after a few minutes of Durante angrily grabbing his stuff from inside the house, he headed outside to Nicole's car where he had some more things inside of her car. And so he went in the passenger seat, and Nicole, she just reflexively got into the driver's seat of the car just to make sure that Durante didn't take anything inside of her car that he shouldn't, or mess with her car in some way to get revenge on her. And so she's sitting there, she's watching Durante right next to her gather up his things, and then he hops out of the car, doesn't say a word to her, and then he walked around the front of her car and got into his car, which was parked right in front of hers, facing out towards the road. He climbed into the driver's seat, shut the door, and then he didn't move. And so Nicole, she's still sitting in her car, looking at Durante, hoping that he's just gonna leave now, but he wasn't. And so suddenly feeling so frustrated and mad at him for everything, she turned on her car and drove forward, not fast or anything, and bumped intentionally into the back of Durante's car, and then she backed up to where she had been. And after she did that, she stared angrily at Durante, basically being like, what? Like, I want you to leave, like, get out of here. And Durante, he was furious. And so he threw his car in reverse and he really hit the gas and rammed into the front of Nicole's car. And in fact, he hit her car so hard that her car lurched backwards and smashed into her fence. Now, Nicole's memory only showed her this exchange. She remembered fighting with Durante, him getting his stuff, and then her bumping into him, and then him really hard smashing into her. And so when she thought about the minor accident she had gotten into, this was it. But what Nicole did not know as she was laying in the hospital bed, as this detective is holding up the scan and pointing at it, is there was actually a whole other series of events that played out after Durante backed into her. After Durante backed into Nicole and she smashed into her fence, Durante got out of his car, walked up to Nicole's car, drew a gun, and shot Nicole in the head. That's what happened. This was not a glass cut. This mark on her forehead was where the bullet went into her skull. But obviously, this did not kill Nicole. It knocked her unconscious, and Durante picked her up, put her in his car, and drove her to his mother's house, where he told his mother that, oh, Nicole was drunk and she got into a small accident and, she just needs to rest. And so Durante's mom, believing her son, put some Neosporin on Nicole's entry wound from the gunshot, put a Band-Aid over it, and kind of looked after her for the night. And then when Nicole came to, she had no idea what happened. Her memory only existed up until Durante rammed into her. She didn't remember him getting out and shooting her and all of that. And so when Durante realized that Nicole didn't know he shot her, he just went along with it and said, oh yeah, you got drunk and, we were fighting a little bit and you got into a small accident and I think the glass fell down and cut your head. That's all that happened. And Nicole believed it. It wasn't until Leisha made Nicole go to the hospital 5 weeks later and they scanned her head that they discovered a bullet lodged in her brain. And so the detective came in the room holding up the scan and he pointed to the bright spot on the scan, and that was the bullet. And the doctors and nurses, they told Nicole that we've never seen anything like this, like you should be dead. And also, because this has gone untreated for 5 weeks, your body healed around the bullet. Like, we can't even take it out now. Your brain has formed itself around the bullet, and so it will do more damage than good if we try to pull it out. And so Nicole would go on to live her life with this bullet in her head, but she never really fully recovered. As for Durante, the police would very quickly go after him, but he would flee police and evade them for 2 years. And then finally, when they caught up to him, he was hiding in an attic and there was this whole long standoff, but then finally he would surrender himself, and then he would get charged with a host of crimes, many of which he was convicted of, and so ultimately he was sentenced to 25 years in prison. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's stories, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have literally hundreds more stories just like these that are available right now. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please move in next door to the like button and then buy a small dog with emphysema who barks 24/7 and leave it outside every night. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. One morning in early June of 2011, in the Russian city of Kazan, a 49-year-old Russian woman named Fagiliu Mukametsanov woke up feeling nauseous. Fagiliu had recently had some health problems, and her doctors had told her that she really needed to take it easy, don't do anything that really stressed her out or made her mad, basically just relax. And so, on that morning, this is exactly what Fagiliu decided to do. Instead of pushing through her nausea to go to work anyways that day, she decided she would call out from work and stay home and have some tea and try to just feel better. But a little while later, when Fagiliu was in the kitchen making tea, her husband, Fagili, he came in and asked her how she was doing, and she said, you know what, I actually feel worse. My nausea has gotten worse, my chest hurts, and I'm starting to sweat. I'm gonna go lie down in the bedroom. But as Fagiliu walked across the kitchen to go lay down, her chest suddenly tightened tenfold and she collapsed to the ground unconscious. Fagili rushed over to her and tried to wake her up, and when he couldn't, he rushed to the phone and dialed 112, which is Russia's emergency line, and he called for an ambulance. And then when the ambulance arrived, Fagiliu was not breathing, and by the time they got her to the hospital, she was declared dead. She had died from a heart attack. Fagili, who had been married to Fagiliu, his wife, for almost 30 years, was absolutely heartbroken, but he and his wife's religion encouraged people to have funerals within 24 hours of a loved one passing away. And so despite the fact that Fagili was basically despondent from all his grief, he pretty much immediately began calling relatives and friends and making preparations for Fagiliu's funeral, which would take place the next day. The next morning, Fagili woke up and put on his best suit, and then he joined his and his wife's family and friends at the funeral home for Fagiliu's funeral. When Fagili walked inside of the funeral home, he saw there were all these wooden chairs facing forward towards the front of the room, and at the front of the room, up on a table, was his wife's coffin, which was open and surrounded by all the flowers that Fagili had barely been able to buy with the little bit of money that he and his wife had. Fagili slowly made his way down the middle of the room to his wife's coffin, and the other people that were there saw him coming and got out of the way in respect to, the husband of the deceased. And so Fagili, he walks up and he looks down at his wife, who again, it's open casket so we can see her, and he was struck by her appearance. She just did not look right. Now, Fagili did not have enough money to embalm his wife, which means to preserve a dead body and make it look like it's very lifelike. And so instead, the people who worked in this funeral home had just applied heavy makeup to Fagiliu's face to try to make her appear more lifelike, but it really hadn't worked. To Fagili, it didn't even look like his wife. After all, Fagiliu never even wore makeup, and so to see her with heavy eyeliner and bright red lipstick was just totally bizarre. Behind Fagili was Fagili's family and Fagiliu's relatives all assembled in the first row, and they were beginning their prayers for the dead. And so Fagili, he took a few more looks at his wife, and then he stepped back and joined the first row. And so as Fagili was standing there holding his mother's and brother's hand, he closed his eyes and did his best to focus on the words of the prayer, instead of on the grief he was feeling for his wife. And as he was doing that, his mother, who was on his right side, suddenly broke from the words of the prayer and let out this strange crying sound. And Fagili, he opened his eyes and looked over at his mother, expecting her to be collapsed on the ground from all the grief she was experiencing. But instead, he saw his mother was trembling and looking straight ahead. And so Fagili followed her gaze, and what he saw at the front of the room made Fagili want to faint. His wife, Fagiliu, was now sitting straight up in her coffin. She wasn't making a sound, but she was looking out at the crowd of people with her strange makeup on her face, just staring at them with wide eyes. And for a second, everybody in the funeral home noticed this and went totally quiet, and both Fagiliu and the mourners just stared at each other. And then Fagiliu began screaming, but at first it was like she couldn't make any sound, and it was this raspy, dry yell that was coming out of her mouth, but then it built and built until it was sort of like a bellow or a roar. And when this loud, deep, guttural sound began coming out of Fagiliu's mouth, the mourners in the room began screaming too, and suddenly it was absolute chaos inside of this building. As funeral workers rushed to call emergency services, not knowing what else to do, Fagili, who also had been screaming after seeing his wife arise from the dead, he kind of snapped out of it and ran to his wife, and he embraced her, and when he did, Fagiliu went from screaming to silent, and she looked up at her husband with wide, scared eyes and began crying, and then she slumped forward into Fagili's arms. At this point, Fagili's family and Fagiliu's family saw what was happening, and they kind of snapped out of it too, and they rushed forward, and they helped Fagili lift Fagiliu out of her coffin, and they laid her down on the ground. And even though she wasn't moving, her eyes were open, and she was looking up at her family, just absolutely terrified, with all her makeup running from her tears. And then 12 minutes later, when Fagiliu finally was rushed to the hospital, she was declared dead again. It would turn out that when Fagiliu collapsed on her kitchen floor, she really did have a heart attack, but it didn't kill her. She was just unconscious, and her breathing was very shallow, and she wasn't moving, and nobody noticed. And so when Fagiliu kind of came to and woke up inside of her coffin at her funeral, she likely was okay, all things considered. She was, healthy enough to be alive, but when she looked around the room and saw she was at her own funeral and sitting in her coffin, the stress of that moment had given her another heart attack, and this one had been fatal. Today's video is sponsored by NordVPN. Have you ever sat down to watch one episode of a show and then you black out and wake up like 3 days later and you've binged the entire series? Well, that's what happened to me and old Seagull Lung with Bobo the Burmese Alley Cat. It's a touching show on Catflix about a Burmese alley cat with emphysema who does his best to growl and hiss and stand his ground at anyone or anything that passes by his alley. Admittedly, this show is pretty one-dimensional. It just focuses on that aspect of Bobo's life. But me and Lung love it. And so when season 89 came out, me and Lung had to watch it immediately. However, when we fired up our flubber-powered laptop, we saw season 89 was only available to stream on the world's most remote island, Pitcairn Island. And so, with no other choices, me and old Seagull Lung hopped on a blind, emotionally unstable Phoenix and made the 4,400-mile journey to Pitcairn. We checked into our Pitcairn hotel and we're getting ready to feast our retinas on BBTBAC. Lungy turned to me and said, "Papa, we had a net NordVPN moeten," which of course in Dutch means, "Dad, we should have just got NordVPN." With NordVPN's worldwide access, you can enjoy instant, secure access to hundreds of streaming websites worldwide. And with their uninterrupted streaming, you won't have to worry about buffering. So enjoy all that Bobo the Emphysema Cat right from the comfort of your home with NordVPN. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan plus 4 additional months for free when you sign up at nordvpn.com/MrBallin. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Again, that's nordvpn.com/MrBallin, or you can click the link in the description below. Okay, back to the stories. On October 15th, 2003, a newlywed couple named Tina and Gabe Watson arrived in Australia for their honeymoon. They were both 26 years old and lived in Alabama, and neither of them made very much money. Tina worked in the kids department of a clothing store, and Gabe worked for his father at a packaging company. But Gabe's family had gifted this honeymoon trip to Australia to Gabe and Tina, and so the couple was so excited about it, and they had taken actually a whole year to plan this trip out. It was going to be the adventure of their lives. Once in Australia, the couple spent the first week in Sydney, which is one of the biggest cities in the country. They went on a river cruise, they visited the famous Sydney Opera House, and they went to see the koalas at the zoo, something Tina was very intent on doing because she loved animals. And then on October 21st, so 6 days into their big trip, the couple headed north to the city of Townsville, which is this beautiful beach town that's right near the Great Barrier Reef. The Great Barrier Reef is the world's largest and most famous coral reef system. This was going to be the real highlight of their trip. Gabe had grown up loving the water, and now as an adult, his passion was scuba diving. He was a trained rescue diver, and any chance he got back home in Alabama, he would go diving. As for Tina, scuba diving kind of scared her. She didn't like the idea of being underwater for extended periods of time and breathing in underwater. It just felt so foreign that she didn't like it. But she knew Gabe really wanted her to go scuba diving with him in Australia, and so 10 months earlier, in January of 2003, Tina had begun taking scuba diving lessons, and then right before they headed out for this trip to Australia, Tina had gotten certified in scuba diving. So, after arriving in Townsville, Gabe and Tina would spend the night in a hotel, and then early the next morning, the couple would get up and make their way down to the dock where they would board a diving boat. This boat was going to take them out into the open water, right over this famous shipwreck called the Yongola, where lots of people scuba dive, and this Yongola wreck is right near the Great Barrier Reef. So it's a truly amazing place to go scuba diving. When the couple actually was out on the open water, they looked around and just could not believe how stunning everything really was. The beach town at a distance was unbelievable, and the water was perfectly clear blue, where they could see thousands of fish shimmering and swimming all around them. Finally, the dive boat came to a stop over the area where the Yongola wreck was, and Gabe and Tina began putting on their dive gear, as did the other 4 tourists who were also on this diving trip. Now, Gabe and Tina were dive partners, which meant for this dive, they were instructed not to leave each other really at any point until they're back on the surface. But initially, once they and the other divers were put into the water, the entire group swam down together 100 feet to the bottom of the ocean where this shipwreck was. And at first, everything was going great. The swim down was easy, and then once they got down there, because the water was so clear and sunlight could reach them, they were able to look at each other and just really take in how spectacular this really was. But unfortunately, Gabe, he looked at his wrist at some point and noticed his dive computer, which tells you how much air you have left and what depth you're at, was malfunctioning, and so he signaled to Tina that he needed to go to the surface and get his computer fixed. And so he and Tina would swim away from the group back up to the surface, and then once on the surface, Gabe was able to talk to the dive leader on the boat, and he was able to get his dive computer fixed. And then after only a couple of minutes of being back on the surface, Gabe and Tina went back under the water and began heading back down towards the rest of the group. And as Gabe and Tina approached the rest of the group, they saw they were all kind of swimming around in dive pairs around the Yongola wreck. And so Gabe and Tina, they got down there and they joined the queue and began as well moving as a pair around the wreck. Back up on the surface, the dive leader, who was up in the boat, was just kind of sitting there waiting for the divers to come back up, when all of a sudden he noticed there was this sudden eruption of air bubbles coming up to the surface. And so he peered over the side of the boat to see what was going on, and Gabe, who had only left the surface after fixing his dive computer maybe 5 minutes earlier, came bombing up out of the water. And when he did, the dive leader immediately noticed that Tina was not with him. And before the dive leader could even ask Gabe what was going on, Gabe, who was obviously very panicked, he ripped off his mask and he began trying to tell the dive leader that something was wrong with his wife, that she had sunk away from him and he couldn't get to her and he needed help. And so the dive leader immediately put on a scuba tank, he jumped in the water and swam down as fast as he could to the wreck down below. And when he got there, he immediately saw Tina by herself laying on the sand on the bottom of the ocean, just totally motionless on her back. And so the dive leader, he swam over to her, he scooped her up, and he brought her all the way back to the surface. And then once on the surface, he put Tina into the boat, and then the dive leader, he climbed inside and immediately began doing CPR on Tina. And for 45 minutes, the dive leader tried to do CPR, tried everything he could to save Tina, but unfortunately, it was not enough, and Tina passed away. An autopsy would later reveal that Tina had died from something called an air embolism, which is when an air bubble gets trapped in a blood vessel and blocks it. In scuba divers, this can happen from holding your breath for too long or trying to ascend too quickly. One theory about how this could have happened to Tina was based on what Gabe said happened when he and Tina went back down to the wreck after he got his dive computer fixed. He said they got down there, everything was fine, they were swimming around like the other dive pairs, taking pictures, when Tina started to panic, kind of randomly, and she reached out for Gabe, and Gabe said she knocked his oxygen mask off his face, and so Gabe was kind of starting to panic, and he got the mask back on, at which point Tina was kind of floating away from him, and so Gabe, not really knowing what to do, said he went to the surface to get help. And so in that time frame, perhaps Tina, tried to rush to the surface on her own, giving herself the air embolism, or maybe in her panic, she had held her breath, giving herself the air embolism. But it wasn't long after Tina's death was ruled an accident and the case was closed that the other 4 people who were on that dive with Gabe and Tina began reaching out to Tina's family. These divers had seen something very strange happen right around the time Tina died, and they felt like they had to tell someone. One of these 4 divers would tell Tina's family that as they were swimming around the wreck, they saw Gabe and Tina come back down after Gabe had fixed his dive computer, and pretty quickly after they reached the bottom, Gabe seemed to give Tina a hug, like a really strong bear hug. Now, there's no reason any diver would hug another diver underwater, certainly not that hard, unless it was some sort of rescue attempt. And this diver who witnessed this told Tina's family that this did not look like a rescue attempt. It looked like Gabe was trying to restrain Tina, and Tina was trying to get away from Gabe. After a few moments of watching this, the same diver would see Gabe release Tina, and at that point, Tina would go limp and float to the bottom, and Gabe would rush to the surface where he would tell the dive leader that he had this emergency with his wife. This new information led Australian authorities to charge Gabe with murder. They alleged that Gabe intentionally turned off Tina's air and then put her in that bear hug to make sure she couldn't turn it back on again. Gabe, however, has always denied this, saying his wife really just panicked and he was trying to help her but couldn't and then went to the surface. Gabe ultimately pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter in Australia and served 18 months in prison. Prosecutors in Alabama then also tried to charge Gabe with murder or something else in connection to Tina's death, but ultimately a judge dismissed the case. One final note about this story, which also happens to be the reason most people know about this story, is that 2 of the 4 divers who were down there with Gabe and Tina were taking underwater pictures at the time that Tina died. Here is a photo they developed from this trip, which clearly shows Tina in the background just moments after Gabe had released her and she sunk to the bottom and died. In July of 1848, a 25-year-old man named Phineas Gage got a job working construction on the Hudson River Railroad in New York. At this time in America, railroads were being laid all over the country, and so lots of workers like Phineas were needed to blast rock out of the way to lay down these railroad tracks. And as it happened, Phineas was an expert in explosives. He had learned how to set controlled blasts growing up on his family's farm in New Hampshire, and then later in his life, he had worked in a mine blasting through rock. And so in addition to just being the ideal railroad worker for this time in America, when Phineas actually started working in New York on this railroad, his co-workers immediately started looking up to him. Phineas was extremely smart and energetic. He was this incredible conversationalist. He was charismatic and funny and a natural leader. And so just 2 months into starting this new job, it was no surprise to anyone who knew Phineas or worked with Phineas that he was promoted to blasting foreman, which meant Phineas would lead the explosives team. Phineas was so excited about this promotion that he went to a blacksmith and had a custom tamping iron made. A tamping iron is a long metal rod that's used to pack explosives. When railroad workers wanted to blast through, let's say, a big rock, they would start by drilling a deep but skinny hole in the rock. Then they would pour blasting powder inside, then they'd put a fuse inside, and then using this tamping iron, they would push the blasting powder and the fuse deep into this hole inside of this rock or whatever it was they were blowing up. And then once it was packed, they would ignite it. Usually, tamping irons were sort of rough tools that looked like crowbars, but Phineas really wanted something special to commemorate this promotion. And so Phineas had the blacksmith make this perfectly straight, smooth, 4-foot-long metal tamping iron, and on one end was a pointed side, and on the other was a blunted side. And this rod, it weighed about 13 pounds, and it was about 1.25 inches in diameter. And Phineas loved this tamping iron. He brought it with him not just to work, but basically anywhere he went. On September 3rd, 1848, so not long after Phineas's big promotion, Phineas and his explosives team were blasting through some rock that ran through a forest. And Phineas, he was right up front over the blasting site, helping them prep the explosive. His team had drilled that long, deep, skinny hole into the rock they were about to blow up, and then blasting powder was put inside, a fuse was put inside, and then Phineas took his tamping iron and began packing the powder and fuse deep into the rock. And the way he did this is he used the blunt end of his tamping iron to pack the explosives, which meant the pointed end was sticking out of the rock. And so as Phineas is doing this, someone behind him slipped on a rock. One of his men tripped or something, and so Phineas, with his hands kind of on his tamping iron, turned to the right to look and see what was going on. And when he did this, somehow his tamping iron that was inside of this skinny hole must have nudged against the inside of the rock, created a spark, and ignited the explosive inside of the rock, which meant the tamping iron was basically fired like a missile out of this hole into Phineas's head. It went in his cheek, up behind his left eye, up and out of his skull, and then shot 80 feet away, landing on the ground covered in Phineas's blood and brains. This happened so quickly that for a second after this thing has blown through Phineas's head, Phineas just stood there upright with his eyes wide, and then suddenly a geyser of blood began shooting out of the top of his head, and then Phineas fell backwards onto the ground. When Phineas's body hit the ground, he began having a seizure, at which point his co-workers, who were still kind of shaken up from this sudden blast, they rushed over and tried to kind of position him in a way that he wouldn't hurt himself. But I mean, they're looking at him and he's literally missing half of his head. He's covered in blood. And they're thinking, you know, there's nothing we could do for him but basically wait for him to die. And so all of Phineas's co-workers, who adored Phineas, just stood there very somber watching their boss die. But eventually, Phineas stopped having a seizure, and then he opened his eyes and he looked up at his crew and he sat up and he said, "What happened?" Now remember, half of his head has been blown out by a 13-pound, 4-foot-long metal rod that has shot through his head. And his co-workers, when they heard how clearly he was speaking and how focused his eyes were, I mean, they couldn't believe it. How in the world is this guy alive, let alone having a coherent conversation with them? And so the co-workers told Phineas, "Please lie down, we'll get you help, lie down, relax." But Phineas, who still had blood also shooting out of his head, just kind of stood up casually and walked over to the railroad cart and signaled for his crew to take him back into town. And so the crew, they're looking over at Phineas, who now is literally head to toe just red from blood. Still bleeding, but less so, and he's just sitting on the railroad cart waiting for them. And so they walk over to him and they start the slow 1-mile journey into town on this railroad cart. And the whole time they're all kind of looking at Phineas, expecting him to die any second. But instead, Phineas is just kind of looking around with half of his head. And at some point he pulled out his logbook and carefully wrote down what time they were leaving their work site to make sure his crew was accurately paid. And then finally they reached town and Phineas was still very much alive and looking around, acting like nothing had happened to him. And the co-workers helped him to his hotel, and Phineas just sat outside on a chair in front of his hotel, just people watching, while his crew went and got a doctor. A doctor soon arrived, and he too was completely shocked at Phineas's appearance, but even more so was Phineas's eyes. He looked at the doctor, and his eyes were totally focused, like he was all there, totally lucid, looking at the doctor, waiting for him to come over and help him out with his little injury. And when the doctor kind of timidly approached Phineas, Phineas very famously said as he sat on his chair, "Doctor, here's business enough for you." Like everyone else, the doctor fully assumed that despite Phineas's miraculous recovery from this injury, that he would soon die from this horrific wound in his head. And so the doctor moved Phineas up into the hotel, put him in a bed, and then basically made him comfortable. Now, the doctor at this point was not trying to save Phineas. He felt like there was nothing he could do to save Phineas. At this point, it was like mercy. Let's make this as pain-free as possible for Phineas as he inevitably dies from this injury. But Phineas didn't die. He would break out of it and basically be okay again. However, his personality at first, after he came out of this state of delirium, was not really the same. No longer was he this funny, smart, charming, confident leader. Instead, he was this guy who seemed to have lost all of his inhibitions and was kind of childlike. He swore all the time. He would tell people he had these crazy plans he was going to go do, but he would never follow through with them. And he would tell his nieces and nephews these wild stories about himself that were obviously made up and not even close to reality. But overall, he was okay, even though you could see his brain pulsing underneath his skin on the side of his head that had been blown off. And within a couple of years of this injury, those changes to Phineas's personality kind of faded, and he really did become old Phineas. However, there was one unique quirk to Phineas post-injury that never went away, and that was Phineas's kind of unhealthy love for the tamping iron that had blown through his head. After his injury, Phineas kind of stopped making friends, and any friends he did have, he really didn't try to keep those relationships up. He didn't get married, he didn't have kids. Instead, the tamping iron became sort of like his best friend. He took it everywhere with him, even posing at one point with the tamping iron the way you would expect a couple to pose for a photo. 12 years after his horrific injury, Phineas would develop seizures, likely from the injury, and then he would die with his beloved tamping rod right by his side. His case changed neuroscience forever by showing that an injury to the brain could affect specific personality traits. Today, Phineas's skull and his tamping rod are on display at Harvard Medical School. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast. We have over 100 episodes, many of which are brand new and exclusive to the podcast, which means you cannot get them on YouTube. So go check it out. It's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. At the end of December in 1984, in a little village in northern India, a young woman named Sumitra had her first child with her husband. And right away, Sumitra fell in love with her little baby boy. She had always wanted a baby, and now that she had one, she carried him.
Do not be alarmed, but I did run out of pomade, so I look like I have a 2011 Justin Bieber haircut. But I think it might work, because the 2010s are kind of having a moment. There's a lot of nostalgia there. It's been 14 years since 2010, and I don't think I'm the only one that thinks this, because somebody else who's trying to tap into the 2010s nostalgia is FaZe Clan. They kind of dominated that era of gaming. FaZe up, baby! And it seems like they're making a comeback, or at least attempting to make a comeback. They tweeted this out to the tune of 20 million impressions, Control-Alt-Delete, and it's kind of that nostalgia, task manager type of vibe. And they got look at that, FaZe Keep member and a bunch of members' names, and then some cryptic messages. We'll get into what that means in just a moment. But first, it's been a while since we talked about FaZe. A year, in fact. And the last time we talked about them was, usually revolving around some bad decisions they made or their horribly, horribly performing stock, which is only performing worse. Actually, not even performing at all because it got delisted. If you don't know, FaZe got bought out for like the 100th time, this time by GameSquare, the company that owned Complexity. They sold Complexity back to the former owner Jason Lake, and then bought FaZe Clan for $15.75 million. And that is a far cry from the valuation it had a few years ago at the start of COVID, which I think they were valued at like almost $250 million, maybe more. We're not there anymore. In fact, they lost $50 million in 2022, and now they are worth like a third, less than a third of what they lost. So yeah, they're not doing great. But around the same time that GameSquare bought them, FaZe Banks tweeted out on the main account, "I got the passwords back," which led people to believe that FaZe Banks, one of the OGs, one of the founders of FaZe Clan, was in control of FaZe, which is what people ultimately wanted.
How long have I been mute? I'm so sorry, chat.
Decisions, and a lot of people who are fans of FaZe wanted it to feel
I don't know when I muted.
FaZe members. Makes sense, especially with
I don't know when I've been muted. I'm so sorry, chat.
the first actions that was done was keeping a bunch of members, but also, if you look for just a couple of frames on this video, cutting a bunch of members. FaZe/cut underscore.
The longest time.
Agony Blaze, Booyah,
It's okay, you guys got a break from my voice.
And we don't have to look through this. We can just see it.
Blessing.
These are all of the members they cut, and they're only keeping these guys. They basically cut over half their roster, which is a pretty big deal because that half of the roster is numbers 4 through 10 of their.
How's your day? My day's good. I was serious.
Lost over half their hours watched just from those cuts alone. So that's pretty big. But it's all part of a broader goal. Now we're gonna.
That's my streamer.
Is another one of the founders of FaZe. There's like 5. There's a lot. FaZe Rain left FaZe. He's one of the only OGs to have left FaZe, and it was on his own behalf. It's not because he got cut. He chose not to resign. And he said, "Hey, I left FaZe."
Mute was here for a moment. Yep. Back to my old ways.
Still corporately owned. So although FaZe Banks tweeted out, "Got the password," he doesn't actually.
Hi, Diz. How you doing?
And again, if you don't know anything about business, simple as if you own 51% or more, a majority, you get to make all the calls, right? That makes a lot of sense. And he's saying, "I can't get burned. I don't want to be in bed with a corporation that owns 51% of GameSquare. So I like FaZe. I will not be a member of FaZe as long as they're corporately owned," which is bringing some concerns. However, Banks doesn't seem to have the same tune. He's almost talking as if he does have the control. So maybe he has a better relationship with the people who are corporately owning it, has some plan to eventually own the majority.
We biting.
The other cut that has been making a lot of noise is when they cut FaZe member Kaylee. And this was a crazy cut because it happened when she was live on stream.
Yeah, I'm being serious. I got kicked. One of the only members that can pull millions of impressions a week. Top streamer for Warzone.
And she's honestly right. I mean, she was the 4th biggest member of FaZe. She, like, if we're speaking candidly, is about the only woman I can think of who makes sense on FaZe, right? Like, it's not an org that you really think would be inclusive for women, but Kaylee fit in really well. And she was a diehard FaZe member for the past, like, almost 3 years that she had been on the org. I'm aware of it, and I'm not even, like, a guy who watched FaZe growing up or now, because I'm a 28-year-old fucking man, and I watch Northern Lion play Balatro. It seemed like a surprise to me, and she handled it really well. She tweeted out after finding out live on stream, "Hey, I'm grateful for the opportunities. I'll never forget when I got the phone call to join FaZe, the friends I made along the way. Thank you, and wishing them the best. Here's to a new beginning," which is classy. But not all of the OG founders of FaZe felt the same, because FaZe Adapt, for whatever reason, tweeted out, didn't get a dime from them in response to Kaylee saying that, "Hey, I didn't get, a dime from FaZe. I was in it from passion." And then he said, "Join the fucking club. Where's the girl from Stranger Things?" Which is like, I don't know why. I feel like you could just be like, "Thanks for being a member," but Banks handled it a little better. Said, "Today sucks. I promise the only reason you were let go is because a genuine relationship couldn't have been formed." And he goes on to basically say that he is trying to make sure that everyone in FaZe is someone that is like a, ride or die friend, and you fell into this corpo bucket and got hired at a time where it wasn't about the friends, but about the corporation owned it. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but you get the idea. And to really explain what's going on here, at its core, FaZe Banks is running the operation. And maybe he doesn't own the majority share, but he does seem to be making the calls. And the calls that he's making is trying to bring FaZe back to what it was 10 years ago, which is basically kind of like a content house, an org full of people who are friends.
There it is.
Who all play games together, and there's like a vibe and an energy that you catch watching it. And don't just take my word for it. That's what, he also kind of talked about on this podcast with Bradley Martin.
If it's about not recreating, because you never recreate what happened, but if it's about getting back to the core value of it, then wouldn't it be about...
Right.
Well, for sure. I mean, and the people, we're cutting all kinds of people.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
we're cutting the roster down significantly. We had something like 140 employees this time last year. I think we have 30 right now. I want to cut that down even further to like 10. I firmly believe that as long as the brand is taken care of, as long as the people who are a part of the brand, that roster of 10 people are all on the same page, have the same focus, have the same vision, and are incentivized the right way. Like the corny, like us paying members to put FaZe in their name and having that be the relationship, like that doesn't work.
No, I think he's probably right on that last part. I don't think it does work for an esports org to simply pay someone transactionally and then have a deliverable where you are now like a FaZe, or be it 100 Thieves or any org person. You have to be more involved with the org. You have to actually care about it outside of it is just a paycheck. But he's made some pretty brash moves. I mean, like he said, he has fired 110 people, not all influencers, some behind the scenes people, but that is a big change, and he wants to narrow it down to 10, which means maybe there are more cuts to come. And the goal is eventually to go back to the New York house. And if you know nothing about FaZe, you need to know this was basically the golden era. It was a house that they owned in New York where they all hung out, made vlogs.
I haven't been feeling well the past few days now. Hope you feel better soon, cutie.
No problem. And there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos. Look at this playlist. These are all
I'm still missing
from this New York house.
4. Okay, so I'm missing 3. Oh, okay. That one's not.
And it seems like
I understand. I missed that one. Missed
or at least the core of it is a group
8. How did I miss 8?
Together who are all trying to lift FaZe together and be greater than the sum of their parts, which makes sense on the surface, but does raise some questions about some different actions that FaZe has taken recently. Because after cutting those 17 or so people who were considered corpo or not, the right vibe.
Right, Corey, I'll be back.
Started re-signing people, or I should say signing new people. Starting with Max, the signing was announced yesterday.
Like, what is the point?
And this is just a 4-minute announcement video. We won't watch the whole thing, but you get the idea. He was signed on to be a part of FaZe.
You can't do that.
We could just use this fat bag of bread I brought.
With his fat bag of bread that he brought. You get the idea. That's not the only one, though. They signed someone else today. Silky Season was also signed. He is a new member of FaZe. And FaZe Banks tweeted out 2 of 4, implying that there are 2 more people who are going to be signed. And I found this tweet randomly, all right? This is a little bit of a journalism hat. Take it for what you will. I am not saying this is true. I do not have any insider information. But this did come out before the Silky signing was announced, and it said the next signings are also going to be Jason the Ween and Lacey, which basically means they're about to sign 4 like just chatting streamers, 4 people who are like pretty funny, who I don't think are like very closely associated with FaZe, but maybe it's Banks who's spotting some talent and he wants to rise with that talent together. And to Banks' credit, if this is going to happen, if he's going to pull this off, and he is going to make FaZe big again, all right? It is going to happen because I think of one of his skills, which is talent acquisition. All right, and I don't say this lightly. I actually do believe Banks has a good eye of picking up, new talent in the streaming scene and adding them to the squad. So I think that can work. Now, the 2 things that I do worry about are, 1, FaZe's troubled reputation. They do want to go back to 2016, but you can't like ignore the past 10 years. They fucked up a lot of shit along the way. It's going to be hard to build trust back there. And then 2, his seemingly obsession with crypto. I don't fucking get involved with crypto. To me, crypto is mostly a battlegrounds for scams. in trying to swindle people into pumping and dumping. That's most of the value I've seen, or NFTs that I think are ugly. But he is a big believer in it, and it feels like there are some signs that he might try to have some sort of Web3 involvement with FaZe. I don't know how the fuck it'll work. We'll see. I think that's one risk. That's another concern. But maybe a positive sign is all the FaZe news is getting clicks. It's getting eyeballs. There were 4 videos made about the FaZe cuts in keeps, and they all are like trending. Number 3 trending, number 12 trending, number 35 trending, number 46 trending. Now, of course, it's drama trends. People click on videos about drama. We'll see if the views sustain and create like an actual hardcore fan base. But that's where we are right now. It's FaZe Bank's making the calls. Game Square is the majority owner for now. 2 more signings are expected to come, possibly the people that were leaked in that tweet. And maybe in a year from now, they're in a better spot. At least their stock can't go any lower. Anyway, thank you.
No, it could. Don't say that.
See you later. Goodbye now. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye.
This video is brought to you by Current. Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, in 2019, in 2015, Today, we're going to look at 3 unsolved mysteries that each have lots of evidence, but no one can make sense of them. But before we get into those, in 2015, a young man living in Honduras made his way to the
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Would you like to do a fit check with me?
A fit check?
Yeah, just outfit check.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so I just kind of show off my outfit. Perfect, just like that. All right, we're gonna turn it around. Go ahead. Just show off your outfit. There you go. Okay, stunning. Perfect.
This zip line is way too close to the swamp. This has to be the happiest dog of all time.
Good morning.
Aww.
Hi, baby.
This bike rider was being chased by a wolf, but this person in their car scared it away.
Hi, Papa. How you doing?
Aveți grijă că vine!
High five. Too slow. High five. Too slow. High five.
A moose broke into a
You
movie theater and
motherfucker.
started eating popcorn.
Splish splash, we were taking a bath.
He was sad because someone took his toy.
No. Oh no.
Aww.
Carpenter made a super satisfying
Give that puppy his toy back.
animation. Does anyone know why this water is broken?
What the heck? it's just water.
Imagine how strong you need to be to juggle car tires. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later. Later. Oh, I'm gonna die.
This guy was just released from prison, but his family asked some police officers to pretend that he was getting arrested again.
Yes, my guy.
Where is this flippin' thing?
This dog refuses to get their nails cut.
No, don't touch.
This poor kid thought it was the end of the world during the solar eclipse.
This is the end. Aw. You live, I did live.
Tiny cats are so cute, small cats are the best. No, show me your massive cat.
This is my cat. This is Henry. Say hi.
I can't
Hi.
believe this dog did this to her baby.
Oh my gosh.
This
I need to have a nap.
decided to try
Have
out
a
his
good
new
one,
strategy.
couch. Sleep well. It's all about.
Pizza Hut. Cause I'm a bad mom.
No, they're not.
Aw.
You are a good mom. Say it.
I'm a good mom.
This is called the cave in Costa Rica. The cave is filled with carbon dioxide, so as soon as fire goes inside, it is immediately
Oh, what a good kid.
Yep.
No, Vellum is going under him.
Pluto.
There were some very strong winds in Wyoming a few days ago.
Look at that thing go.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Someone randomly pepper sprayed this guy for no reason and ran away, so he called the police. He then asked the police to record a video for his boss, explaining why he is late for work.
The cop's gonna explain what happened, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come into work.
Kevin here was pepper sprayed early this morning, so he might be a little late or not come in today.
Yeah.
Someone dressed up as a garbage bag and stole a package from someone's porch. They then crawled all over the car and drove away.
No!
This is what it looks like when a dog only has 2 brain cells.
What are you doing? What the hell? Sage!
Please. Cold B. What? Warm him up. Give him a blanket. Old beer!
So this is pretty crazy. One of my subscribers was on a plane when they went right underneath the solar eclipse. So they recorded a time lapse of what it looked like.
Alright, we got 3.
How much does a new pair of pants cost? I mean, if you're that bad off, I'll buy it. Jeez.
This cat thinks you can drink water via Bluetooth.
Go away! Go away! Go!
What is this under?
Creature.
Now you're in New York City when nobody stops to look at a burning garbage truck.
Meow, 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 meow. I see you, Risky. Oh, hi there, Shin.
So I guess food delivery guys in Ukraine use these water scooter things.
Hi, Baba.
This is called a hologram fan, and it can make some pretty cool effects. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. I think this might be the worst proposal ever. This guy pretended to be dead in a motorcycle accident before surprising his girlfriend.
Look at this, bro. New Ray-Bans dropped. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they got the camera in it too. Listen, bro. We in that good life.
Alright, hold on. I need 9, 8, 9, and 15. 8, 9, and 15.
If this happened to me, I don't think I would ever drive again.
Oh, for sure I got 8. I can't believe 8 is still missing. Ain't no way.
Oh my god.
This has to be the worst place to set up a dartboard.
If I just the party? Okay. I'm not doing much. I'm just flying around.
This
You
horse
guys are
knows how to
free.
crack their own neck.
I can't think of social right now.
Ooh. Good
Invite?
ones.
Oh my gosh. You sent me one.
Her earbuds.
One of my subscribers sent me a video of their super flexible arms. This person knows how to draw a map of the world by memory in 1 minute.
Hee hee. Hi hi.
I guess this is how you make a giant Pringle.
Aha.
One of my subscribers lives in Tanzania and recorded this amazing time lapse. That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of it. Hello everyone, this is. Hello everyone, this.
Come on. Give me something else.
This is your daily dose of internet. I guess. Looking for a video that I want to watch here.
All right, chat, focus. Today, we are speedrunning YouTube.com. Now, we've done this before, where we tried to go from a certain section of YouTube to another section.
We watched this one. Dang it.
But this time, I am...
Let's watch some scary stuff.
This is Slapped Ham. You're about to see some of the scariest video clips that are trending on socials right now. So hit that subscribe button and get ready.
Ludwig. Yeah, unfortunately we saw that one. It's a good one. Alright, we're looking for 9.
In a captivating video shared by Reddit user usualchalice1277, viewers are given a glimpse into the eerie corridors of an abandoned hospital in Lassi, Romania. The footage, brief yet chilling, documents the exploration of this dilapidated facility by a group of curious individuals. But as the camera holder turns to face a long corridor, the lens fleetingly catches something quite unsettling. Looks like a woman peering out from the left-hand side. If you slow the footage down, her presence becomes more obvious. The sudden appearance spooks the explorers, who quickly flee the area. So is this woman merely a squatter seeking refuge in the forgotten halls of the hospital? Or could her presence hint at something more spectral? The eerie setting, combined with the brief and unexpected sighting, leaves viewers with a haunting impression, blurring the lines between reality and the supernatural in the shadowy recesses of an abandoned hospital. This next video on our list shows something rather creepy. Take a look. Uploaded to Reddit by user Maximus Killer, the video is an excerpt taken from the poster's backyard security camera. The clip has sparked a debate in the comments section about what it actually shows. Is the mysterious figure a ghost or a human? Several viewers think that the more creepy scenario would be if the figure was actually a human, as they're jogging through the poster's backyard at night time. We'll throw this strange piece of footage over to you, the viewers. What do you think this security camera's captured? Is the mysterious figure a ghost or a trespassing jogger in desperate need of some midnight cardio? In a spine-tingling share over on Reddit, user Dark16 posted photos that have stirred up intrigue and speculation. The images reveal bruises on both sides of the poster's back, resembling fingerprints. The poster explains that these mysterious marks appeared after spending some time in a recently purchased property, a renovation project. Despite wearing a heavy jacket that day, the poster was baffled to find these vivid marks, which were pointed out by his wife after he showered. Skeptical of their origin, the poster initially attributed them to mundane activities like carrying concrete or gym exercises. However, the distinct appearance of these marks, resembling human fingerprints, defied such explanations. Adding another layer of eeriness to the story, the poster reveals that a woman in her 30s had died in the house the previous August, likely from a drug overdose. The possibility of a lingering presence in the house, given the traumatic nature of her death, is something the poster can't shake off. Notably, the size and spacing of the finger-like bruises seem consistent with a woman's hand. Though not a firm believer in the paranormal, the poster can't help but ponder the implications of these eerie marks. Was the poster slapped by a ghost, or is there another way to explain the sudden and mysterious appearance of these marks? Let me know your thoughts on this strange story in the comments down below.
Alright, that's 9. Where's 15? Okay, I see it, I see it.
Post on Reddit, user FunAdministration28 shared a spine-tingling photo sent to them by a friend at the bewitching hour of 3 AM. The image, originating from Malaysia, has sparked considerable discussion among netizens, with many speculating that it might capture the eerie presence of a Pontianak. For those unfamiliar, a Pontianak is a mythical creature deeply rooted in Malaysian and Indonesian folklore. It's believed to be the vengeful spirit of a woman who died during childbirth. These entities are often depicted as a pale-skinned woman with long flowing hair dressed in white, embodying both ethereal beauty and chilling malevolence. They're notorious for emitting a baby's cries to lure unsuspecting victims, especially men, before revealing their true fearsome nature. The photo in question is dark. However, it becomes startlingly clear when brightened up. It reveals a ghostly-looking figure that, according to one viewer, bears an uncanny resemblance to the infamous ghost from The Grudge. The figure's appearance in the image has not only sent shivers down the spine of the Reddit community, but it's also reignited interest in the traditional folklore surrounding these spectral entities. This photo and the discussions it spurred highlight the deep-seated cultural fears and enduring belief in supernatural entities, like the Pontianak in Malaysian society. It serves as a modern reminder of the age-old tales that continue to haunt and fascinate in equal measure. So what do you think's been caught on camera here? Is it really something supernatural, or is there another way to explain this strange presence?
Oh, it's on the tree.
Shrewsbury Prison, renowned for its chilling history and eerie atmosphere, recently featured this creepy photo on its Facebook page. The post highlighted a spine-tingling occurrence during a paranormal investigation led by the team from Haunted Scouse TV. While exploring the C Wing, which is famously known as the most haunted section of the prison, a guest captured something truly unexplainable. In the photo, what appears
No.
figure is seen
Stop
dancing
sliding.
in the C Wing. This prison, with its long and dark history, has been the site of numerous reports of paranormal activity. From the echoes of footsteps in empty corridors to the fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures and unexplained noises, the prison has long been a magnet for ghost hunters and enthusiasts of the supernatural.
Yeah.
The C Wing in particular has been a focal point for many
Oh my god.
experiences.
Overcorrected.
Stories abound of former inmates and wardens who, it seems, have never quite left the premises. The wing is steeped in tales of despair and untold mysteries, making it a hotspot for paranormal investigations. The shadow captured in the photo serves as a stark reminder of the prison's haunted reputation, leaving many to wonder who or what is still lingering in the corridors of Shrewsbury Prison, long after its doors have closed. This next brief clip was uploaded to TikTok by user
Okay, that's all of them.
Take a look.
Should be at least.
Spot anything out of the ordinary?
What's going on with my map?
At first, it can be hard to see.
Ow, why am I being flashbanged?
Down, you can see what appears to be an object flying past the plane below. It moves so fast, it's almost undetectable.
Why does it do this to us?
Regular speed.
Is it just because I've been in this map for so long? Does every map do this?
A significant shift in the public
I never spent this long in a map before.
objects, the US government held official hearings.
Or is this map special?
These hearings, the first of their kind in decades, were a response to growing public interest and concern about unexplained aerial phenomena, especially given the implications for national security and aviation safety. During these hearings, high-ranking officials from various departments, including the Department of Defense, provided testimonies and answered questions posed by congressional committees.
Hello?
Key
Where's
aspects
the
of the
teleport?
hearing focused on the analysis of documented UFO sightings, many of which have been captured by military personnel. The discussions aim to shed light on the nature of these phenomena, their potential origins, and the protocols in place for reporting and investigating such sightings.
It's the meta in this map? Ah, okay. I don't remember ever being teleported so much in a map before.
Identified aerial phenomena encountered by military pilots.
Do the teleportation stuff have to be unlocked for the meta? Because I don't see my teleport anymore.
Current human-made aircraft. The officials emphasised the importance of understanding these phenomena not only from a national defence perspective but also from scientific and technological viewpoints. They acknowledged that while some sightings could be attributed to advanced technologies from foreign adversaries or private entities, there remained a significant number of incidents that defied conventional explanation. Like the object seen streaking past the plane in this video, much is still unknown about these so-called UAPs. Are they alien in origin?
Bring other active locations, escort events, got you.
Clip one more time and let me know what you think this mysterious object might actually be in the comments down below.
Oh gosh.
Before we take a look at a bizarre piece of home footage, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and creepy videos. This next video, uploaded to the Ghost Sisters Facebook page, shows something rather creepy. It can be hard to spot at first, but if you keep your eye on the area near the woman in the back, you should be able to see it. There appears to be a strange face peering over the woman's shoulder. As the video's brief and has little accompanying information, it's hard to know exactly what we're seeing here. Some viewers suggested it might be a mannequin or simply a case of pareidolia caused by the lighting and the unusual pattern on the curtains in the background. But what do you think? Can this mysterious face be so easily explained away, or could it be something more supernatural? Take another look and let me know what you think it could be down below.
Now, in case you haven't heard the awesome news, we've launched a brand new second channel. If you want to see the latest episode, check out that link on the top there. Otherwise, there's a spooky playlist there you can binge on. Now, leave us a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the scariest or weirdest. We love hearing your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. The Lighthouse Keeper. If you're one of the very few people who have never watched BuzzFeed Unsolved on YouTube, the series can basically be summarized like this. It's sort of a ghost hunting show, but not a typical one. The show has two hosts, Ryan and Shane. Now, Shane is a diehard skeptic of the paranormal.
Anytime there's like any chance of sort of any kind of mechanical failure or just doors in general, people are always like, well, the door opened, so that's ghost. I don't want to argue with you on this. If you find it compelling, I'm happy for you.
I do find it compelling. Yeah,
well, great.
I'm happy for me too.
Good.
And then there's Ryan, who is the polar opposite, and might even be just a bit too scared of the supernatural.
Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. It's an automatic light.
In each episode, the two hosts visit allegedly haunted places and investigate to search for real paranormal evidence.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we investigate St. Augustine Lighthouse as part of our ongoing investigation into the question, are ghosts real?
No.
In this episode, they are investigating the notoriously haunted St. Augustine Lighthouse in Florida. The lighthouse was completed in 1874 and has seen its fair share of tragedy over the nearly 200 years that it has been guiding sailors home from the sea. BuzzFeed Unsolved hosts Ryan and Shane begin their investigation at the historic Lightkeeper's house, which is right beside the lighthouse. People say that they have heard the endless and painful coughing of the spirit of a man named William Harn. He was the very first keeper of the lighthouse back in the 1800s. Harn tragically passed away inside the house of malaria and the lung disease tuberculosis. When they try to reach out to the spirit of William, the two friends capture something truly bizarre.
All right, we're gonna give you some silence here, William. If there's anything you'd like to say to us, maybe a message you wish you could have communicated before you left Earth. I'm gonna sit in one of these little tiny chairs and make me look like you. Gonna give you some silence right now.
No, we're not here. Why? I'm not in the right spot, that's why. Silly me.
Shane captured the unexplained sound of someone coughing, just like guests claim to have heard in the past. Could this be the spirit of William, who died of tuberculosis? Next, Ryan and Shane finally enter the actual lighthouse, which is said to be a hotbed of paranormal activity.
The best ghost evidence of all time, in my opinion, or at least some of it, has been caught right here in this little rotunda. I mean, they caught an apparition full out, just peeking over the railing.
It is said that paranormal investigators always have an experience in the lighthouse when they are alone. So to test this theory, both Ryan and Shane will be locked inside separately to investigate. Shane heads in first for his solo investigation, but he doesn't really experience much.
All right, so I'm going in there, I'm going to the top.
Yeah.
And I'm coming back down.
Yeah, that's what you do in a staircase, yeah.
Sounds good. This is high time for a ghoul to come out and spook me. So far, no ghouls. This is allegedly the site of a lot of FBAs, or full-bodied apparitions. I feel nothing. I really don't. I don't get any vibes. I haven't felt anything strange all night. All right, see you later, dudes.
Next, it's Ryan's turn. And now, before we proceed, it should be noted here that during the building of the lighthouse...
How long are you going today? I'm not tired. I'll probably keep going.
At the construction site. Visitors have reported seeing a young girl
It's a grindy day.
inside the lighthouse who just faded away into thin air right before their eyes.
Everyone who's gone in there has seen something, for the most part, if they've gone by themselves. You know what? I'm eager to add my name to that roster.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, boy. Is there anybody in here with me right now? My name is Brian. What? Can you say my name back to me? Oh my God, I just heard Eliza. Oh my God. Eliza? Why do you sound like that? Oh my God, I'm panicking. Here's... I do hear you. Oh my God, I just heard to hear me. I got the chills. Why am I leaving? Is that what you just say? Because I'm scared, that's why. Sayonara, you had your chance.
Turn off your radio.
I almost had a panic attack.
Did you? You are wet.
I said, who's up here? What's your name? And it's just so clear, just Eliza.
Ryan is freaked out as he gets some very weird direct responses on his spirit box. One of the answers being Eliza, the name of the child that passed away at the lighthouse. Now, Shane, on the other hand, didn't capture anything and is completely unimpressed with the whole location. But after the video is uploaded to YouTube, many viewers pointed out that skeptical Shane might have actually caught the most compelling and
You want to go ghost hunting?
evidence of all.
This is high time for a ghoul to come out and spook me.
You just want to know?
So far, no ghouls.
Did you see it? Watch again.
This is high time for a ghoul to come out and spook me. So far, no ghouls.
A dark figure of a man can be seen standing at the bottom of the lighthouse. When the footage is brightened, the man has no distinguishable features and looks more like a black mass than a person. Now, Shane was completely alone inside the lighthouse when he filmed. So just who or what is this? Could it be the ghost of one of the many deceased keepers who are said to haunt the lighthouse? You decide.
All right. See you
Look
later.
at all the skills.
The final night. Alexander Labuzov from Russia says that he's been living in the same apartment for over 3 years, when suddenly and inexplicably, strange paranormal things began to happen around his home. Loud, unexplained noises would wake him up in the middle of the night. Things around the house would move on their own, and scariest of all, one night when he was in bed, sound asleep, someone or something suddenly grabbed onto his wrist, squeezing hard. He jerked his arm away and lurched out of bed, searching his room, but there was no one there. He says that the paranormal activity in his apartment just increased over time, until eventually he decided to just move out. So Alex is set to move out of his apartment the next day, but he decides to try to record the strange supernatural activity one last time.
Oops. I got messed up. I'll bet.
In today's story, you very likely will at some point go, okay, I know where this is going. But you won't, because the ending to this story is so random that it actually took 100 years to piece together what actually happened. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please bring the like button out hiking with you on Kodiak Island in Alaska.
What?
But don't tell them you've secretly stapled a huge raw steak to the outside of their pack. Also, please subscribe to our channel.
What about Alaska?
In today's story, you very likely will at some point go, okay, I know where this is going. But you won't, because the ending to this story is so random that it actually took 100 years to piece together what actually happened. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please bring the like button out hiking with you on Kodiak Island in Alaska, but don't tell them you've secretly stapled a huge raw steak to the outside of their pack. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the night of January 31st, 1910, an American couple living in London, named Belle and Dr. Harvey Crippen, were hosting a small dinner party for two of their friends. The group had just finished their food, and they were now in the middle of a game called Whist, which is a card game, when suddenly Belle put her cards down, and she stood up to tell a story. And Dr. Crippen saw his wife doing this and kind of knew what was going to happen, and he kind of gestured for her to not tell the story and please sit down and play this game, but she just kind of waved at him dismissively, like, please, leave me alone, I'm going to do what I want to do. Dr. Crippen sighed and just kind of sat back and let this happen. Anywhere they went, he knew his wife had to be the center of attention, and there was just nothing he could do. Dr. Crippen was a pretty passive guy who kind of got walked all over, especially by his wife. He was kind of little, he had big bulging eyes and huge glasses he wore, and his job was he basically sat inside of a dentist's office and mixed medicines for the dentist. And so he was just kind of like this anonymous, forgotten about guy that worked in a back office hidden from the world. Meanwhile, his wife, Belle, is like this beautiful woman, huge personality. She's an aspiring actress and singer, and everywhere they went, everybody loved her and basically didn't notice Dr. Crippen. Also, Belle would basically spend all of Dr. Crippen's money on her.
I was like, why is it not completing?
So Dr. Crippen is just so
I just didn't see it behind the video.
watching as Belle has now stood up in her big flowing pink evening
Meep want to go hiking? What?
dress with this big story of hers, and at some point she just kind of transitions from telling the story to performing this bizarre song and dance routine that was this story. It's like she came up with a play in real time and performed it for the guests. And the dinner guests who were watching this performance, their names were Paul and Clara, they were totally entranced by what Belle was doing. They thought it was incredible. Paul and Clara were both theater people like Belle was. Paul was a former comedian, and Clara worked with Belle at their charity, which was called the Music Hall Ladies Guild. And so Dr. Crippen just kind of scowled as the two dinner guests applauded really loudly for Belle's big performance. And Belle, you know, she smiled and kind of giggled and then sat down and said, thank you so much. And then, you know, Dr. Crippen, he's thinking, okay, now that she's done with this performance, we can finally play the card game that I really want to play. But Dr. Crippen, after grabbing his cards, looked around and could tell that they were not going to play cards. The big performance by his wife had eaten up all the rest of their time, and now it was too late and the guests had to leave. Before Dr. Crippen could even stand up to begin picking up in the room to get ready for this visit to end, Belle, his wife, was demanding he go outside and get their guests a horse and carriage to bring them back home. And so Dr. Crippen just kind of put his head down and said, okay. And as he was walking towards the front door to get the horse and carriage, Belle yelled after him, and don't get one of those cheap ones. Get an expensive one, a nice one. Dr. Crippen just kind of rolled his eyes, but said, okay. And then he walked outside. But despite looking all over the place, there were no nice horse and carriages. It was just the kind of loud, rickety, bad ones that his wife did not want him to get. But after looking all over the place for a full hour and not finding a nice one, Dr. Crippen finally just had to hail one of the bad horse and carriages. He called them over and then he went back inside and he told the guests, okay, I got your horse and carriage. And so they came outside and so did Belle. And Belle's looking at this carriage after this long delay and it's this terrible carriage. And she just stares at Dr. Crippen furious. The guests don't seem to mind. They just walk down the stairs, they get in their carriage, they say goodbye, and they take off. But the second Dr. Crippen had turned back around, Belle was already back inside their home. And so he knows, as soon as he goes in there, he's going to get yelled at. And so he went inside the home, and in the living room was Belle, arms folded, just staring at him, absolutely furious. And she began laying into him about not only how ridiculous it was that it took him a whole hour to find the carriage, and it was a terrible carriage, something she said not to do, and she told him that he was the reason their whole dinner party had been a total disaster. Even though Dr. Crippen was like, I think it went pretty well. But in Belle's mind, her husband was the reason this party had totally failed. He was boring, he didn't contribute anything, and she told him that she caught that he did not applaud nearly as loudly as Paul and Clara had for her big performance, and that really hurt her feelings. When Dr. Crippen just didn't say anything, he just kind of knew to keep his head down and let his wife talk, when that happened, Belle got so frustrated, she kind of huffed and then turned around and walked over to the mantelpiece, and she took this framed photo that she shamelessly left up in their house that was of her former lover who she openly had had an affair with. It was this beautiful, handsome, square-jawed prize fighter who, again, Dr. Crippen knew his wife had cheated on him with. And so Belle, she takes this photo and she holds it up and she points right at him and she looks at her
What the
husband and
heck?
says, I can get any man I want. Look right
Oh
at
my
me."
god. What the?
But Dr. Crippen was not affected by this. He was completely
What a
used
champ.
to being treated this way by Belle, and so again, he just stayed silent and took what she was throwing at him. And so again, Belle gets even more frustrated because she's not getting a reaction from Dr. Crippen. She finally just goes, you know what? I'm gonna leave you tomorrow. I'm done with you. I can't be with you. It's over. And again, Dr. Crippen just didn't react. I mean, this really was typical behavior for his wife, even this threat of leaving him tomorrow. She had done this before, but never followed through on it. It was just kind of like Dr. Crippen was her punching bag, basically 24/7. And so for now, all Dr. Crippen really wanted was for his wife to just stop ranting and raving so he could just go to bed. He didn't really care what she was saying. Frankly, he wouldn't even care if she did leave him the next day. He was totally unhappy in this marriage, as obviously she was, but he was so scared of scandal, he couldn't bring himself to divorce his wife. But if she actually followed through and left him, he'd be free. The marriage would be over and it would be her fault. And so Dr. Crippen just stood there waiting for his wife to finish, but it was clear she had a lot to say. Even after threatening to leave him, she just kept on laying into him about all his faults. And then at some point, Dr. Crippen just totally caught her off guard by interjecting and saying, hey, Belle, do you want some whiskey? And Belle just kind of stopped and stared at her husband inquisitively. And then it was like her whole mood changed. And she was like, actually, yeah, I'll take some whiskey. And so Dr. Crippen said, great, I'll go make it. And he walked over to the liquor cabinet and he poured both of them a drink. 2 days later, the members of the charity that Belle and Clara, the dinner guest, were a part of, the Music Hall Ladies Guild, they were all sitting in their office in London waiting to start their meeting. But there was a problem. Belle, who was their treasurer, and therefore needed to be at this meeting, was not at this meeting. She was late and nobody knew where she was. And so after they sat in this office for a while, they finally heard a knock on the door. So one of the women got up, they opened up the door, and standing outside is Dr. Crippen's assistant, this young woman named Ethel, and she looked kind of frazzled and maybe a little bit out of breath, and she was carrying a letter and a package in her hands. And so Ethel would tell the woman who opened the door that she was here on behalf of Dr. Crippen and also Belle. And so the woman who opened the door said, okay, come on in. And so Ethel walked into the office and she placed the letter and the package on the table, and then she quickly turned around and left. After she was gone, the guild members kind of looked at each other confused and then just reached out and they grabbed the letter, they opened it up and they read it. And the letter was written by Dr. Crippen, and he was telling the members of this guild that unfortunately one of Belle's family members back in America had fallen ill, and so Belle had to go back to America and take care of this person, and she'd be gone for at least several months. And then when they opened up the package that Ethel had dropped off, that contained the guild's checkbook and also their ledger. That way they'd be able to go out and find a new treasurer to replace Belle. And so when they had finished reading this letter and seeing the contents of this package, the members of this guild just kind of looked at each other, not really sure what to do. You know, it seemed odd that Belle had not told them she was doing this, that she had left without saying goodbye. But at the same time, it seemed like whatever she was dealing with in America was very serious. And so they decided the only thing they could do was to just hire a temporary treasurer and wait for Belle to come back. About 3 weeks later, Clara and the rest of the Ladies Guild members hosted their annual ball. And like always, they invited Belle, as well as her husband, Dr. Crippen, even though they knew, you know, this invitation was kind of a formality because Belle was still in America. But Dr. Crippen would show up to this ball, and he would not show up alone, and it caused a bit of an outrage. On Dr. Crippen's arm was very obviously his date. Ethel, his assistant, the young woman who had dropped off that letter and the package to the members of the guild about Belle's sudden departure. Clara stared incredulously at Dr. Crippen and Ethel as they kind of swayed around the room dancing. I mean, Clara just could not understand what was going through Dr. Crippen's head. How could he possibly think it was appropriate to so openly cheat on his wife around all of his wife's friends and in such a public place? It just seemed unfathomable that anybody would do what Dr. Crippen was doing. And so that night, Clara and the other members of the Ladies Guild, they got together and they decided that, you know, because of Dr. Crippen's obvious
Ghost touches your bow.
they could not invite him to be a part of any.
We would like that though. That would be good for Weep.
Belle again when she got back. But Belle didn't come back, and she never wrote to any of the members of the guild or any of her friends. She just disappeared. And on March 20th, 1910, so roughly 2 months after Belle supposedly fled to America, Dr. Crippen came out and said he had just gotten some terrible news. It would turn out his wife, Belle, had fallen ill while in America, and she had died. When Clara and the rest of the Ladies Guild members heard about this, their disgust at Dr. Crippen's cheating quickly turned into suspicion that maybe he had something to do with Belle's early demise. As many of you may already know, 2 years ago we launched the Mr. Ballin podcast, and we actually launched it on Valentine's Day 2022, which was not intentional, but we decided to just kind of go with it, and eventually we began calling the release day Valentine's Day. And last year, to commemorate Valentine's Day, I hosted a live digital storytelling event, and it was totally awesome. It was very intimate, and I got to meet a lot of all you amazing fans of the strange, dark, and mysterious. And so for this year's Valentine's Day, we decided we would just do that again. We would host another live digital storytelling event. The event is totally free. All you have to do is click the link in the description to join the official Mr. Ballin Discord server, and then once you're in there, there's all these prompts that'll get you all set up. And then on Valentine's Day 2024, so Wednesday, February 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern, you will just click on the event within Discord and boom, I'll pop up on your screen and start telling you some stories. So again, the Valentine's Day live digital storytelling event will take place at 7 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, February 14th, only on the official Mr. Ballin Discord server. Oh, and one more thing before you go. Next week's YouTube video will have another big announcement about Valentine's Day that I'm pretty sure you're all going to be very happy to hear about. So one of the members of this guild went to the police and reported Belle missing. However, at first, the police were not inclined to pursue this case because from their perspective, there was no evidence of a crime committed here. You know, all they knew was this woman, Belle, had died in America, supposedly from natural causes. And so the only thing that was contrary to that were Belle's friends who basically were saying, well, you know, maybe she was murdered by her husband because her husband was cheating on her. And the police were like, that
Turk, hi Turk.
Cheating on her does not mean he killed her. But Belle's friends continued to keep the pressure on police, and finally,
Who got murdered?
police would assign a detective.
Apparently a lot of people.
And Inspector Dew had been a detective.
There's been some crazy stories today.
And he had even worked on the very famous serial killer case.
Hope you're doing well, Turk.
And had been one of the people who actually
I'm getting kind of eepy. It's almost time for me to sleep.
case had gone unsolved. But coming out of that investigation, Walter Dew had really developed a great reputation as a really good detective. And so to have him lead this case was a big deal. And so on the afternoon of July 6th, 1910, so roughly 5 months after Bell had gone missing, Inspector Dew, as one of his first things he would do for this case, went to Dr. Crippen's house to ask him about his wife. Now, Inspector Dew expected that Dr. Crippen would tell him
Your flight tomorrow, where are you going?
everybody else about Belle, which is, she had to go to America to take care of this sick relative, and while she was over there, unfortunately, Belle passed away.
North Carolina.
What Dr. Crippen ultimately told
In Florida.
was not
Busy.
Now, at first, Inspector Dew just asked Dr. Crippen a lot of basic questions about his wife. But Dr. Crippen seemed really awkward as he answered these questions. He actually almost seemed really embarrassed. And Inspector Dew clearly noticed this, but just kept on asking these routine questions and just allowed Dr. Crippen to act however he was going to act. But at some point, Dr. Crippen just stopped answering the questions altogether, and he paused for a minute with his head in his hands, and then he took off his glasses, he put them on the table, and then he looked up at Inspector Dew, and he said, I should just tell you the truth. Belle isn't dead. Dr. Crippen told the inspector that the day following that dinner party they hosted with Paul and Clara, that morning when Dr. Crippen woke up, his wife was gone, and all her things were gone too. She had packed up in the middle of the night and left without telling him where she was going. And so Dr. Crippen realized his wife had finally made good on the threat to leave him. Dr. Crippen said he lied about what happened to Belle because he was trying to avoid a scandal. He said that, while Belle was horrible to him personally and really mistreated him, she was really kind of amazing with everybody else, and everybody else loved her. And so Dr. Crippen really believed that lying about this would ultimately save her reputation and his own. So it was a win-win. And once Dr. Crippen was relatively sure Belle was not going to be coming back, that she really had left him for good, that was when he began openly dating Ethel, because he had actually been...
Gonna be a long week for you, though. Well, I hope you have a good time, though.
And he felt like now, with his wife out of the picture, he could finally love her out in the open, even though he admitted, nobody would actually understand the dynamic here, because everybody else thinks Belle is over in America, and here I am cheating on her. But, Dr. Crippen insisted to the inspector that this was the truth. He was not cheating on Belle. He didn't have anything to do with her disappearance. She left of her own accord, and here he was. And so after Dr. Crippen explained all this to the inspector, Dr. Crippen just put his face in his hands and just looked so...
Oh, I have to do a couple more things.
To the point where Inspector Dew really believed Dr. Crippen. I mean, this
I have
is
to
a
complete
guy
10
who
events.
just poured his soul out about some of the most embarrassing things of his entire life, so he's got to be telling the truth.
Okay.
Also, Inspector Dew couldn't help but think to himself that Dr. Crippen
Let's go do events.
was a little kind of passive-seeming guy who did not really seem capable of killing somebody else. But at the same time, Inspector Dew could definitely see a woman like Belle leaving Dr. Crippen the way that she did.
Be missing you guys since I won't be on the weekend. Hey, it's okay. We'll miss you, but at least we know that you're out having a good time. You deserve it.
This is a missing person case, and so we got to check everything. Dr. Crippen said, absolutely, search my house, do whatever you got to do, and Inspector Dew would do just that. He went all over the house, looked everywhere, and he would find nothing. So the inspector told Dr. Crippen that as of now, he believed his story and that basically the case was closed, but Inspector Dew really needed to talk to Belle in order to officially close the case, because right now, everybody thought she was dead, no one had heard
How's
from
you?
her,
I'm good.
so that was the one missing
I'm
piece.
super drained today, but I'm good.
Fine. And he and the inspector actually worked together to draft up this little advertisement that would go in newspapers in America that basically would say, hey, Belle, if you see this, you need to contact police in London because we're looking for you. And so after the two men had come up with the language they wanted for this advertisement, Inspector Dew thanked Dr. Crippen, said he'd be in touch, and then he left. But 5 days later, when Inspector Dew went to follow up with Dr. Crippen, he discovered that Dr. Crippen and his new lover, Ethel, his assistant, were both gone, and nobody knew where they were. And this changed everything about the Bell case. Inspector Dew couldn't help but think, you know, Dr. Crippen and Ethel look like they're running from something, so probably they lied to me about their involvement with Bell's disappearance. And so Inspector Dew sent physical descriptions to all the newspapers and police stations all across Europe, and also he made a note to check all the ships that were bound for America in case Dr. Crippen and Ethel had decided to flee Europe that way. And while this big manhunt was just getting underway, Inspector Dew and his team went back to Dr. Crippen's house to do a much more thorough search. So police descended on Dr. Crippen's beautiful 3-story home on a quiet street, and they went inside and they tore apart everything. They flipped over mattresses, they opened up drawers and closets, they threw everything out, but they found nothing suspicious. But at some point, Inspector Dew, who was feeling really annoyed...
This is a raptor or a scorpion? What is going on?
You know, he was walking down the basement steps in Dr. Crippen's house, and as he went down, he saw there were other investigators already in the basement conducting...
Barely got any sleep last night and work today? What are you doing, Turk? Why ain't you getting no sleep?
He noticed the bricks that were laying in front of the fireplace that was in the basement.
Dying, I feel it. I feel it.
Like they were maybe too new or something. And so just kind of acting on a hunch, he walked over to these bricks that were laid out right in front of this fireplace, and he's looking at them, and he grabs a poker, one of the pokers you use to move the logs around in a fire, and he just began tapping on each of the individual
Oh, look at their raptor. That's cute.
With every tap, he would hear the solid thump sound that you're hitting something hard that is...
I like it. Shin, why don't you have this raptor? Like, what are you doing, Shin? You need this raptor. It screams you. It has a cowboy hat and everything. It's pixelized. It screams, Shin.
And so Inspector Dew is super excited. He calls...
I do need it. You do.
One by one, they begin pulling up all these bricks, and after they're all gone, they see there's this perfectly smooth layer of clay that these bricks were sitting on top of. And so Inspector Dew called for a shovel. A guy brought one over, and Dew, he took one scoop with the shovel, and immediately this horrible smell began coming out of the ground that was so gross that the guys around Inspector Dew began retching and vomiting, and before long, the entire group of investigators had basically fled the basement to get away from this horrible smell. But
Oh, someone says I'm really cute. Aw.
and the rest of his team put handkerchiefs over their nose and their mouths, and they went back into the house, down into the basement. They
I'm
grabbed
going to hit him with the know you.
continued to dig, and after just a couple of scoops, they saw what was causing this terrible smell. In this clay pit, this hole in the basement underneath the bricks, were all these human body parts in the ground. But there were no arms, there were no legs, there was no head. All you had were just the internal organs of somebody, and then also there was like a blanket of skin that looked like it had been extracted from somebody's body with near surgical precision. Now, the police could not, based on these limited remains, make an actual positive identification of who exactly this was, but they did find in this pit, along with the organs and the skin, were several strands of hair that matched Belle's. There were several pieces of pajamas that belonged to Dr. Crippen, and then also on that skin fillet they found, there was a distinctive birthmark
Take a break
on
from
it
videos.
that matched the one that Belle had.
I think I did like 2 hours of videos. Oh, breaky time. Woo woo. I don't know how many that was now. There's a boss up there, but Oh, what am I clicking? My mouse went to the other screen and I was clicking things. Oh man. Alright, I'm coming to the boss. I'm almost there. Alright. I don't know if we can do this together solo, but we got it, right? We got it, right, Shin? I'm sure it'll be fine. Five out of 5 events. 5 more to go. This boss should count as one. The bunny, the bunny, the bunny on fire. The bunny on fire. I saw Shin. How are you doing, Meep? Hi, Light Bomb. Good to see you. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Hey, let's go. I did it. I think. Sola, hi Sola. Good to see you. Glad I got to catch you today. Yeah. How is the Wolfie doing? Oh, ow, 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 ow. All right. Oh no, it's over here. What? I didn't do 10? How many did I do? 8? I thought I completed it. I thought I was good to go. Alright. 2 more. Okay. Back from my trip yesterday and chilling now. Nice. How was your trip? Did you have fun? What did you do? Tell me all the things. Oh, wait. Horse is over here. I keep forgetting. Conference trip, we hanged out and went to see a drag racing and car drifts. Ooh, nice. That sounds fun. Oh, you're chugging along? Yeah, one thing after another. Just one task after another. Cool. I'm gonna follow that guy. He probably knows what he's doing. We go get the beetle after this. That's the next thing we go do. That's the wave collections, yeah. I'm a big collector before in MMOs. So it really is no biggie to grind for things. Just feel kind of bad. I just stopped story all of a sudden. I was like, oh, we'll go get a mount. I just left a fireplace and you go back. We'll go get mount. Story gets better. Yeah, I really want it for the mobility of it all. I might even still get the beetle before I go back to story again. Thank you for the water, Turk. Let's go, Valimir. Let's go. Hell yeah. Is that the same people? Are they doing like a race or something? Oh, no, 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 no. I was getting really lucky with events earlier. You uplifted at least one? Let's go. Nope, nope, nope. I don't know if this counts. We'll do it anyway. Oh, God. Circles on circles on circles on circles. No. What? What are you doing here? She's gonna help you here and there. It's cool to see her again. Really glad they didn't make her into a villain that you had to kill. I was getting really scared when they're like, oh, it's changing her. She's becoming more of like a dragon. And I'm like, good thing, right? Like, I'm not gonna have to kill her, right? God, and then that one episode, like the one scene, I really did almost stop playing the game today. If Shin told me not to. I was close. I was like, yeah, maybe we just call it here today. We just lick our wounds, come back later. Yeah, praise Shoko. I didn't think I'd actually ever like that guy. I was wondering why you guys kept praising him so much. Like, no. I get it now. I get it now. Smoke while they walk. Tuna, I love it. So you really like the one scene where they eat him. Oh, sorry. I'm loading my bone. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my boy. I will help. I did so much. You're all welcome. Oh. Yeah, look at that 3,000 damage. Woo! Sexy. The Joker fight took me like 2 minutes. Oh, one more. What? Oh, I thought that was you for a second, Shin. I was like, you went and got it! I was so excited. Alright. Boop. Hi, Dark. How you doing? I got these earlier. Oh, there was a chest inside of a chest? What? What? Oh. Trying to get myself killed. Unless it's not dangerous anymore. Is it fine now? No, it's definitely not. Good night, Pace. Have a good one. I came by to boop everyone. Aw. Hope you're doing well, Dark. Is there any other things going on here? Just need one more. What? Champ, she's still going. Yeah. I probably would have died sooner if I was still doing story and having to like do puzzles and boss fights. Right now I'm just grinding. Grinding takes... I go zombie mode. It's easy. Just need one more of it. Just one more. That's all I ask. Oh. There's one down there. I think it's in the fire zone. Oh, I think I'm on the wrong way. What's max level? Well, once you get to a max level, then there's mastery levels afterwards. So once you hit 80, you keep going. Like over here, you can see Risky and Shin are in their like 200s. I'm like in my 50. I'm 51. Ugh, down. Meta's ongoing, unfortunately. Yeah, it's fine. He's okay. I don't know if this counts, the stuff over here. Or my burning forest events. Oh no, please. Actually, I'm okay with this. As long as I can fly afterwards. I can. Oh yeah, I'm okay with this. Tornado's pug. You comfy Turk. You gonna take a nap? Sheesh. Yeah. I'm still but a baby in this game. I didn't even finish all the story yet. I took a break from story so I could get the mount I'm on right now. This is like a loner that you can get in the world. But I'm trying to unlock it so I can use it whenever. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Oh no, please. I don't need you now, Tornado. Please. Leave me alone. I think I might have to wait for the next set. I don't think they'll do anything in the burning forest right now. I will wait. I wait for the next round of events. Because this is outside of the burning forest. I need it to be in this zone. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I'm just chilling right now. On my map, we're building the camp. This camp over here, Crystal Bloom Camp. Or... I don't know, there's 3 camps, right? How are you doing, Risky? Did you finish your exam today? If so, how do you feel about it? When do we get to know your results? Anime with your puppies? Aww. What anime we watching? Who's riding on me? Is it Shin? It's Shin. You like my new mount? Totally already unlocked it. Yeah, it's definitely not a loner. Real, totally mine. Oh, look at all those chests. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. Yeah, boy. I don't think I can open them. I didn't partake. Oh, I can open them? Huge. Mine. Yeah, loot. What the heck? I didn't even do anything, but I'm getting rewarded. Feels great. I sat on a tree the whole time when they were fighting. Leechity. I was here the whole time, guys. Whole time. Oh, I need a key for that. Hold the phone. Let's follow these people. They seem like they know what they're doing. As long as you have keys. Ah, is that what it was? Okay. I was like, I didn't do nothing. But apparently I had a few keys on me. Oh my god, my frames. Who needs frames? Just spam buttons. Yeah. Woo! Ooh, more chests. No, I don't have a key anymore. Alright. That should have gave it to me, right? I'm in combat. No, it didn't give it to me. Fudge. One day. One day I'll get this final one. Guild Wars, hi Crow. Yeah, we're Guild Warsing it up. Working on getting my flying mount. One day. Oh, 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 there's a boss. I don't know which way would be faster. Hi Lucas, how you doing? Oh gosh, okay. It's fine. It's cool. Didn't like my mount anyway. On my back. Amber Church is fine. No. Why? Why am I so unlucky with this? Oh, I took a wrong turn. Yeah, we'll just port up there. Instead of getting lost. Alright, what we got to do? Oh, there's this guy still up here. No, I just missed it. It was too late. There's one up here. Yeah. Cool. Hi Pixels, how you doing? Good to see you. I want to go over there. The bus is over there. Please don't pull me over there. Risky is a bully. You got no proof I have a VOD. Oh, you did live, Risky? What were you thinking? Oh, is he taking it on solo? Okay, well, I'm here for it. I'm here. Oh, cool. We got more help coming. I see them on the map. Ooh-wee. Cool beans. You being mean to my mistress, Pixels? You wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't do that, right, Pixels? That didn't count either. I don't understand why those aren't counting. Do I need to relog? I'm gonna log. We're not counting any of those events, even though I'm clearly in the burning forest. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on. Maybe like... Maybe they gotta be like different ones. Maybe I'm like double downing on the same events. Maybe that's what it is. Just says 10 events. It doesn't say like 10 different events, but we go back and we try again. I think the champion bonus events after the meta simply don't count. I don't know, they were counting earlier. Because it gave me 9. Like, I got the 9, and I know a lot of them were... champions that we killed. Maybe we need like an escort or something. I don't know. I'll just keep doing them until... click. Risky needs to be put in jail? What do you mean? She's already in... already in the dungeon. I don't know what more you want from me. She already, like, runs the place down there. Like, I don't know what you... what more can I do? Needs a deeper dungeon. She would just enjoy that. So you want to make Risky's day. I see. Change maps. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how one changes maps. Like leave and come back? Oh, I guess it's resetting in a minute anyways. We'll be alright. I'm just doing achievements right now so I can unlock flying. So I can fly. So I gotta do certain, like, stuff. I gotta go find things. Like, just earlier I was looking for a bunch of scales. now I'm trying to do some events in this burning forest. And then I have to go get medicine. Just like a chain of stuff I have to do to unlock it. I go get that mastery point while I'm waiting. For the one behind me. Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna go do. Because I think I need that eventually too for the mount. It's all the masteries. Oh. Ah, so close. I can't wait to fly. Trying to move around this map has just made me want it even more. I think it's what's keeping me going and not giving up on the grind for right now. Like, ah, oh, that fly. It's gonna be great. Up here, it's resetting. Love you, Uni. Should also unlock my bunny so it hops higher. So I won't be able to teleport over there now, huh? Alright. Off we go. Hi, Shin. Shin, 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 Shin. Oh, the answer is that it hurts. Oh, gosh. Jeez, so much fighting in this one spot. Ugh. Oh no. Oh. Well, now let me resurrect you for some reason. I'm up? I can't tell. Oh gosh. Working really hard for this to achieve.
And the thrill wears off, and it will wear off. Then what? How far do you have to walk down that road before you see where it leads?
Hi, Mama. Puppy time. Let's go. I'm down to smoke. Yeah, I would charge my stuff too. Actually might move. Who knows? I feel like it's bugged. We shouldn't have this much stuff coming at us. We should be able to move forward. Or maybe we just need like 20 people doing this. Oh, 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 they're moving. Oh, oh man, I got excited. I thought we were actually moving the circle. The area that we just got stuck at, unfortunately. This was insane. Hey, Crystal. Oh, 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 it's moving. It's moving. It moved. Oh, there's another event going on now here. To prevent slapping. Oh, I need to be defending this bridge. Making sure I stay awake. I get it. I get it. Ooh, we're down to 19. Let's go. I also need to change this to 88. I didn't change it to 87 yesterday. And now we're at 88. Why? Please don't go backwards, dude. We're going forward. Ugh. Don't let anything exist, ever.